Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. Live now from our Orlando studio. It's officially 6:03 here on the East Coast. Thank you so much for choosing to begin your morning with us here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a Live Now look at the nation's capital, at the White House. A stunning morning in Washington, D.C., and there you have traffic moving, still dark, obviously, here on the East Coast. The sun has yet to rise, but here is where our top story does begin this morning with the latest on the tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. Britain's top diplomat flew to Moscow yesterday for talks with his Russian counterpart over the crisis near Ukraine. Other NATO leaders are also heavily engaged in talks to prevent an invasion and what could be a dangerous domino effect, as we know and as we've been covering for the past couple of weeks. Our Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan is in Kyiv tonight with the latest.
Including helping Americans stuck in Ukraine flee in case of a Russian invasion. The White House approved a plan to set up tents and checkpoints in Poland just across the border from Ukraine. There are no plans for U.S. forces to enter Ukraine, where there are currently an estimated 30,000 Americans.
What we're encouraging American citizens to do is depart now. Obviously, there hasn't been an invasion, and we don't know that there has been a decision to invade.
Despite intense diplomatic efforts, the Russians continue to strengthen their military positions. S-400 surface-to-air missile systems, which shoot down jets, arrived in Belarus after a 6,000-mile drive. Near Ukraine's southern border, 6 Russian warships are moving into the Black Sea. They can land armored vehicles and troops. The threat of invasion has produced very different reactions here. Some vow to fight. Others are packing their bags.
I have a special plan if something happens. A suitcase packed and ready to go. My car filled with gas.
Still others go on as usual, convinced a full-scale Russian invasion is impossible.
We live in the 21st century, and only diplomacy can figure it out and end our worries.
But Russian invasions of neighbors who aspire to NATO membership do happen. Georgia, 2008. Ukraine, 2014. In Kyiv, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
And thank you to Steve for that report. Our Fox 13 Tampa team has more on these rising tensions between Russia and Ukraine. Let's take a listen to their latest report.
Final steps for a potential invasion. While the Biden administration says it could come any day now, analysts say Russia could be aiming for late next week. The U.S. and NATO hope Russia is bluffing and that diplomacy will pay off. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, joins us now to catch us up to speed. Boy, it's getting scary, Craig.
It certainly is, and it's escalating. Keep in mind that Russia repeated once again today that it does not plan to invade Ukraine. But then again, our partners in Europe say that's exactly what someone planning to invade Ukraine would say at this point. And frankly, the United States and our NATO partners do not trust what Russia is saying based on its actions, including some striking movements throughout the day today that do not line up with Russia's words. Russia just sent more surface-to-air missiles, missile defense systems, fighter jets, and its top military commanders to Belarus within 100 miles of Ukraine's capital. U.S. intelligence says Russia is on pace to be at full capacity for invasion in around 10 days. And Ukraine's frozen ground will be at its hardest point in around 10 days, making it most vulnerable to invasion. And Russia says it will launch large-scale military exercises in Belarus starting Thursday for 10 days. That also times out to when the Olympics and Russia's partner China wrap up, all putting Ukraine at heightened risk for invasion in less than 2 weeks. And while the Biden administration hopes Russia will not attack Ukraine, it's urging all American citizens in that country to get out.
What we're encouraging American citizens to do is depart now.
And do the right thing while there's time to do it.
While the U.S. does not have a full list of all Americans in Ukraine, its estimates through October of last year showed 6,600 American citizens living or staying there. The 82nd Airborne has arrived in Poland, and the Pentagon says these troops could be used to help evacuate any remaining Americans who want out during or after a Russian invasion, if that happens.
If that's what we're called to do, we're capable to do that. So I can't rule out the fact that these soldiers could be used with to some degree with evacuation assistance on the other side of that border.
And while Russia has moved more missiles and troops and tanks into Belarus with plans for those military joint drills starting tomorrow, it also has moved warships from Russia again into the Black Sea, effectively surrounding Ukraine fully on 3 sides at this point. So while this is playing out, there also are efforts in Congress to pass resolutions calling for sanctions on Russia. Those are still a work in progress, but making progress as we speak, according to lawmakers on both sides of the party. There are also efforts to perhaps, through SWIFT, what's known as SWIFT, slow down financial transactions through all of Russia to affect their economy as well as efforts to remove Russia from any transactions involving U.S. dollars. Again, all of that is developing behind the scenes in Washington and beyond as we see those troop movements escalate all across Ukraine.
Craig, will the U.S. allow media embeds with the American troops who have been deployed to Eastern Europe so we might actually see what is going on there?
It's not clear at this point. Right now, the answer is no, and a number of news organizations are expressing concerns and asking a lot of questions about that. Today, the White House press secretary said that she is aware of the concerns and the interest in having media embeds to be able to show the public what is happening and what's not happening. At this point, that's not moving forward. She said she wasn't prepared to say if at what point it would, but it's something they said they would check on and get back with us on.
Wow. All right. Well, we'll have to follow that closely. Thanks, Craig.
And we certainly will follow that closely. A big thank you to our Fox 13 Tampa team for that report. Now we're taking a live now look at New York City. Obviously, once again, the sun still has not risen here on the East Coast, but we like to take you from coast to coast as we can here on Live Now. So here's the latest image of the Big Apple. New York, of course, lifting indoor mask mandates. The New York State, this starts today, but school mask rules stay for now. This as more governors are announcing an end to COVID-19 mandates in their respective states. Cases are down significantly, and many state leaders are hoping the country is nearing the end of the pandemic. Meanwhile, the CDC, though, they're still preaching to a completely different tune. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has the latest from Washington.
Parts of the country reporting a rapid drop in coronavirus cases.
We are now seeing the fastest rate of decline in our COVID-19 hospitalization metrics since the pandemic began.
And governors are making critical decisions.
At this time, we say that is the right decision to lift this mandate for indoor businesses.
New York and Illinois are among the latest states to end their COVID-19 mandates, which required masks in most indoor settings. Face coverings will still be required in schools.
I think it should be a personal choice to everybody, but it shouldn't be a mandate anymore.
I feel personally that I'm going to be better safe than sorry and continue wearing my mask.
Daily cases are down 44% over the last week. Hospital admissions down 25%, but deaths are up 3%. The CDC is working on updating its guidance on mask wearing, but did not offer a timeline.
Our hospitalizations are still high. Our death rates are still high. So as we work towards that and as we are encouraged by the current trends, we are not there yet.
The White House, meanwhile, saying it will continue following the advice of medical experts.
We recognize people are tired of the pandemic. They're tired of wearing masks. We're evaluating and looking at data to see if any changes need to be made.
Vaccines for kids under 5 are also under consideration. The CDC hasn't approved them yet, but state and local health officials will receive their first shipments later this month. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And sticking with the topic of mask mandates, trade now between the U.S. and Canada has been affected by the Freedom Convoy as they continue COVID-19 protests in the capital and across Canada. We've seen state of emergencies declared in Ottawa, amongst in other parts of Canada. Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller has the latest on this story.
The last one to leave. This is my new address. Yeah, I got my mail forwarded here.
Hundreds of truckers continue their demonstrations in Ottawa, paralyzing parts of Canada's capital now for 12 days. The Freedom Convoy calling for an end to vaccine mandates and all COVID restrictions in the country. While some, like Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, have called their actions extreme, Protesters say they just want freedom of choice.
There's nothing extreme about wanting people to be able to make their own decisions in their home that is the best decision for their families. There's nothing extreme about that.
Some Canadian lawmakers agree, saying it's time to lift restrictions.
Here in Canada, though, we have a Prime Minister who refuses to lead and instead is being divisive. People don't know where public health ends and politics begins. Canadians want their lives back.
Protests spilling over into other areas of the country. Groups now blocking traffic at international crossings between the U.S. and Canada. Travel disrupted at the Ambassador Bridge, linking Windsor, Ontario and Detroit, as well as a crossing between Alberta and Montana. The Biden administration keeping a close eye on developments there.
We, of course, support, as you know, the right to freedom of speech and protest. Beyond that, we are, of course, in touch with our Canadian counterparts, but I don't have any updates in terms of specific steps.
As protests continue, 2 provinces in Canada have announced they will lift their vaccine passport programs and mask mandates. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
Was said to have died from a brain bleed following what appears to be a head injury. Now TMZ is reporting, it does appear that this video has frozen, so I'll give you this report on camera, and we are going to go to a full report on this incident with our very own Daytona Everett. But sources with direct knowledge of this situation told TMZ that Bob must have hit his head after checking into the Ritz-Carlton Hotel right here in Orlando, Florida, back on January 9th. Police say they don't know what he hit his head on. It could have potentially been the headboard. The 65-year-old, of course, had just performed a comedy sketch that night in Jacksonville, Florida, before checking into that hotel in Orlando, Florida. His body was discovered by hotel security later that afternoon, the following day. Like I said, our very own Daytona Everett has a complete look at this new finding. Let's take a listen. And it does appear we're having some technical difficulties, so I'm going to step away for a quick break, get this technology sorted out, and then we will bring you that full report right after this. Hey there, welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. We unfortunately are still having some technical difficulties, so I am going to play a clip of the governor of Illinois talking about mask mandates, obviously a topic of conversation across the nation as various governors lift those mask mandates and perhaps life returns to a bit of normalcy. We are going to play that clip, and we will return with that full story on Bob Saget and the latest on his passing.
The trend.
Would you talk about those, the naysayers, or just your critics who believe this is more about a political campaign than about the science?
These are the same people that wanted us to take masks off or encourage people not to get vaccinated back when we had rising infections and rising hospitalizations. So it's hard to take them seriously at this point.
Governor, you said eventually masks in schools will go away.
Yes.
In light of this good news today with hospitalizations going down and the fact that vaccinations are high for the Midwestern states, you still have 500,000 students right now who are in mask optional schools. Would you consider dropping the appeal and giving the power back to school districts? And are you surprised by so many parents and students who are fighting back, who are stuck in mask mandated schools?
It was an extremely bad decision by this judge. I mean, it's poorly written, it's poorly decided, and so we've got to appeal that decision because it takes away one of the tools that we have going forward. You heard Dr. Landon, Dr. Ezike in the past talk about we may see surges in the future. We want to be able to keep everybody safe in the future. And that case decided in one circuit court downstate in Sangamon County by one judge shouldn't keep us from trying to keep the entire state safe.
But how are you going to put the toothpaste back in the tube? Because these kids are, I spoke to a teacher, a third grade teacher today in Barrington, District 220, said, my third grade kids are so happy and we get to see each other for the first time, in 3 years. So how you're going to take that away from them?
No, look, listen, I'm happy. Listen, I'm happy that kids would like to see this mask mandate go away, and I would like very much for it to be removed as soon as humanly possible, and I've told you that, and you've seen that we're making progress in that direction. But the truth is that we need to follow the advice of doctors, epidemiologists who understand this well, and nobody has wanted to wear masks all the way along. Perhaps you least of all. You've certainly made that clear all along. I think that we need to listen to the scientists about, and again, this is about community health, keeping communities safe. And that's why we've made the decisions that we've made all the way along in this process. It's about keeping communities and the entire state safe. And by the way, the metrics show that we have.
Governor, I noticed when you made an announcement that if this trend continues, sounds like you're leaving the door open for the possibility of not removing the mask.
Sorry, I couldn't tell who was asking the question because of the mask. Yeah, thank you. Craig, look, we're just, being realistic about this. I think you saw that Delta reached a peak back last fall, and it started to come down. And we all were very hopeful. And then you saw Omicron hit, and what was a declining number of hospitalizations all of a sudden turned around and turned into a much bigger surge.
Hey there, welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from Orlando, Florida. We, of course, have got our technology back up and running. You can certainly feel that it's Thursday. Even our equipment wants it to be the weekend already, Friday Eve. And we will return with that story that I was trying to share with you just before we did have those technological errors. TMZ, of course, reporting that Bob Saget died to what appeared to be a head injury. The Full House actor was said to have died from a brain bleed following after hitting his head on what they suggest may have potentially been the headboard of the bed. I did promise you that our very own Daytona Everett has this full story for you, so we will take a listen now to her report.
Remember, we were saying it could have been a heart attack or a stroke. Now we're getting this in, that it was a brain bleed.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? Thanks for having me, Daytona. It's good to see you again. Yeah, this particular case, I reflect back to when we first spoke about Mr. Saget's passing. And, you think that in that age grouping, anything's possible, obviously, but you're listing more toward potential, some kind of natural disease pathology. And it's taken them some time to come out with the actual cause of death. I think reflectively, I'm thinking that they waited all of this time because they wanted to make sure that they had done a thorough job relative to the toxicology. And what we do know, based on the reports that have come out, is that his toxicology screen was negative for drugs and alcohol. At least that's what TMZ is reporting, as well as I think the family is kind of backing that up as well. What's interesting, though, and what has kind of come to light now, is the fact that the family has stated, at least alluded to, that he had some type of injury to the back of his head, and that this caused or created some kind of closed head injury, perhaps, and of course he wound up dying in his sleep.
Right, so I want to bring up for everyone who maybe hasn't seen the statement from the family of Bob Saget. They say, now that we have the final conclusions from the authorities' investigation, we felt it only proper that the fans hear those conclusions directly from us. The authorities have determined that Bob passed away from head trauma. They've concluded that he accidentally hit the back of his head on something, thought nothing of it, and went to sleep. No drugs or alcohol were involved. I'm curious, Joseph, and we kind of talked about this a little bit before this interview. Why did it take so long for this conclusion, for authorities to come to this conclusion? Wouldn't they have known a lot more details the night of when they found Bob Saget in the bed, unconscious?
Yeah, you're right. And that's a salient point in this case. And in my experience working as a medical legal death investigator, I'm sure that night, or when they discovered his remains, there was evidence there that he had sustained some type of trauma. But here's the problem: you have to be very, very sure in the medical legal community before you move forward with some type of diagnosis, before you can actually say within a reasonable scientific certainty that this is in fact what happened. So you go down kind of a checklist here, and at the end of the day, they had to make sure that his toxicology screen was clear. And what's kind of interesting about the verbiage here, I think, to me at least, is the fact that the family says that he thought nothing of it. So that kind of begs the question, well, did they speak to him after he had struck his head? Maybe he struck his head and said, wow, gee, I banged my head, but I think I'm going to be okay. And he lays down to go to sleep. I don't know that happened, but I don't see how they get to that point where they can say definitively that he struck his head and didn't think anything of it. So that would imply at least that there was some type of knowledge perhaps about this. But what we do know is that they have ruled this, and this is significant, Daytona, they ruled this as an accident. And of course, for us in forensics, one of the things that we like to do is when we go in to conduct a death investigation, we view every single death, and I don't care what the age is, I don't care what type of medical history there is. When I go into a scene to view remains, my working assumption from Jump Street is the fact that this is a homicide. And then you kind of work backwards from there. You have to eliminate that to begin with. So they have come to the conclusion that this is not foul play. There was probably no signs of forced entry or struggle, no other injuries to his body, and they actually ruled this as an accident. That means that it's an event that just occurred, but it's not a natural event. And in conclusion, I think that what's kind of interesting about this is that this is not necessarily a typical area where you would see somebody fall like this that's reasonably healthy and strike the back of their head. Generally, when people fall, they're going to fall forward and maybe catch themselves. So I wonder how this injury occurred. Was there some kind of surface, maybe the edge of a cabinet or the edge of a nightstand or something that caught the back of his head? I'm not saying it doesn't happen, because listen, this comedian, the stand-up comedian that's been all over the news for the past week, what did we witness? Anybody that saw that, man, she went over like a ton of bricks, and she actually struck the back of her head when she fell. So it's a possibility that could have happened as well.
Yeah, now that you're saying that, and I'm reading the verbiage of this, it's still not confirmed the object that he hit. Do you find that peculiar?
Right. Yeah, and they might just want to move on from this, and you have to, from an injury standpoint, when you're examining an injury and what generated that injury, you scientifically you have to marry those two things up. And many times what you'll see at a scene, for instance, like this, is if you have a leading edge of a table, for instance, there might be a tuft of hair, a bit of blood, something like that is left behind on that surface. Also, if this was a pattern injury that marries up with the edge of something, or a strike point that marries up with the injury that you have, that's telltale as well. And for us, that's positive, for our investigation, because that gives us clarity when we're trying to draw these conclusions and determine what happened.
I also find it a little curious that, TMZ has sources that are close to them that told them about the situation. Now Saget's family coming out and saying the updates that they have gotten from authorities, but still nothing from the authorities themselves.
Yeah, isn't that curious that they haven't? And I would assume, because at this point in time, this is an accidental death. All right, and let me kind of be clear about this. All right, At this point, there's not a homicide. All right. So the ball rests completely in the court of the medical examiner at this point in time. Do you understand? I mean, they've ruled out homicide. There's nothing criminal necessarily going on here, at least from the medical examiner's perspective, because they took the leap to actually identify Mr. Saget's death and passing as an accidental death. So therefore, it's going to be up to the ME to release this information. It wouldn't surprise me in the least bit to see them at least do a press release onto their website, perhaps in the morning. I don't know, because this information has come out kind of late, late in the day. I think I first got wind of it probably at about 6 p.m. I'm Central Time, so about 6 p.m. this evening, or maybe a little bit after that. So, in the morning, maybe they'll release something. I don't know.
Anything else to be watching in this investigation as it moves forward, as there's still a lot of unanswered questions?
Yeah, I think probably the biggest takeaway is to see if the ME and their representatives came up with anything at the scene. If they say that, we observed these surfaces, that there was an indication, because listen, I know you guys in the media, you're going to ask this question. Mm-hmm. They're going to want to know, well, how did you come to this conclusion? And he's a public figure. That's a reasonable question. They'll ask that question. Now, whether or not it'll be answered sufficiently, or, to satisfy the curiosity of the public and the media, I don't know, but that question will be asked. We'll see how sufficient the answer is at that point in time.
All right, Joseph Scott Morgan, thank you so much for tracking this story alongside us. In any new developments, we're going to have you on again.
Hey, you bet, Daytona. Everybody have a good evening.
And just as Daytona said, any new updates, we will bring them to you live right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take us back out to the nation's capital, to Washington, D.C., where we have a stunning image of Capitol Hill here. The sun, as you see, is beginning to rise, a lovely sunset. And this actually ties in perfectly with my next story. An Instagram account calling out bad behavior by lawmakers is now leading to calls for better working conditions for the lowest paid on Capitol Hill. I'm sure some of you have heard of this story. This push is actually getting high up support, as President Biden himself is also pushing for more union jobs across the country. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more on this.
Through the long history of workers' rights in this country, change has always been driven by brave workers.
Spurred by an anonymous Instagram account shining light on poor working conditions like low pay, long hours, mistreatment, and safety concerns for congressional office staff, one Michigan lawmaker now helping the public push to allow all Hill staffers to unionize.
Recognize that congressional workers have the right to organize without fear of retaliation. There's no cause for further delay.
Already, some Hill staff, like Capitol Police, are allowed to unionize under a law passed in 1995. The new resolution would allow those working in House offices the same ability. The Senate would need to pass a similar resolution.
Yes, I support what he's asking for, but my understanding is that they would like to review that, modernize it, bring it up to date.
Calls to improve worker conditions have picked up across the country, such as Amazon and Starbucks. President Biden hosted utility company CEOs Wednesday while pushing for more union jobs through his Build Back Better bill.
The investment is going to support the creation of hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs all across the country.
Democratic House and Senate leaders signal they are behind more unionization, but not all lawmakers are as enthusiastic about it within their offices.
So we got to make sure we're doing it right.
Unionizing congressional staff would be a huge lift. Each office has its own policies, and the House and the Senate operate under different rules. On Capitol Hill, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thank you to Lauren for that report. As those new developments come up with this Dear White staffers Instagram account. We will be sure to keep you updated on it all. Our Coast to Coast tour continues. I want to take us back out to Washington, to New York City, actually. The sun is rising in the Big Apple. Here we see a bird flying in the sunset. You do see all of that traffic. There really is never a dull moment in the Big Apple. But this brings me to my next story. Rising crime in American cities continues to be a major concern for state and local leaders. Polls actually show it's a top issue for voters heading into the 2022 midterms. Our very own Madeline Rivera has the latest reaction from Washington, D.C. on rising crimes in cities like New York City. Let's take a listen.
Combating crime is part of the job for police departments across the country. But in 2022, officers are facing unprecedented challenges. Several U.S. cities set new homicide records for 2021. Many sheriffs in charge of leading their departments through the pandemic are demanding more funding to hire additional officers.
The fact is, people are dying on the street. It's not because of law enforcement. It's because of the absence of law enforcement, the absence of enforcing the rule of law.
Republican lawmakers are pointing the finger directly at Democrats and progressive district attorneys, accusing them of being soft on crime and providing criminals with lenient sentences.
We ought to be doing everything we can to support our men and women in blue, including making sure that they are funded appropriately.
Last week, President Biden made a visit to New York, which is struggling with a surge in crime. His administration is working to get illegal guns off the streets and expand programs that help troubled youths and teens. Some congressional Democrats are disavowing past rhetoric from their progressive colleagues who have advocated for defunding the police.
When we take the time to talk to communities throughout our nation, particularly those in high crime areas, you know what they tell us? Those communities say, we want to fund the police.
At least one prominent progressive lawmaker is defending her stance on defunding the police. Missouri Congresswoman Cori Bush stands by the slogan and says her party needs to do more to explain the meaning behind it. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Thank you to Madeline for that report. We're going to switch gears and talk a bit of economic news. More Americans are finding it harder and harder to get by these days. Our Fox Business Network's very own Madison Allworth has a look at this story and more in the latest edition of the Fox Business Report. Let's take a listen.
A growing number of Americans are struggling to make ends meet. 61% of the U.S. population lived paycheck to paycheck at the end of 2021. That's up 7% since the previous report in June. The research, which was done by Lending Club, says this is impacting every income bracket across every generation. And based on that news, this shouldn't be that surprising. A separate report by Bankrate shows only 53% of Americans have more emergency savings than credit card debt. The good news? This figure is down slightly from last year. Stocks surging for a second day in a row. The Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all closed higher again Wednesday. Strong earnings helping offset worries about inflation and tension between Russia and Ukraine. And gas prices, they're surging too, up 28 days in a row. The national average for regular is now $3.47 a gallon. That's the highest price in more than 7 years. The cost is now 7 cents more than this time last week and 17 cents more than a month ago. That's business. I'm Madison Allworth.
And sticking with the business news, our very own Andrew Kraft spoke yesterday about numbers that we're expecting today on the topic of inflation. Let's listen to his report and what this could mean for all of you watching at home.
Talking about some numbers we're expecting tomorrow from the Bureau of Labor Statistics about inflation. And Michael, I want to read those to what some of those projections are. The Consumer Price Index tomorrow morning is expected to register a 7.2% annual gain in January for inflation. That would represent the fastest rise since 1982 in over 40 years. So inflation is not going down. Why not?
Well, I think that the economy had a lot to absorb. And in retrospect, there is a lot of question of whether the Fed and Congress overdid the stimulus, but we survived the real hard part of the economic challenges of the pandemic. So now the economy hasn't really been able to absorb all that stimulus.
Now, Michael, I also wanted to kind of pair this with the news we got on Friday with the January jobs numbers, which were quite good. I think 467,000 jobs added in the month of January. So if jobs numbers are good, that is a sign of a healthy economy. The jobs are bouncing back from pre-pandemic levels. But then again, prices are going up. How do we square the two?
Well, that's a challenge and that's a problem, because the classical understanding in macroeconomics is that inflation is from an overheating economy, that too much money is chasing too few resources, labor, capital, that kind of thing. So unfortunately, that presents a kind of classical picture of an inflationary environment where the Federal Reserve has to hit the brakes.
And the Federal Reserve, we should note, has indicated that this year they will be raising interest rates, not by much, and we don't know when. It could also be several times over the course of the year that they're going to raise interest rates. What does that mean for the American consumer?
Well, I mean, obviously it can lead to rises in your credit card interest rates, although you should be paying off your balances anyway. It can be increases in your mortgages. It's more difficult to finance mortgages. Buying a house can be more expensive, but it can also help get the inflation under control. So it helps break the cycle of prices going up, which is wages feeding into prices, consumer prices. And that's the goal, is to hit the brakes a little bit. Maybe the economy is overheating. Maybe there was a little bit too much stimulus a year or two ago, and now we need to hit the brakes a little bit.
And Michael, I just want to read a report that was done by Bankrate that shows only 53% of Americans have more emergency savings than credit card debt. The good news, though, on that is that figure is down slightly from last year. What does that say, though, about Americans and their pocketbooks? Right now, do they have more money or less money than where we were with a lot of these pandemic bailouts?
Well, we have a strong stock market. We have a strong real estate market. So for the upper middle class, clearly, for example, savings are greater than ever. But once you start to get to lower middle class or working class, things continue to be challenging. And I think that's a challenge for our society without a doubt. And I think that there's no question that we need safety nets. But we did effectively seem to manage safety nets during the pandemic because people continued on and they survived throughout the pandemic. So I overall, clearly, the United States is basically the richest country in the world. We can pay for anything we need to. It's just a matter of helping those less well off financially.
And just last week, the projections were that the national debt surpassed $30 trillion, way ahead of schedule. What does that mean for, paying down the debt? President Biden has indicated, he wants to do that in some capacity, but some of the proposals that he is putting forth would add to that, especially add to deficit spending. So that debt number is quite concerning for many lawmakers on both sides of the aisle.
Yeah, I mean, it is a difficult challenge. Like, for example, obviously the U.S. economy is very vulnerable to a recession on average once every 10 years. So if we did, in fact, have a recession, it would cause tax revenue to go down. And you don't want to cut government spending going into recession because that would make it worse. However, we started to pay off the debt at the end of the 1990s because of buoyant stock market. So the best way to pay off the government debt is a strong U.S. economy. And many things about the U.S. economy, as you pointed out, is very strong. But there's no simple solution to this. If we really cut government spending or raise taxes, we would probably more likely than not really harm the economy. So I don't know if it's the healthiest thing to worry about the government debt because we could harm our economy, and then it's really very counterproductive.
And so when these numbers, Michael, are going to be released tomorrow by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Consumer Price Index is going to possibly show 7.2% increase in inflation from year to year since last year. How do you think the White House will present this, and what does that mean for Americans like you and me who have to go out and buy these goods? What are we facing going into these early months of 2022?
Oh, for us, let me just say for Americans, all Americans, I think don't panic. I think this is still probably more of a short-term thing.
Okay.
And this is not the 1970s over again, by the way. And we have more alternatives than ever. And remember, prices are a rationing mechanism in the free market. And when something goes up, we can switch to something else. If there's a shortage of chicken and it's too expensive, turkey seems relatively cheaper. So there's an incredible amount of alternatives. If you don't like Netflix going up, then you can get Peacock. I mean, there are incredible amount of like Olympics or football, basketball, whatever. So I think it's not as simple as classic economics with inflation. And going through this pandemic where there have been unprecedented supply chain disruptions and massive stimulus, this is a once in a century event, and it will work its way through the system.
All right, Michael Santo, we always appreciate your time kind of wading through and digging through some of this deep economic data and numbers. We appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again.
You're very welcome.
Great stuff by Andrew. A message of calm, regardless of what the report does say today. Do not panic was the message in that piece. As soon as we do get that consumer price index report, we will bring you all of the details live here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take a quick live look going to the other side of the country, out to SoFi Stadium, where the Super Bowl will be happening this Sunday. The big game. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, we're going to talk about not only what's happening on the pitch or on the field, but what's happening off it, on our TVs. We know it's a big ad spending block of television. Companies dish out mega bucks for a spot in the Super Bowl, and we'll be talking about that on the other side of this break. Hey there, welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Your host, Gabrielle Amato here, coming at you live from Orlando, Florida. 6:51 here on the East Coast, but we're going to head out to the West Coast because that is where the party is going to be happening this weekend. Let's take a live look at SoFi Stadium. What a beauty. This is where Super Bowl 56 will be happening this weekend. And while football fans will be hoping either the Rams or the Bengals come out on top, many people are going to be watching the big game more glued to the TV side of things. When they cut to commercial, we all know that on Monday, which just so happens to be Valentine's Day, everyone's talking about those Super Bowl commercials, and companies once again are throwing down the mega bucks to be part of the action. Our Fox News correspondent Trace Gallagher has this story on all of the Super Bowl ad spending.
About 70,000 fans will pack SoFi Stadium Sunday evening in Los Angeles to watch the Rams and the Bengals face off for the Lombardi Trophy. But the draw for many won't be what's happening on the field.
Super Bowl Sunday to the advertising industry is like Oscar night is to the movie industry. It's the biggest night of the year.
The advertising game has grown bigger than football itself. And with more than 100 million people watching, advertisers are paying big bucks for a slot.
This year, the cost for 30 seconds of airtime in the Super Bowl can cost as much as $7 million.
No other TV event comes close in terms of having such a vast and diverse audience, which gives companies a chance to leave a lasting impression.
There are very few places where people are actually still paying attention to commercials. And this is a place where they are not only able to watch the ads, but they're actually excited to watch the ads.
You get a celebrity, you inject some humor, you have good production qualities, really good messaging. If you have a great ad with terrific production in the Super Bowl and it's memorable, it can really make careers and make companies.
Make taste, not waste, baby.
Super Bowl ads are actually so popular, YouTube reports more than 70% of fans rewatch some of the commercials after the game is over. In Los Angeles, Trace Gallagher, Fox News.
Okay, so we've got the ads down, we've got the big game down. Let's talk about the food. Super Bowl Sunday is a big day for food. A lot of you will be watching the big game on your couch with a slew of appetizers. But what are the people going to be eating at SoFi Stadium? Let's take a listen to this latest report.
Game day favorites for the big game here at SoFi Stadium.
Contenders made for us at SoFi Stadium, can't get them anywhere else.
SoFi Stadium ready to feed hungry fans with a menu of staples, but with some special secret sauce added to the mix.
Flavors that we're doing here are classic flavors, but we really want to showcase LA. Everything from our taquitos to our barbacoa burrito to our Asian items, they kind of show what LA is all about in the melting pot that we have in the stadium.
And just how much are they expecting to serve? The SoFi culinary team estimates cooking up about 9,000 pizzas, 3,000 sausages, and 8,000 burgers.
We try to do classic flavors that everyone's seen in their lives and had in the past, but we try to do it in a different way, like the cheeseburger sub. It's classic flavors that you've had in a hamburger as a kid growing up, but it's presented in a completely different way. Barbacoa burrito, burritos Las Palmas tortilla, made in LA from Alberto Benuelos. One of my executive sous chef's family's recipe, Chef Omar. And then a little bit more elevated item that's really simple and fresh for that game day, lobster salad. Fresh California citrus, sesame vinegar.
Any pregame jitters for the senior executive chef hosting the biggest party of the year?
Words can't describe it. It's amazing. I mean, we have the big game here. We get to showcase the stadium, showcase the food to all the fans coming in. It's going to be incredible.
No pressure, right?
Yeah, exactly. No pressure at all.
At SoFi Stadium, Sandra Endo, Fox 11 News.
The food really is one of the best parts of the Super Bowl. From the West Coast back out to the East Coast we go. Here's a live look at the White House once again. We're going to switch gears because yesterday President Joe Biden participated in a roundtable with the CEOs of many of the nation's biggest utility companies. Here is that full sit down.
And helicopters over areas of scorched earth that because utilities were down because of what's going on. I mean, it really is amazing. More territory is burned to the ground on the West Coast than the entire state of New Jersey in terms of square miles. It's just stunning, absolutely stunning. And I want to thank you for what you're doing to help get the word out about clean energy and the component, one of the most significant component of my Build Back Better plan. And thank you for coming to speak on its behalf. It's about building a clean energy future, and we're seeing incredible enthusiasm and support for the effort, not just from you all, but around the country. I mean, there's a real, people are, I guess when things got really bad and made people realize, my Lord, this is real. This is real, this climate change. And it's about building that future, that clean energy future. And how many major announcements have we seen recently? Ford and GM, for example, building out their electric vehicle production, a total I think investment of I think it's almost $18 billion, 11 and 7. And Union Pacific Railroad, I was recently out in Pennsylvania, in Pittsburgh, but to see other parts of what was going on, but the Union Pacific Railroad is buying electric locomotives that are being built in Erie, Pennsylvania. And just yesterday, Tritium announced a new facility in Tennessee that is going to build the electric chargers. They brought in some of them to show us what they're like. And, you know, this legislation has already been passed. There's 500,000 electric chargers on our highways. And it's going to change the dynamic of how, not only how we travel, but the economy along the way as well. Because, at any rate, companies are investing in clean energy futures. The world is betting on American workers to build it and the American people to buy it. And then we're investing in clean energy as a stronger, more resilient grid, 100% clean electricity by 2035. And that's a major piece of the puzzle and one of the commitments that I made we would try to do. Like the rest of my Build Back Better plan, the clean energy companies of this plan are about lowering prices. That's what this is all about. It's about reducing family energy bills while protecting the grid from extreme weather and making power more reliable. And it's also about jobs. No one knows it better than all of you around this table. The investment is going to support the creation of hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs all across the country, and how it flows from this, what you're all about to do, or God willing. And it's going to make us more economically competitive while reducing pollution and improving public health and helping us meet the moment on climate change, the most important piece of it, in my view. These investments are about today, and they're also about the future. And we can do it without increasing the deficit or raising taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. And 17 Nobel laureates spontaneously, in economics, spontaneously wrote to me telling me that they believe that this would ease long-term inflation. And so CEOs know exactly why clean energy future matters. It's an incredible opportunity for our country. And they know how urgent it is to get this done. And they've been key partners throughout this entire process. And so I'm grateful for their input, and I look forward to getting a full report from my team on the ideas discussed today. But with your permission, I'd like to stick around a little bit and maybe ask a few questions. And again, I can't tell you how, back up. 4 years ago, when I was sitting talking about this issue, the question was, you guys aren't going to do this. It's not going to happen. No, I mean, for real. That was the nature of the discussion. But you're here saying you support this, and you're going to try to move if we can get this Build Back Better piece done. And so I'd like to start off with you, Pat. If you may mind me calling you Pat, I apologize. You can call me Joe. PNM operates New Mexico and Texas and powering 800,000 homes and businesses. How's this Build Back Better initiative going to deliver more reliable and affordable power and reduce costs for it, if we have it available to you to be able to get the tax benefit?
Well, Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for your support of our clean energy future. We started our clean energy journey some time ago in New Mexico, working with our governor, the environmental community, the business community, and our indigenous communities, all who support clean energy. This legislation is going to allow us to be carbon-free sooner, gives us renewable portfolio standards, allows us to securitize, to keep costs down for customers, and very importantly, Mr. President, it provides for a just transition. There is money in there for worker severance and retraining for the coal miners. We already take care of our coal plant employees at the utility. But it has money for economic development in there to revitalize the communities. So working with economic development, Indian Affairs, and Workforce Solutions, because when people move into the clean energy economy, they shouldn't have to move away from their tribal lands. And we are going to work to revitalize those communities so that they can participate in the clean energy future where they currently live. These clean energy tax policies are going to be so helpful. New Mexico, unfortunately, is the third poorest state, and the areas that we serve in Texas are not the affluent areas of Texas. As a regulated utility, we pass all of our tax savings directly back to our customers. And along with reliability and clean, affordable, it is really on the top of our priority list. We have the number 3 solar potential in the United States, in New Mexico, and the number 3 onshore wind potential. So having credits for that and for storage, which is critical to make sure that those resources can be stored, so we need them when we need them. And the building of the transmission to export those wind and solar resources to other states is also critical. So that transmission and solar and storage and wind is really going to help bring down the customer costs. We're also looking to integrate more electric vehicles into the grid. I tell people, once you drive an electric vehicle, you don't want to drive an internal combustion engine anymore.
They're quiet and quick.
Oh, oh, are they quick? And this will help us make the needed improvements in our grid at a lower cost. And on the corporate tax rate, when we keep that low, we also pass those savings back to our customers. And unfortunately, any increases, conversely, get pushed back to customers. But President Biden, your support of clean energy and the clean energy tax policies will really allow us to accelerate that making energy reliable, affordable, and cleaner sooner. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you. One of the things that I spent some time in one of the this is how many years ago now? I guess 3 years ago, in a very large solar site in Nevada. One of the things we were talking about at the time, and I created a hell of a lot of jobs, but it'll create more jobs if you can actually transmit that solar energy on a line to a destination that is one that it can use it well. My team tells me that there is a capacity to, by further investment in machinery on the site, that is going to be able to, through high voltage HVDC tech, move that energy more quickly and lose less of it on the way. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And tell me how that, I mean, will you be in a better position to be able to, for your solar sites, be able to afford that, with in fact you have the tax credits that are moving?
The tax credits will make the more sophisticated transmission infrastructure much less expensive. And again, we pass those savings all on to the consumers. And a lot of the solar, and where you site solar fields, is not near what we call load centers or big cities. So you need that transmission. And it is going to be absolutely critical to building our nation's clean energy infrastructure.
Well, my wife and I separately spent a little bit of time with those indigenous communities in New Mexico and other places, and it really makes a difference. Will make a difference for them in a big way, I think.
Absolutely, and you know, especially the Navajo Nation is embracing a clean energy future. They're very thoughtful about how they move away, but they are very much looking forward to developing the solar potential on their lands, and we will be able to export that to other parts of the West that desperately need some more clean energy.
Well, as an aside, before I go to you, Nick, I was out in Colorado looking at the experimental efforts going on up there in the mountains. I was stunned, and I'm familiar with wind energy because we tried very hard early on in the last administration I was in to promote that, and we had some blowback because people didn't want to be able to see it and the like. They showed me a blade of a windmill that's 100 yards long. My Lord. I looked at that and thought, holy Lord, I can't fathom. I think some of the press was with me on that trip. It's astounding. But you're AEP, Nick, you use a variety of traditional fuels to make power, like coal, natural gas, and nuclear. It's good to see you now expanding into wind and solar. Tell me a little bit about the expansion in the renewables, how that's going for you. Is it going to reduce cost to customers? How, if at all, does my initiative on Build Back Better, the over $500 billion we're talking about for the energy side of this, of which, by the way, I think it's about $200 billion in tax credits and another $100 billion for resilience. But talk to me about how you're making your decisions.
Well, first of all, Mr. President, pleasure to be with you today to talk about these important issues. And you've actually shed the light on a lot of the infrastructure needs of this country, and certainly the grid is one of those areas that we find. And I grew up as a system operator. 40 years ago, I started as a system operator running power systems. So for me, your focus on resiliency and reliability of the grid is extremely important. The addition of renewables in place today is having a substantial impact, the ability to save customers money. Matter of fact, we this quarter will be putting in operational the largest wind power project in North America.
Is that right?
About 1,000 megawatts in Oklahoma. And it's going to save customers about $2.2 billion over the life of the agreement. So certainly it's a huge benefit. And for us, it's really an opportunity to bring these kinds of resources in, lower cost to customers, and be able to move toward that clean energy future. So as we look at that, we've looked at it across our territories, and now we have a plan by 2030 to put over 16,000 megawatts of generation like that in place. So it's really an important opportunity for us. We also partner extensively with Lonnie Stevenson, the IBMW, and the unions. We're mapping that transition to those skills of the future. And certainly partners like that and partners in the federal government can enable this industry to move much more quickly than we would have otherwise, particularly with the tax provisions, ITCs, investment tax credits, and so forth. Those have really produced benefits for consumers because those benefits actually flow through to our consumers and contribute to the economy. So it's a great opportunity for us to make that transition.
Well, I think it's a heck of an opportunity. One of the things, maybe when the press is still here, to talk a little bit about, I was really excited back in, I guess it was probably 2000 and, don't hold me the exact year, probably 2012, 13, 14. We were talking about major wind initiative off the eastern coast, the coast of, on the East Coast. And as I said, there was, an effort to go off the coast of Delaware and off the coast of New Jersey. And I think it was it was able to power, don't hold me to the number, like 800,000 homes in New Jersey. But there was a real blowback when people said, I don't want to see those things. And then remember up in Nantucket area and Nantucket Sound. And tell me about when you say you're going to have this largest, essentially, wind farm in Oklahoma. What is the reception of the community with that?
Oh, it's been very, very positive because not only do they see the benefits of the clean energy, but also the job creations, but the benefits for customers are considerable. Where we run into some issues is when there's large-scale transmission, which you mentioned to Pat. We really do need to find ways to scope large transmission to get renewables to the big cities, and that's a process that obviously your administration has been working on as well. And for us, it's important to scope those projects because the savings associated with renewables will actually pay for the transmission.
Yeah.
So that's a key area for us to be able to continue to grow.
All of you, generic question. Are you getting less resistance when you start talking about wind and the windmills? I know they cause cancer. Bad joke. I shouldn't kid about that. I shouldn't have kidded. But all kidding aside, what kind of resistance do you have if you're using wind?
I can speak to the ARC in Michigan. So we've done a lot of wind in Michigan. We have a pretty good wind regime there. It is what Nick said, that if you get in a community that's highly mixed, there's some benefit and some don't, you'll get resistance. If you're in a community that's more rural, where it becomes part of their economy, their jobs, their income, the reception is quite high. We are actually at a transition point in Michigan where solar has now crossed over and is highly competitive with wind. So I think after a long period of investment in wind, we're now going to see our largest scale investments in solar, and the reception to solar has been very high. It's a great addition to the tax base, billions of dollars of construction that plays out, and then the permanent jobs that follow. So we expect that to be a well-received renewable resource in the state.
I spent a fair amount of time prior to the campaigning, and since then, with some of the really entrepreneurial geniuses out in Silicon Valley. And what they're not talking about, and you all know, and I wonder how you view it, is the ability to store the energy when the wind's not blowing and when the sun's not shining. I was shown, for example, you could have, let's say you're powered even it could be geothermal for that matter, but you have a facility, it looks like, to me, it looked like a platform about this wide and about that thick that's in your basement. And it stores energy when the wind's not blowing and when the sun's not shining. Now, and I know you're not making those, but how has that increased the receptiveness of the idea of wind and solar or geothermal? Yes.
I can respond, Mr. President. Again, thank you for having us join. But we see storage as an incredibly important part of the equation going forward, not only in people's homes, but frankly on our system.
Yes.
In order to strengthen it and make it capable of taking on more resiliency. So as I look at the number of megawatts of renewables we'll add, there's a comparable number of storage megawatts we will also add over the next decades. And the tax credits that you have included would be an important part of lowering costs. And the infrastructure bill under the Department of Energy has a lot of investment in the R&D necessary to advance that battery storage. So we think there's great potential for this.
I asked the question for a selfish reason, because when I said this is going to generate jobs well beyond your site, and so there are going to be people manufacturing those battery storage facilities. This has such a ripple effect that, God willing, and what's going to happen is, I predict, right now, in some cases, China's ahead of us, but I think we're going to end up having a significant export market as well. That's going to create thousands of good-paying jobs here in the United States. It's going to be in our interest to have this, move around the world. But, I hope that y'all are going to look back on this 10 years from now and say, boy, that time we didn't have any dinner at that dining room table. Still worked. But I want to thank you all very, very much.
So, Mr. President, more important, we're going to have to let you go.
Press, let's go. Come on, guys. Let's go. Come on, press, let's go. Come on, thank you, guys.
So we're going to turn to the next.
Thank you. Let's go. Come on, guys. Let's go. Come on. Take it with you.
All right, guys, a brief update from President Biden. Good morning, everyone. 7:16 a.m. here on the East Coast. My name is Rain Augustine. I will be your host for the next hour here at Live Now from Fox, bringing you all top major news headlines from across the country, as well as breaking news situations. President Biden speaking briefly on the transition that his administration plans to have from gas to electric vehicles specifically. So let's stay on this topic. Our colleagues over at Fox 13 Tampa, they're bringing us the latest when it comes to rising car costs in general.
Website Edmunds.com says that 82% of new vehicle purchases in January were at prices that exceeded the suggested retail price, with buyers paying on average about $700 more. And used car prices, they're climbing too. Check this out. What used to be parking lots filled with used cars for sale are looking a little bit empty now. because of ongoing supply chain issues. Used car prices, they're up about 40% since the start of the pandemic. New car prices, they're up about 12%, but they could continue to rise. Experts say they don't expect prices to return to normal anytime soon.
It's kind of tough for the customers too to find a car that they're looking for. The prices keep increasing and the inventory getting smaller and smaller.
New car prices will not be gaining like they have, but we also don't expect significant drops in new or used vehicle prices in the foreseeable future.
Over the past year, dealerships have routinely been charging above the list price across many models because of that a continuing computer chip issue, pinching the supply of new cars, and really overall creating this seller's market. It's enough that Ford and GM are actually cracking down on dealers. They're warning dealers who charge above the sticker price could lose supplies of future models. Automakers set a manufacturer's suggested retail price, the MSRP, right, when they ship cars to dealerships. And dealers aren't required to adhere to those, but under business norms, it's kind of been the general practice, the expectation. And now Ford is determining that about 10% of the roughly 3,000 dealerships in the U.S. network are charging above the suggested sticker price. If they don't stop, Ford plans to punish them by shipping fewer sought-after models. And then in a letter to its dealers last month, GM also said it could take action against a small minority of what they're calling bad actors, selling or leasing vehicles at rates far in excess of sticker prices set by the auto company. It says GM could decide to withhold some vehicle shipments to those dealerships. So how do you deal with this current market? Here's some advice. Maintain flexibility. If you have to drive a certain model with certain trims, certain color, then you know what? Your negotiating leverage is going to be pretty minimal. Don't forget to look around, to shop online, to expand your radius beyond just local options. And it helps right now that interest rates are still fairly low, historically speaking. Don't forget, you can get your own separate loan. Consider coming into a car purchase with a loan pre-approval from your own bank. That way you're not limited to whatever financing the dealer offers. And maximize those trade-ins. Don't feel obligated to negotiate with the dealer that you're buying from. You could get a better offer from a competing dealer or by selling privately. So use time to your advantage as well. If you need a car tomorrow, that's one thing, you're probably stuck. But if you can hold off for a year or two, wait out this current supply chain nightmare, these red-hot car prices should start to normalize. I'm Swarvani Banerjee for Fox 13 News.
7:20 a.m. guys, let's take a 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere because right on the other side, we will continue with our consumer-related news. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox, guys. 7:22 a.m. this morning. Good morning, and thank you all so much for streaming Live Now for this beautiful Thursday, February 10th, 2020. One day until the weekend, guys. We're almost there in that final home stretch. Let's continue on with other stories from our Fox-owned and operated television stations from across the country. This next segment is coming from Fox 26 Houston. They're bringing us exactly what we need to know when it comes to insurance.
We are your station for safety, and before your teen gets behind the wheel, it's important they develop safe driving habits.
Exactly, and President of the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, David Harkey, joins us now with how to do that, plus shares the safest cars for teenagers. Good morning, and thank you for joining us. Now, we know.
Good morning, great to be here.
You know, teenagers are always excited when, hey, let me go get that driver's license, Mom, Dad. It's one of those things that brings excitement to a teenager, but it also brings risk factors that the parents have to face with that teen driver.
Yeah, and probably brings a little terror to those parents when they know their teen's going to be out there on the roadway. We know that teens are about 4 times more likely to be involved in a crash when you compare them to those that are 20 and older. In Texas alone, there are more than 350 fatal crashes each year involving teen drivers. And so, it's a really worrisome time for parents. And what we're rolling out today is a resource to really help parents do everything from pick the right vehicle for their teen, to use technology to help protect their teen while they're driving, both inside and outside the vehicle, and then communicate with their team and put a contract in place about what the rules of the road are going to be during these formative years of driving.
My goodness, that's a wake-up call. My youngest gets his driver permit in just a few months, and so those stats really scare me. So thank you for bringing out this important information. Now, you mentioned the choice for the safest vehicles. What would you suggest there?
So one of the things that we do annually is we put together a list of really what we consider safe vehicles, good vehicles for parents to purchase for their teens, both a used vehicle list and a new vehicle list. And they range in price points from $6,000 to $40,000. And it's really important that all of those vehicles have something called electronic stability control, which is a technology that will prevent the vehicle from rolling over. You get into a crash where you might get the vehicle turned sideways or something. It will help prevent that. And then on the newer vehicles, a lot of the vehicles now contain driving assistance technology, things like automatic emergency braking, blind spot assist systems, lane departure warning systems. And we have found all of those to be beneficial to all drivers, but especially beneficial to teen drivers. And so that's what we would recommend, that a parent purchase as much safety as you can afford. These vehicles, like I said, range in price from $6,000 to $40,000. So you can find something in there that will hopefully meet your needs.
Now, before you hand over the keys to your teenager, what sort of guidelines or boundaries should you set for those teenage drivers?
Yeah, one of the things that is in that contract that I alluded to for parents to use in communicating with their teams are what those guidelines should be. Always making sure that you're wearing your seatbelt, making sure that you're not using a mobile device at any point in time when you are driving, following the rules of the road, particularly speed limits. But there's also a part of that contract that is focused on the parent. The parent needs to commit to spending time in the vehicle with their teen on all kinds of roadway conditions, freeways with high speeds and large trucks, surface streets with pedestrians and bicyclists, all kinds of weather conditions. It's really important for the parent to spend that time with their teen drivers during these years when they are gaining that experience. There's nothing more valuable than having that parent in the vehicle with you.
Great information, David Harkey. And I know you're going to be using some of that information with your son.
Right now, I can't breathe after this conversation. Thanks, David. It was really good info. We are your station for safety, and before your team gets
thank you to Fox 26 Houston for that report. Staying on top of consumer news, many experts are reporting that the United States is facing an affordable housing crisis sparked by COVID-19. So let's get into this interview from LiveNOW from Fox's Daytona Everett. She's talking all about the housing market and explaining exactly what comes next.
And this has continued to be a top story, especially in thriving cities like here in Phoenix. I want to bring in Kirsten Jordan. She is the first female cast member of $1 Million Listing in New York. Kirsten, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. This is a major question that people have right now. Can I buy a house anytime in the near future? I know out here in Phoenix, many people are coming to the realization that it's probably a no.
You are absolutely right. We are seeing it here and we are seeing it across the country. There is a flight to affordable, anything that they can get as quickly as possible and they can move into. We're seeing it across markets that traditionally had more affordable price points, that also had builder product that needed to be moved because of previous housing booms and busts. And there is nothing left. There are jobs, people are working, people are making money, they're getting mortgages, mortgage rates are going up. It's compressing that more affordable inventory even more. And I don't think it's getting any better. We're not seeing it ease up anytime soon.
Okay, so break this down for us. Why now? Why are we seeing such a curb in supply of these houses and just insane prices?
Well, what happened was clearly we had this kind of boom that we weren't expecting that came out of the 2020 quarantine, where people started to realize that they needed more space, that they needed a different kind of home. And then as they started to think, well, I don't think I'm ever really going to go back to my office full time, or I'm only going to be coming in 2 to 3 days a week, you started to see a lot more displacement, a lot more change around where people are geographically. They no longer need to be as close to their office anymore. They no longer, in some cases, even need to be in the same time zone. They'd rather wake up early or wake up or stay up late in order to be able to work from where they want to be and have twice the square footage, maybe be in something that isn't necessarily that much bigger, but is better condition. We're seeing here in New York City, we're seeing people go deeper into the outer boroughs. We're seeing markets that haven't traditionally had that much activity, see luxury buyers come in there. And we're seeing that again across the country, especially in Texas, in Florida, you're seeing it in Phoenix. You're seeing it in all of these markets that traditionally had more supply.
Yeah, as you said, there's a mass exodus from places like New York City, which we're taking a live look at Statue of Liberty right there, a gorgeous shot, and then also a look from Chicago. So for cities like this, is that opening up opportunity for home buyers who do want to come in and maybe move in there?
Well, what's interesting about the cities is that there are the diehard city lovers who are staying in places like New York City and have doubled down. They've expanded their space. They've taken opportunities where they could find them. And what we're seeing is there's opportunity that we're still seeing in some of these other submarkets that haven't absorbed enough already. So for example, in New York City, we're seeing in Midtown that there's still some opportunity in some of these Midtown related markets. And then what we're seeing in the outer boroughs is that places like Long Island City, places like Queens that traditionally had more supply, had a little bit more trouble being able to hit those certain price points and have that kind of demand, are seeing demand that they haven't seen before, ever. And I just recently even put on a home that's a $5 million home in Long Island City. We have tremendous activity on it, and it would be the highest price trade in Long Island City history.
Wow, that's absolutely incredible. When it comes to demographics, though, is there a certain demographic of people who is struggling more than others? I think I was reading, people making $75,000 to $100,000, kind of that mid-tier market is really getting hit hard.
I mean, this is something that, of course, is not a new problem. You know, as soon as the housing market heats up, the people who can pay a little bit more, who can put down that extra deposit, who can make the bid without the contingency, who can deal with maybe the appraisal coming in a little bit, you know, a little bit low, even though they had come in with a high bid, those are the people who are able to get what they want. And then everybody else is left with trying to find something that they can either, you know, go in on product that's a little bit lower priced than their budget because they know that it's going to get bid up. And again, for them, it also is difficult because they don't necessarily have maybe the liquidity to put down that extra down payment to be able to, you know, go without contingencies or go out without inspections and all some of these crazy market conditions that we're seeing.
Right.
And so, you know, specifically in New York City, you know, that part of the market is moving into these outer boroughs. And I think we're seeing that across the country of them going into, you know, other markets that have still some supply left.
For people who are 1 foot in and 1 foot out, do you have recommendations on whether to hold off from buying right now or to go ahead and pull the trigger while interest rates are the way they are?
There are so many strong economic indicators that we are still moving further into this housing boom. The other part that isn't being talked about as much is the institutional investing that are buying up rental properties across the country. And that is going to continue to displace the inventory that we're all trying to buy as end users. And so I do still believe it's time to get into the game and see what you can purchase and evaluate your options. And if it's a matter of not being able to afford anything that you're even remotely interested in, that's one conversation. But if it's really that you're waiting for things to cool off, you're probably going to be stuck waiting and having to buy something even more expensive in the future.
All right, well, that's great advice for someone who is maybe having cold feet a little bit. Obviously, don't break the bank and be financially savvy, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's no reason to be house poor. Absolutely not. And, you know, it is important to understand that there could be some, you know, continued volatility here. But with what we're seeing with the rest of the indicators of actual supply, demand, and other demand that we haven't really seen in the past for housing supply that's supposed to be for end users, and then the shifting rental market where you have these institutional investors that are buying up rental properties, they're improving them a little bit, and they're putting them on the market for even more, that traditionally, you know, another 10-15% in rent, which is a big deal for people who are paying, you know, this is a big percentage of their paycheck.
Sure.
And so I do see it not getting much better anytime soon. And if you can do it, you should do it.
All right, Kirsten Jordan, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming on the show. Again, the first female cast member of $1 Million Listing in New York. That's a pretty cool honor.
All right, that was
Thanks so much. Yeah, it was really good time.
That's the latest when it comes to the housing markets in major cities across the country. 7:35 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have more nonstop news right after this. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you for joining us on this February 10th, 2022. So as we know, February is Black History Month. So I do want to bring you all a segment by our colleagues in Fox 5 DC. They're talking about mental health within the Black community, specifically how we can better support the mental health of African American men.
All right, Aaron, thank you. We'll keep an eye on that. The topic of mental health has come up a lot frequently in the last 2 weeks. This needed conversation came to light after the recent deaths of Regina King's son, Ian, and former Miss USA, Chesley Christ. Authorities say both took their own lives. Joining us this morning is Harry Evans, the founder of the mental health organization Heal Black Man, to shed light on why communities need these boots on the ground initiatives. Good morning to you, Harry. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
I want you to talk to me about the name of the organization first off. It really caught my attention. What does it mean and why did you choose that name?
What it really speaks to right away is just a lot of the rooted things that Black men don't even talk about, things that we go through as far as our upbringing, the conditions that a lot of us live in as far as, maybe growing up with less than or, living in the inner city where there's a lack of resources just all around. Those type of things can hurt you in a place where you can live your whole life and not even know. Yeah. So, and those things can affect how you handle every situation in life. So healing has to happen for you to be able to make way for vision and clear sight.
Yeah, absolutely. What does healing look like when it comes to your organization? How do you do that?
Well, the initial rollout was just through conversation. So I started by having panel conversations that were moderated by a Black therapist, where we just unpack some things that Black men, or even just men in general, just don't talk about, just because you have to carry out this, I'm the strong person. You don't want to be, you don't want to appear as weak. Yeah. So you hold those things in, which is, we all know that's not a very healthy way to take things. So we talk about these things, we unpack them, and it allows for people to be able to, like I said, have that clear sight and be able to see yourself clear.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure there's a lot you unpack, right? If you as a man have gone, or anyone has gone decades without addressing some emotional trauma or whatever it is that you've been through, I'm sure there's a lot to unpack. What's the reaction you've gotten from the men involved, but also their partners or family members?
Oh, a lot of the reaction have been, for the majority, it's been all positive. I've had people, reach out to me personally and say that even if they weren't active in the conversations, that it's been completely life-changing. Just being in the room, if they didn't have the courage enough to, be a part of the organic conversation, but just be there and hear and see that there are other people going through the same things that they are going through. Yeah. And, that's for the most part, a lot of the feedback that I've got.
Harry, I'm curious, because when I thought about this and I read about your organization, the first thing that came to mind is that it's not just up to, in this case, the man, right? It's his partner, it's his friends and family. When a man is vulnerable with you, acknowledging the strength that it takes to do that, right? Because that can impact whether or not he continues to open up. So what would you say to those who have, friendships, relationships with, in this case, a Black man?
I would say that there are so many people, although you may not feel that way, there are so many people that are going through what you are going through at this time. And believe it or not, a lot of women, a lot of Black women are here to support us in the journey of healing and being better individuals. Yeah. 52% of the following that I've gotten so far is Black women. And I was blown away by that. I expected to have some sort of a following from women, but they are really taking this by storm, and I can feel the love, and I really appreciate that.
I love to hear that. I love that the women are also showing their support. That's a big part of the equation. Thank you so much for starting this. Everyone wins, right, when we all address some of the emotional issues and things that we're going through. Here's the information to our viewers. If you'd like to join, have any questions, things like that. Harry Evans, the founder of the mental health organization, much needed organization, Heal Black Man. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to Fox 5 DC for that report. Great points made. It's definitely time for us all to start really prioritizing our mental health. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere. When we return, we'll bring you
during the many days
Austin,
and nights
Texas,
of George
for the
Floyd protests
latest
in the
on
summer
how
of 2020.
Travis Scott grand jury is reviewing 18 Austin police officers for their actions during protests in 2020. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, 7:46 a.m. here on the East Coast. We are taking a Live Now look from Austin, Texas. You can see that beautiful sunrise just beginning to peak, and many people beginning their morning commute on this Thursday. This next story is also coming out of Austin, Texas. Now, while many protesters claim that they were exposed to chemical agents during 2020's Black Lives Matter protest, some cases fixate on what officers call less lethal means of protesting. These are beanbag rounds and rubber bullets. And because of this, a Travis Scott grand jury is actually reviewing 18 Austin police officers in regard to their actions during Black Lives Matter protests back in May of 2020. Bringing us more details is our colleague over at Fox 7 Austin. Good morning. What's the latest that you can tell us about this? Because we know 2 years ago when it actually happened, it did spark national attention.
Yeah, as a result of the allegations that protesters have saying that they were struck by beanbags and rubber bullets, the Austin City Council took a few things to kind of handle the situation. They called an emergency meeting days after the protest where 7 council members demanded the previous police chief's resignation. Brian Manley did eventually step down in 2021, and City Council voted to cut and reallocate the department's budget in 2020. They also chose to close the Police Cadet Academy temporarily.
Kelly, can you give us more details? I'm curious, how long, first off, has this panel been weighing evidence, reviewing this situation, and when can we expect to hear a decision?
It's been a few weeks that they've been kind of going through the evidence, and there should be a decision by the end of the month.
All right, thank you so much. All right, guys. Huge thank you to Fox 7 Austin. We definitely appreciate all of the support that we get from our Fox-owned and operated television stations. This next segment is coming from Los Angeles, California. Fox 11 LA is bringing us a story on heart health in the Black community.
A few more minutes, we'll do it another one.
Before. This morning we want to talk about the causes of heart disease so that you can all live a longer and healthier life. All of us can. Especially important for African Americans. According to the American Heart Association, 46% of men, 48% of women have heart disease. Dr. Brandon Turner is a family physician at Kaiser Permanente in South LA. And I'm sensing, doctor, that you see this a lot in your practice as a family medicine doctor. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today.
So obviously, let's look at the main driver of why heart disease is so prevalent among African American men and women. We often forget about women. It's one of the leading causes of death for women.
Yeah, as you stated, among African Americans, 46% of men and actually 48% of women have cardiovascular disease. Cardiovascular disease involves a couple of things: high blood pressure, heart attacks, strokes, kind of arrhythmia, abnormal rhythms in the heart. So it's pretty common. So I'm glad we're having this highlight on it today.
But what's the main driver of why those numbers are so high in the African American communities?
I mean, I think so much of the drivers are things that we can kind of check on a daily basis, whether that is diet, whether that is exercise, whether that is maintaining a healthy weight. One of the things that we focus on our community here at Kaiser Baldwin Hills Crenshaw is making sure people have access to healthy food. That's another big driver of things that you can do to prevent heart disease.
We've had lots of conversations about so-called food deserts and access to healthy food options in many disadvantaged communities and many communities that are marginalized. One of the points that I know you want to make is the fact that it is so vital for us as individuals, the patient themselves, to be a driver, right, in our own health. We have to, as stakeholders, we have to take an active role in this.
Yeah, I think heart disease is one of those things that is very common, but it's very preventable. And if we are able to come up with a plan as people, as well as working with your medical team, you can do so much to not have to worry about heart disease in the future, whether that is working with your doctor to come up with a proper diet, working with your community in terms of engaging yourself in community activities for healthy food, for healthy activities. So much of this is driven by us having the importance and understanding that it is important to keep ourselves healthy. One of the segments earlier talked about how you can do, even starting now, can have such big changes on your outcome increasing your life expectancy for 5 years, 10 years, and not just living, but thriving and making sure you're able to do all the things that you want to do that keep your life fun and exciting.
Well, and that's the point that I suppose it's really important for you to make when you're with those individual patients in a room, or talking to them in a consult room, is that there are changes you can make now. It doesn't have to be wholesale change overnight. You can start taking these steps towards healthier living, and those will even have an impact on your health.
Yeah, and I think it's just little things. We talked a little bit about exercise already, but smoking is a big component of heart disease. So if you're smoking now, you can make a plan to quit. It's not something I expect you to be able to do tomorrow, but you can come up with a plan with your medical care team. Limiting alcohol intake for those folks who have diabetes, making sure you're doing what you can to control your diabetes along with your health team. Heart healthy foods, fruits, vegetables, healthy proteins, all of those things can have such a big impact on, like I said, not just living, but thriving.
Yeah, and an occasional splurge now and then, like a Super Bowl weekend, is okay, Doc? You'll allow folks to do that once in a while?
I'm always a big believer in doing a turkey trot or something like that before you watch the game. It's all about balance.
It's about balance. I like what you're saying. It is about balance. All right. Once again, Dr. Brandon Turner, family medicine physician with Kaiser Permanente, Baldwin Hills, Crenshaw Medical Offices. We appreciate it. Thank you for having your heart in this and making sure that our hearts are going to thrive, as you say. Thank you so much for being here today.
And this Sunday, we will continue our coverage of Black History Month with yet another special, having real-life conversations about issues that are impacting the African American community. So make sure that you all tune in for that, again, taking place every Sunday of February. Let's turn our attention to the latest political news. Take a look back at the most recent White House press briefing. Press Secretary Jen Psaki, as you see here, held a briefing on the Biden administration's policy agenda, taking questions from reporters, also previewing a meeting between President Biden and CEOs of electric utility companies at the White House. She continued to answer quite a wide range of topics from reporters, including CDC guidance on masks and state mandates, negotiations between Russia and sanctions bills, and also the Canadian truck drivers' protests, all top major headlines that we have been covering here at Live Now from Fox. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Of Americans around the country. The executives and organizations attending this discussion operate key parts of America's power grid, and they know that the best way to ensure future economic growth is to make long-term investments to combat the climate crisis, increase the competitiveness of our industries, and protect our electrical grid from extreme weather events. Amir, why don't you kick us off?
Okay, thanks. So new CPI numbers come out tomorrow, and economists are forecasting an index of, I believe, 7.3% annually. I was just wanting to ask, what do you see in the data right now that suggests inflation will fall quickly this year? And how confident are you that a decrease in inflation can occur without hurting demand in the economy?
Well, let me start with a little bit of a preview. Well, we don't know the numbers. I know there are projections, but just as people are preparing to look at these numbers and prepare to report on the numbers. So first, when we look at tomorrow's data, what we're looking at is recent trends in inflation. So in November and December, price increases showed relative to the month before, slowed relative to the month before, and in January, they were down almost half from where they were in October. That's a sign of progress, that the inflationary increases are decreasing, I should say, month to month. And we'll be looking at that wage growth compared to inflation in January as well. What is also coming out tomorrow is annual data, right, which is, I think, what you're talking about. And so as we're looking at that, we expect a high year-over-year inflation rate reading in tomorrow's data, given what we know about the last year, right, and what we've seen over the last year. That's because year-over-year data largely reflects the price increases over the last year, as we've already talked about and we know about. It's not about the most recent trends, which I think is the important component for people to look at, right? There's monthly, and then there's also the annual data. So above 7%, as I think some are predicting, would not be a surprise, even though we don't know what the data is going to be. But looking at that, reading of it as we prepare for tomorrow is still consistent with the path, in our view, to go to your question, that leading outside forecasters continue to project that inflation is expected to decrease over the course and moderate over the course of this year. So that continues to be outside projections, even as we're preparing for the new data tomorrow. I think there was another part of your question. question, but I wanted to explain what people should prepare for.
Well, I guess with just getting back to how confident are you that a decrease can occur without hurting demand in the economy?
Well, I would say, as you know, the Federal Reserve has purview over taking the independent approaches that they choose to, and we certainly, as the president has said, he welcomes and supports their efforts to take steps, or their plans to take steps. In terms of our confidence, we again rely on what their projections are about the projection that inflation will come down, that it will moderate, and we are also continuing to take steps to continue to grow the economy, continue to address the needs that the American people have in the economy.
I can ask a question about New York today was the latest to work on their mask mandates. Several states are now, it seems, well ahead of the federal government in explaining the path out of the pandemic. Is the president now falling behind states in explaining to Americans how or we all can sort of resume our normal lives and get back to normalcy?
Well, the president has been clear and has said that we are moving toward a time when COVID won't disrupt our daily lives, a time when COVID won't be a constant crisis. I think you all heard him talk about that in his press conference 2 weeks ago. And that is something that, as Jeff Zients, I believe, just said during the COVID briefing earlier today, there's an active and ongoing work plan to develop a path forward. And that is, there's constant discussion about that. I think what you're referring to as it relates to New York, which is an important component, especially as Americans are consuming what it means and where we're going, of masks and what the mask guidance is. Dr. Walensky was also on this COVID briefing that happened just earlier this morning, and what she conveyed on that briefing, I know there's a lot going on, so you may not have all seen what she said, but is that we certainly understand the need to be flexible. We want to ensure that public health guidance we're providing meets the moment we're in. We recognize people are tired of the pandemic. They're tired of wearing masks. I bet all of you are. I certainly know I am. We all understand that, but that what our focus is on is looking at the data and the science. So there are positive signs, as she referred to. Cases and hospitalizations are falling. We're looking at all of the guidance based on the latest data and science. She also said, which is I think important for people to note, that we continue to recommend masking in areas of high and substantial transmission, which is basically the entire country at this point. That's essentially everywhere for indoor settings. We are evaluating rates of transmission. We're evaluating and looking at data to see if any changes need to be made. And that is something, of course, the CDC continues to do. So I would say that we are internally discussing, of course, what it looks like to be in the phase of the fight against the COVID pandemic, where it is not disrupting everyone's daily lives, where people are moving on and living, lives free of hopefully masks at some point, and many of the restrictions that we've all been living through over the past 2 years. But as the federal government, we have the responsibility to rely on data, on science, on the medical experts. That's something the president committed to during the campaign. They confirmed during this briefing, they're continuing to evaluate, and there's ongoing discussions and work happening internally.
One last thing. The Pentagon is yet to commit to immediate embeds with U.S. troops that have and are deploying to the Baltics. Why? And is this consistent just generally with the administration's pledge to transparency?
Well, I just saw the reports about this, and I will acknowledge to you I have to dig into this a little bit further. I certainly understand the question and the desire to be embedded with troops and seeing what's happening on the ground, just as many of you have reporters and outlets who are near the border or seeing what's happening for yourselves, the military buildup of troops. So let me check into this and see if I can get back to all of you. Go ahead.
John, following up on that, does the White House generally support the notion of troops embedding with U.S. troops around the world?
We certainly have in the past, yes.
But I know that the Trump administration took a different view. So does this White House envision a return to the practice of U.S. journalists embedding with U.S. forces when they're in Eastern Europe, for example, in the nation's interest?
That has been our overarching approach, as you've seen over the last year. I'd have to check into this specific question that Amir has asked me, and I think you're following up on.
Okay.
Great. The White House has made it pretty clear there is no plan for a mass evacuation of American citizens in Ukraine. And in fact, you and the president and others have suggested that Americans who are in Ukraine should leave now if they can. At the same time, it's been projected that Russia could overtake Kyiv in 2 days if it invades. So what happens to Americans if they do get stranded in Ukraine? Should they understand that the U.S. is not coming to get them?
Well, let's just take a step back here. First, we don't know that President Putin has made a decision to invade. We still don't have a new assessment on that, right? I'm obviously not going to discuss intelligence reports, which I think you also referenced. What I can tell you is that it's not just that the president or I have been conveying this warning to U.S. citizens. This is something the State Department has been doing for weeks and weeks and weeks now. I know there have also been a range of reports out there about American citizens. As you all know, because we've discussed this before, U.S. citizens are not required to register their travel to a foreign country with us, and we don't maintain a comprehensive list of U.S. citizens. That said, the State Department does estimates from time to time, and I know there have been much larger numbers out there, so I just wanted to reiterate for all of you that back in October, the State Department estimated there were, at the time, so months ago, about 6,600 U.S. citizens residing in Ukraine, not much larger than that. There have been, of course, there are periodic times during the holiday season where there are assessments of tourists and visitors and others, but in terms of citizens residing in Ukraine, many of which would be dual citizens. So what people should understand is that the United States does not typically do mass evacuations. Of course, the situation in Afghanistan was unique for many reasons, including that it was the end of a 20-year war. We were bringing a war to an end. We were not trying to prevent a war, as we are certainly in this case. There are a range of means that individuals and Americans can depart from Ukraine, and we've been encouraging them to do exactly that. But how we've been looking at this is much more similar to what was ordered in Ethiopia or Kazakhstan in recent months, where the security circumstances on the ground warranted travel advisories and warnings from the State Department.
And can you explain how the process would work if U.S. citizens were able to make it by land to Poland or Romania? What's the plan that's being put in place to help them?
You mean if they cross the border? Well,
if there is an invasion.
Well, there are still, I think what we're encouraging American citizens to do is depart now. Obviously, there hasn't been an invasion, and we don't know that there has been a decision to invade. Obviously, we have a range of diplomatic presences, not only in Ukraine, but in neighboring countries that are always available for U.S. citizens should they need assistance.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. HHS just put out a statement clarifying around some of the reports that crack pipes would be part of safe smoking kits that are funded by the administration. But can you clarify for us, were they never a part of the kit, or were they removed in response to this reporting and this pushback?
They were never a part of the kit. It was inaccurate reporting, and we wanted to put out information to make that clear.
One of the victims was a 16-year-old who sustained brain damage.
A
20-year-old was also left
may
in the
contain
ICU
alcohol
for 3 weeks,
swabs,
suffering
lip
from a brain
balm, other
injury as
materials
well.
to promote
And one
hygiene and
26-year-old
reduce the
victim lost
transmission of
vision in one eye
diseases
after
like
being
HIV
shot in the
and
head
hepatitis.
with a beanbag.
I would note that
Others
what
had
we're really
broken
talking
bones.
about
All
here
in all,
is
more than 30
steps that
people
we're
were
taking
taken
as
to
the
area
federal
hospitals.
government to
This is
address
sparking an
the
ongoing
opioid
conversation about the
epidemic, which is
department's crowd
killing
control tactics.
tens of thousands, if
Because
not
of
more,
the secrecy of
Americans
the grand jury process,
every single
we don't
day,
know what
week,
charges
month
these
of the
officers
year.
are facing.
We put out this
Austin
statement,
Attorney
though,
Doug
because there was
O'Connell
inaccurate
represents
information
several
out there, or I
people on
should
the
say
force under
HHS put out
review
the statement
and says he
because there was
expects indictments to
inaccurate
come down within the
information
next
out
2
there,
weeks.
and we wanted to provide clarification on the allowable uses for the HHS harm reduction program. It's not a change in policy. This program, though, is focused on harm reduction strategies, including prioritizing the use of fentanyl test strips and clean syringes. And all of these harm reduction services that will be supported by these programs are intended to save lives from an epidemic that we know is
O'Connell
devastating.
says the beanbag rounds were so harmful because they were stored improperly.
So just to put a final point on it, does the administration support any effort to distribute drug paraphernalia?
Fox 7 Austin did reach out to the police for records about these
The statement makes clear that we don't support federal funding, indirect or direct, for pipes.
Reporting live near APD headquarters,
On
Kelly
the safe
Seberry,
injection
Fox 7
sites that
Austin
the
News.
DOJ is evaluating, was this an ask from the White House that they review that policy? Because I know that for years DOJ has opposed efforts to open safe injection sites.
It's under litigation, so I can't speak to that. But what I can tell you and reiterate is that the White House is committed, as I would reiterate for you, many Democrats and Republicans, including Senator Cruz, to taking steps to address the opioid crisis. This is not an issue that is inflicting just blue states. It is inflicting millions of Americans across the country, and it is important that we take steps to address it.
So just final wrap of those two items. What would you say to critics who are concerned that the Biden administration is somehow encouraging illegal drug use?
I think that it's important to step back and remember, just to put a little more of a fine point on it, that we're losing an American life every 5 minutes to overdose. We don't have time for political games. The president's focused on saving lives through harm reduction programs. That's exactly what we're talking about here. They work in red states and they work in blue states. We know they save lives. They help connect people to treatment and recovery. And they were endorsed this week by a bipartisan commission co-chaired by Senator Tom Cotton that examines steps we must take to address the devastating toll of overdoses. So what I would say is this is not a game. This is not a political game. This is an epidemic that is taking the life of an American every 5 minutes, and we need to work in a bipartisan way to address it.
Thank you. Can I ask real quick about masks? We had another state today dropping the indoor mask mandate as the CDC is confirming that their guidance is not changing. But these decisions that are being made at the local level, like you guys always talk about, are out of step with the science that is at the forefront of the CDC, of this White House. So why are we not hearing the same messaging criticizing states that are, making these moves like we heard previously with, for instance, Ron DeSantis?
Well, I would say there is a distinct difference between standing in the way, which Ron DeSantis did, or Governor DeSantis, I'll give him his full title, of teachers, school administrators, and others taking steps to protect the students and their school communities. There's a difference between standing in the way of it, threatening to pull back funding, and allowing for local school districts to make choices, which is what a number of these states are doing. Go ahead.
Jen, quick follow-up on that. Does the administration risk looking out of touch with where the country is heading in terms of lifting these mask mandates if the CDC doesn't revise its guidelines?
Well, again, we understand where the emotions of the country are, right? People are tired of masks. I would say not even if you look at the polling, though. There is also a huge chunk of people who still want masks, right? So it's not even that specific. It's just that, as you noted, there are some states that are moving towards rolling back or giving more choice to local communities about how they will implement these requirements. But again, from the federal government, what our responsibility to do is to abide by what the president committed to on the campaign, which is to listen to scientists, listen to data. That doesn't move at the speed of politics, it moves at the speed of data. And they, Dr. Walensky, committed to, conveyed, or I should say confirmed, that they were evaluating this at the CDC.
And I want to just ask you about Russia. You were very careful in your wording when you were asked yesterday the extent to which the administration understands what happened between Presidents Macron and President Putin. Can you give us any more information today? To what extent has the administration been briefed? Has the president been briefed directly on those talks?
Spoke with President Macron this morning, which I believe we confirmed. Yes.
And what does he understand about what came out of that meeting? Does he have the same sense of optimism that President Macron had when he left that meeting, that yes, perhaps there had been a tiny bit of progress in terms of helping create an off-ramp for President Putin?
Well, Kristen, the president spoke, as I noted, with President Macron earlier today. He, as you know, hosted the German chancellor, and I expect he will speak with a number of other European counterparts as the week proceeds. But what we're looking at here, Kristen, is not reports out of a meeting, but whether or not Russia is taking de-escalatory steps. They are not. They are taking escalatory, not de-escalatory steps. We certainly hope that that changes.
So you, based on the intelligence that you have, do not share the same measured optimism that President Putin had coming out of that?
Again, we're looking at actions here, and we have not seen de-escalatory actions by the Russians.
Any imminent plans for President Biden to speak with President Putin?
As you probably are tired of hearing me say, but I'll just repeat it. The president certainly values leader-to-leader engagement. He has spoken with President Putin, as you know, multiple times in the past, including in person, but I don't have anything to preview at this point in time.
If I could just ask you one question. Overnight, the president tweeted about this potential bill that has been proposed in Florida that would restrict school districts from encouraging discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity in public schools. The president tweeted out that he wanted them to know that you are loved and accepted just as you are. I have your back. What, if anything, can President Biden do, is he planning to do, if in fact that does pass?
Well, I would say, unfortunately, this is not the only bill or the only effort we're seeing across the country to really regulate what students can or cannot read, what they can or cannot learn, and most troubling, who they can or cannot be. As I think you saw in the president's tweet, it's cruel, it's harmful, and it is certainly something that is not helping young people who are members of the LGBTQI plus community, who are already vulnerable, already being bullied. I think the president felt it was important to speak out. But in terms of specific actions, we're going to continue to voice our strong views on this. It's significant the president did that, and if there's any additional steps, I'll let you know. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Back to Ukraine for a second. Tomorrow, it's expected to be this Russia-Belarus military exercise. Is it the sense of this administration that what's expected to be this massive show of force tomorrow and for the next few days after that could provide some sort of cover for an invasion? And is the White House and its allies on any kind of heightened alert given what's expected to happen?
I wouldn't make a prediction of that. I'm sure your colleagues will ask the Pentagon that question, but I think as we look at the preparation for these military exercises, again, we see this as certainly more of an escalatory, not a de-escalatory action as it relates to those troops and the military exercises. This is happening at the border at the border as well. So that is certainly concerning to us, but I wouldn't make a prediction of what it means in terms of invasion.
Okay, and back to masks, not to belabor it,
yeah.
But in a matter of weeks, Americans have heard the White House say masks are so important, you should get online and order yours for your family right now. You've got now this wave of states that are saying, actually, you don't have to necessarily wear masks. We're going to do away with some of these mandates. And now you've got the CDC saying its guidance stands. We're going to review things, but the guidance stands. Can you blame Americans for being confused and frustrated and having no idea who they should be listening to right now?
Well, our guidance has consistently been this. When you are in a high transmission area, which is everywhere in the country, you should wear a mask in indoor settings, including schools. There are states that have rolled back their mask guidelines, that have given more flexibility to communities. They're different. It's not uniform what every state has done. And certainly we continue to advise and recommend abiding by public health guidelines.
But do you dispute that Americans are confused by what's happening?
Well, I think we should do everything we can to prevent them from being confused. So I'm restating what our policy is here from the federal government, which is based on public health guidelines.
And does the CDC run the risk of becoming irrelevant in the minds of many Americans, given that their states are moving along ahead without them?
Well, I don't think the federal experts on health and medical advice should be irrelevant to Americans at a time where we're still facing a pandemic. Go ahead.
Negotiations on the Russian sanctions bill have stalled in Congress or hit a bump. What is the latest White House thinking on that bill? What are some of the things you want to see emerge in the weeks ahead or days ahead?
Sure. Well, first, we believe it's important to show a united front to Russia, and hence we've been doing a range of briefings with Democratic and Republican leadership and members and committees over the course of the last several weeks. We've been gratified by the bipartisan support we've seen for the actions we've taken and will take if Russia further invades Ukraine. We welcome the bipartisan focus on Russia and Ukraine in Congress and think that a bipartisan bill would send a strong message to President Putin.
There's momentum building for a bill to bar lawmakers from owning stock. Does the White House believe that lawmakers should own stock?
Well, let me just first reiterate something many of you who covered the campaign may already be familiar with, but one, President Biden believes, has never been somebody who's owned and traded stock as a member of the Senate. He's talked about that a lot throughout his career. During the campaign, he committed to work with Congress to take steps to to ensure that there wasn't conflicts of interest that are being presented as this legislation is being discussed. And he also believes that all government agencies and officials, including independent agencies, should be held to the highest ethical standards. It's early in the legislative process, so I don't have a new comment today on the specifics of this legislation, but I would just reiterate how the president has operated and conducted himself as he has been in public life for just a few years now.
Last question. Senator Manchin has talked about there's no more Build Back Better bill publicly. Has the White House or your team ever considered rebranding the bill, a name change? Is that something that you've considered and you think would be better?
And that was White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki talking to the press. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we'll have a lot more top stories coming up in just 2 minutes.
Okay, coming. Sure, just shout him out. So PCH is closed on the Irvine Coast area, and what was the other one? What was the other big one that you said? All right, Emerald Bay, Morro Bay. All right, I'll look on the map when we get close.
Orange County Fire ship on Laguna Beach from TV 11 at 2025.
All right, I see Emerald Bay. I don't see Morro Bay, but I see Emerald Bay. Emerald Bay Road.
Yeah, TV 11 is going to be overhead at 2,500 if that works for you.
Let's see what we can see.
Hey, Orca 1, helicopter TV11 is 2,100, climbing 2,500 overhead the fire if that altitude works for you.
Just kind of look around.
Copy, we got you as well. We'll be up to 5 and over.
Justin, when we get there, just kind of poke around just to see if it's near any roads and if you see any structures. All right, we'll talk about fuels when we get here. Yeah, it is heading towards homes. And it does look like they have structure protection in place. All right. God, I wish my monitor was better. Okay. All right, this is something we're definitely going to talk about. Just kind of keep an eye on where that's at. $7 acres.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks for joining us. I'm Mackenzie Stasko here with you from the Live Now from Fox Studios in Orlando, Florida. Time here on the East Coast is 8:20 in the morning. We want to take you out to this live look of the nation's capital. We want to get to some top stories, including the tensions between Russia and Ukraine. Britain's top diplomat is in Moscow today for talks with his Russian counterpart over the crisis near Ukraine. Now, other NATO leaders are also heavily engaged in talks to prevent an invasion and what could be a dangerous domino effect. Meanwhile, U.S. military forces continue to prepare for possible involvement. Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan is in Ukraine with the latest.
Copy. Right now. The terrain is trying to bring the fire up while the winds are kind of pushing the fire back down, which is actually a plus for firefighters. Also, the fuels out here are probably light grass, but it is moving towards homes, and that is going to be a problem for the firefighters. Copy all. But it's just picture, right?
Hey, 511 Scotch. I'm here on the southeast edge.
All right, everybody, we are going to get to that story hopefully in just a few minutes. We're having some technical errors. Time here is 8:22 in the morning. We will get that story to you shortly, but for now we are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Copy. Just pushing to any flames. Yeah, I know they're here. And all the information he has, we have too. We just listened to it. I don't know where he's getting that 7 acres from. There's way more than 7 acres. Oh, wow. Okay, thank you. Bottom of the barrel. They actually have to talk to me. Did you hear that? Ay, kabumba. All right. Can you find PCH from here, Pacific Coast Highway? Like if we had to? Yeah. Okay. That's all I needed. Yeah. That's it. That's it. Right now it's closed, but it's probably not because of fire danger. It's probably because that's where they're going to be staging a lot of the fire trucks for right now. The flames are moving down the hillside. They are getting closer to homes. We're going to talk about that. But stay with the big bulk of fire unless it's something involving structure protection.
Yeah, well, I know I can hear the back and forth, but we'll just. Well, I don't know. Okay.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasco. Time here on the East Coast is 8:26 in the morning. We want to take you out to Dallas, Texas, where the Dallas County DA has issued arrest warrants for 2 Dallas officers. He says used excessive force during the 2020 George Floyd protests and riots. Let's head out to Dallas, Texas, where Fox 4's Dan Godwin is covering this story for us. Dan, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. What can you tell us about these new charges?
Well, Mackenzie, the news of these arrest warrants comes as the statute of limitations pertaining to this case is approaching, after which no charges could be filed. During the several days and nights of George Floyd protests in Dallas during the summer of 2020, some turned violent and led to riots. Dallas businesses were damaged and looted. Now the Dallas County District Attorney has issued arrest warrants for Dallas Police Senior Corporal Ryan Mabry and former Senior Corporal Melvin Williams. Each is charged with multiple counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and official oppression. The chairman of the Community Police Oversight Board says the charges represent a positive step in holding police accountable when it comes to excessive force, but some legal experts say it may be difficult for prosecutors to prove that officers committed any crimes while they were trying to protect the lives and property of others. Both are accused of injuring protesters with less than lethal forms of ammunition. Now, former Corporal Williams was fired from the Dallas Police Department after he was seen punching a man in a separate, unrelated incident this past summer. The criminal investigation into that is ongoing. Now, the Dallas Police Officers Union says the officers did not commit any crimes pertaining to the 2020 riots in the city. That organization, the Police Union, is holding a news conference this afternoon in Dallas to comment further. Reporting live, Dan Godwin, back to you.
Dan, thank you so much for joining us from Dallas, Texas, giving us a live report on that situation. Again, time here on the East Coast is about 8:30 in the morning. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mackenzie Stasko, here with you from Orlando, Florida. We are going to head out to Minneapolis, Minnesota for a press conference on the death of Amir Locke.
It takes place. We don't even have the rights to our own loved ones' bodies when they kill them. We have to wait on them to give us the okay to do anything. And there should be a law for that too. That belonged to me. You took that from me. You've taken everyone up here with me. We have family members that we lost. And we need some justice. We need help with this. We need prayer, like you said. I stand in solidarity for Courtney, for all of these families, for everyone family that has been impacted by any of this. Thank family supporting family for helping me and my other family. Thank you.
We will now call forward the family of Jamar Clark. Thank you.
I'm Tiffany. I'm the sister of Jamar Clark. This is my baby brother. He's the baby of 10 of us. On November 15th, 2015, he was executed by Minneapolis police while handcuffed. Jamar was no threat, and his murder was senseless. And he should be here with us today. This is just this is just like an example of this is not an isolated situation. And we're here to show you all that this is not just us. This is over 400 people that's been murdered over the last 20 years. We need all hands on deck. We can't afford for y'all, any of us, to wait anymore until it happens to one of our loved ones. We can't wait till it hit home. We need all hands on deck. They sent a clear message that there's a war on black bodies. They are out for black bodies. They already have made that clear. We need all hands on deck. There's so much work to be done, and there's so much work that is being done. But we need all hands on deck. We can't play with this thing. No more bodies, no more bodies. My heart and my prayers go to Amir's family as I stand here, and I see Jamar. I see Philando. I see Justin. I see Dante. You know, and until we all say enough is enough and not wait until we're standing up here, not wait until it hit home, they're going to keep doing it. I don't want to do any more of these press conferences. I don't want to stand here. I don't want to meet y'all under these circumstances anymore. We need all hands on deck. I plead to our community, our people, our loved ones, everybody that's at home, at work. Think about what you can do within your network, within your community to end this. Yes. Think about that. We have to move in a different way. We have to do things we haven't done before. We have to move in a way where we're not meeting like this again. This has to stop. Man.
Ooh, tired. Thank you, Tiffany. Tired. Before we call our last speaker, I want to say, we have the father of Noah Kelly, Brian Kelly, with us as well. Would you stand with us? I'm going to have Courtney Ross, and then you'll be the last speaker, or then we'll have John McCauley. But I want to say this isn't a popularity contest for us. This isn't a, something that we want to do, or this is fun for us. We didn't sign up for this. It's some people where they can do this, they have a choice. We don't have a choice. We don't have a choice but to try to be in front of these cameras to say, hey, my loved one mattered too. Because if we don't, they'll sweep it under the rug and they'll just deal with the families that they have to deal with. The families that sweep through their cracks that they weren't able to cover up. Because they've been able to cover up hundreds of bodies. Behind every high-profile case that you guys hear about in the media, there's 100 bodies up behind that high-profile case. And the only reason they're addressing the families that got through the cracks and they weren't able to cover it up is because they don't have a choice, and it's in front of the camera. They were getting ready to cover up Daunte Wright's murder. The chief of police said it on the news that the head of the BCA told him he shouldn't have released the videos as fast as he did. So what would be the reason not to release the videos? Because you wanted to edit the videos? Because you wanted to crop the video about what really happened to Daunte? That's the real reason. Let's be honest and let's be transparent and tell the truth. Y'all was getting ready to cover up that boy murder, but God didn't let it happen. But this is not fun for us. This is not, this is our lives. This is our lives. These are our children. These are the fathers to our children. But we don't have no choice but to put our lives on the line and stand in front of cameras, because otherwise they will never talk about the rest of the bodies that led up to Amir. And we cannot allow that as the families. We will now call forward the significant other of George Floyd, Courtney Rose.
Good afternoon. Thanks for listening to us today. Like Mama Valerie said, I hope the messages come out clear and not edited like police videos. Last year on April 4th, 2021, Kim Potter from the Brooklyn Center Police Department murdered Daunte Wright. This was all during the trial, the state trial of Derek Chauvin. Currently, the federal trial for Tutau, Alexander King, and Thomas Lane for the for the violation of civil rights of George Floyd is going on. And during this trial, the Minneapolis Police Department murdered Amir Locke. When are the police departments of Minnesota going to learn? When are we going to change? Like our families keep saying, we can't take much more. The pain and trauma that Amir's family is experiencing right now is also being felt by all of our families, again and again. Amir Locke was 22 years old. Dante Wright would have been 22 on his next birthday. My son will be 22 this year. Is he next? How many more families do we need to add to this group before people start to think with their heart? I'm talking particularly to these officers that think that they can take our loved ones. But I'll let you know that right now, Derek Chauvin's sitting in a cell all by himself. And Kim Potter is too. So if we need to take you down one by one, we'll make sure y'all are sitting in those cells alone too. Yes. Justice for Amir Locke. Yes. And fuck those no-knock warrants. Thank you.
We will now call forward the father of Noah Kelly, who was just murdered a few months ago. They're really trying to sweep this murder, actively trying to sweep this murder under the rug. Brian Kelly, thank you.
My son was also 21. He would have made 22 this January. My little granddaughter, she didn't even see her first birthday with her father. At 11 months old, her father, my son, was murdered by the Mounds View and New Brighton police. We're actively trying to investigate the police's actions in this matter. He didn't have to go like this. But this is a choice of our policing system to kill our children. And it truly is terrorism in our country. To be in positions where one after the other, men of color are being taken out by a system that's decided to brutally murder and even incarcerate our young people. Enough is enough. Enough is now. And I stand here amongst these families in solidarity against the violence that's happened to our people. I don't know what it's going to take. I don't have all the answers, but I am committed to each and every person standing up here today who's experienced this. I'm committed. That's why I'm here today, because I'm committed. These mothers that are crying, as a father, I can't talk to you about how I feel. I can't talk to you about what this means. Not in how I want to talk to you. But I will tell you that I'm committed to a change. I spent the past 17 years in this community building and strengthening families. And I spent the past 16 years in this community building youth programs so that our youth could come up. My son was ready to be a carpenter. My son had 2 jobs. My son was trying to feed his baby and trying to do everything he could. And one day, a whole gang of police officers rushed into where he was at. And rather than give him an opportunity, they just shot him dead.
The gang is right. Gang.
A total gang.
Gang bangers.
So what do we do? How do we do this? Literally, I mean, we got a system of people that have to start going to the very jails they're trying to put people in. That's where we're at. We got a whole system of people. And, I mean, I want to see justice in my son's circumstances. I want to see justice for Amir. I want to see things change. I want to see a whole system change. You know, I want to see a system rebuilt. I mean, we almost got to just all move into one neighborhood. you know what I'm saying? I mean, right, you know. But it's too much for us to not feel protected in a place that we came out of slavery from. Slavery was abolished over 150 years ago, but it still exists. Terrorism is something we thought happened on 9/11, but it happens in our communities every single day. We can't continue to live in terrorism in a country that we call home. Most of us, 4 and 5 generations ago, were not asked to be here. My Nigerian blood came by way of slave trade. And upon coming here, we worked through slavery. I heard a preacher say one time, you didn't come from slavery, you came through slavery. That's what a preacher said. You didn't come from slavery, you came through slavery. But are we still enslaved in a country where we're terrorized? I wake up every day in a nightmare.
Come on.
Every single day in a nightmare. Because I got a son that was killed by the people I trusted, that I trusted. You're supposed to make things right. Not just go into a building and shoot someone up. You're public safety. Not public terrorism. So how do we live under this type of cloud of insanity in a place that we were freed from 150 plus years ago, right? So if we're free, why are we still terrorized? If we're free, why do we have to fear for our children's safety? Why do we have to fear for our health, our livelihood, our access to income, our access to education? You know, these are the things that other people just take for granted. They take for granted that their grandchild is going to have a parent for the rest of their life. This is the same in Dante.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mackenzie Stasko, in Orlando, Florida. Time here on the East Coast is 8:52 in the morning. We want to get you out to some breaking news in California. This is happening in Orange County, California. Information is coming in, but what we know so far is that this is a large brush fire, and it's prompted multiple evacuation orders in Laguna Beach. That is, again, in Orange County, south of LA. We know that officials ordered those mandatory evacuation orders in Laguna Beach after this brush fire, fueled by strong winds, sparked above a community this morning known as Emerald Bay. The fire was reported just after about 4:30 this morning, again in that community of Emerald Bay, which is located near the Pacific Coast Highway. The embers were pushing down the hillside, as you can see from this live video. Time there in California is 5:53 this morning, so a lot of people probably waking up to the smoke, fire, that orange smoke in the sky. As you can see, a lot of people living in that community. We are still working to get more information on this story, but again, we know that there are multiple evacuations underway. Our Fox 11 team also tells us that those wind gusts are between 40 and 60 miles an hour. We know that conditions are hot and dry across Southern California today, with those summer-like temperatures making us for some difficult conditions for those firefighters. We want to take you to a feed from our Fox weather team. They are covering this story. Take a listen.
As well as the northbound side is closed, and the southbound side is closed at El Marro Bay. So this is obviously a fire that is growing in nature. You can see there by the massive response there by local officials. They are working to try and get this fire under control. The good news here is that so far there have not been any reported injuries. However, we do anticipate that there will be quite a bit of damage with this system. And part of the reason why we anticipate that there's going to be a lot of damage by this brush fire is because of those winds. We have already seen winds gusting up to right around 43 miles per hour. And, you know, Britta, the main concern I'm going to have with this is the fact that because of those winds, you and I both know it fans the flames. And then all you need is just one or two embers to just fly down the road. And then you could potentially spark another fire.
Yes, and that's the concern here. I mean, we have wind gusts over 40 miles per hour. They could get stronger throughout the day. And each one of those little embers that come off of this massive brush fire, they can travel miles and miles. So what is being done right now is try to contain it so we do not have further spread. As we get a wider image here, definitely shows you how immense the coverage is of the brush fire. We're still working very hard to get you the details on the exact size. On the right, we're showing you a map to give you reference of where this is taking place. Laguna Beach sits about 50 miles south of Los Angeles, so this is right in Southern California. Within the Laguna Beach area, we have a spot called Emerald Bay. That's where this brush fire has been ignited this morning. Again, wind gusts over 40 miles per hour. Relative humidity this morning sitting between 13 and 15%. I can't emphasize enough how tough these conditions are for firefighters. This morning, temperatures are manageable in the 70s, but as we go into the afternoon, our temperatures will be very high. We're looking at record-breaking highs yet again. Yesterday, north of Laguna Beach in Anaheim, we had a record high of 91 degrees. Today, you know, from Los Angeles south into Laguna Beach, we will easily have temperatures in the mid-80s. So again, those are very hard conditions for firefighters to work under. Of course, they train for this. Unfortunately, in Southern Southern California. They are no strangers to this, but it does really take a lot to get this under control. There's a look at the current wind speed around Laguna Beach, gusting up to 43, sustained at 20 miles per hour, as these Santa Ana winds are really causing an issue as we're tracking this brush fire. Again, another good image here from Fox 11 on your left, backing out and showing you what it looks like. And Jason, this really highlights what you were mentioning with the traveling embers. Notice that we have pockets here, and that's very similar to what we see in other wildfires and brush fires. Because you have those embers that are picked up and they travel, you tend to have these hot spots that spread out across the brush fire itself, and that's what we're seeing in these images this morning.
Yeah, and that is part of the reason why the Pacific Coast Highway has been closed, because there is a concern that these embers could travel, and of course smoke, as you know, that is always a big concern, especially if you're driving. It could reduce visibility down to zero. So if you're just tuning in to the Fox Weather stream, I wanted to let you know there is a massive brush fire right now in the Laguna Beach area. There have not been any reported injuries or deaths so far with this, which is, of course, good news here. But as you can see, there are a lot of firefighters on scene right now. We are told that firefighters from both CAL FIRE as well as the local fire department are on scene. We are working to get a spokesperson from CAL FIRE here on the phone here to just give us an update on what's happening out there. But we have already also gotten reports of mandatory evacuations that have been issued for that area. So, Britta, if you have any family members or friends, would highly recommend that you get in contact with them. We are going to continue to monitor this situation, and we will have much more at the top of the hour when we return.
When dangerous weather hits.
2/3 of the country getting some piece of this winter storm.
When every second matters.
The conditions are expected.
Just stay with the winds right now. The embers moving around. If you tilt down, just trust me here. Right in here, this area, you'll see the winds. There's the embers. Yeah.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko here with you from Orlando, Florida. We want to get to some breaking news out of Southern California. We want to bring you this live feed again coming from Southern California in Orange County. We know that there is a massive brush fire that is triggering multiple evacuations in a neighborhood in Laguna Beach. It is known as Emerald Bay. We want to take you out to this live feed from our Fox
good morning, Tony. Good morning, Roxy. Yeah,
in LA.
definitely.
Take a
That
listen.
pilot right there. This is a beautiful shot. I hope you can get a screen grab and at least send it to them. That is just amazing. But it also is showing you right there for people that might really just appreciating the beauty of that helicopter, how it was actually fighting those winds up there. It was basically dropping down, and you could see that helicopter actually making an effort to basically just stay still because of those high winds pushing down towards the south right now. Now that helicopter might do a drop right there. I would guess more that he's out there right now gathering information for the ground crews, basically where it is moving, what areas are to the most to the south, and that reason why, there goes that drop, the reason why they are so concerned. And you know what, I'm sorry, it just shows you those high winds. It shows you right there when he did that drop, that was probably a couple thousand gallons weighing probably a couple of tons, just basically evaporating in that wind. And that's what these firefighters are dealing with out here this morning, is those high winds, those embers just ripping down that hillside. And it really was a shot that kind of gave an idea what these guys on the ground are dealing with that helicopter trying to do that water drop. Usually we would see that just drop straight down onto a hot spot. In this case, that helicopter the water was basically dissipating, and he was not up high, he was down low. Emerald Bay, that's the road that we're seeing right there. Firefighters from the Orange County Fire Authority and of course other agencies nearby. Laguna Beach Fire, those were the first guys on scene. They were probably up here basically putting down that line, getting that structure protection in place, and helping getting some of those residents out of here safely. We haven't heard of any structures. That is huge. Meaning structures being damaged. A lot of protection going on down there, of course. The firefighters basically filling this neighborhood, keeping an eye on where these flames are going. Now, living in Southern California, we all have some sort of brush fire knowledge, basically just from living out here through osmosis, and we know that fire will run up a hillside. We've heard that term, run up a hillside. Right now, we're up on a top of the hill, and winds are pushing it down the hillside. Good and bad. It's going to keep those flames from moving very, very quickly, but those embers are actually going into a neighborhood out here. That's what these firefighters are dealing with. It's amazing that there are no structures damaged or lost at this point. The fire department doing an amazing job. As far as the bulk of the fire, there's still plenty to burn out here. There's a lot of hot spots, but the neighborhood itself, I'm still very hopeful that they're going to be able to say no structures lost when this is done, which probably is going to be tomorrow, if not even later. But right now, these flames really on the west side, that's that shot that's on the top of the screen, are really starting to make their way down that hillside still. Not that huge bulk of fire that we saw earlier on, but definitely too much fire to be contained quickly. And you can see it just kind of making its way slowly directly in its path. We don't see any homes. There are homes as it makes its way closer to Pacific Coast Highway, but just in the time we've been talking, we've seen how quickly that line of fire has moved. It is continuing to move that way. The winds, like we've been saying, 35 miles an hour, maybe even higher down there. And those embers, Tony, you talked about it earlier, can be carried for miles. Miles would put you in the ocean. So right now, these flames, these embers are just running down this hillside, igniting brush, and hopefully not any homes.
All right, I want to remind people, Emerald Bay and Irvine Cove, there is a mandatory evacuation in place. Evacuation warning, though, right now for all of North Laguna Beach. Samada, why don't you jump in and just tell us what the conditions are like right now as far as the weather, the winds, and air quality as well.
Yeah, air quality, of course, you can imagine, is just terrible due to all the smoke billowing around that area. And as far as winds go, that area, overall, Orange County and the Inland Empire under a high wind warning and wind advisories, where we could potentially see wind speeds of up to 15 to 35 miles an hour with those stronger gusts. And at this hour, I did pick up on an observation site near the area. Winds coming out of the northeast right around 15 miles an hour with those gusts to 28 miles an hour. But you can see these visuals with those winds driving these embers. It can go downwind for several miles. This is the classic Santa Ana winds that we always worry about year-round, and our firefighters are well aware of our conditions. Not only are we dealing with hot and dry conditions, but the potential for wildfires, and that threat has been elevated due to our sizzling heat, Southern California under a heat wave, and with those strong Santa Anas, potentially any fire that is to ignite can, of course, grow rapidly, be erratic, and we're seeing that unfold at this hour across areas of Emerald Bay in the Laguna Beach area. Winds, we've talked about how the winds can make its own, or at least fire can make its own weather systems. When you're dealing with this type of intense heat, heat rapidly rises, cooler air goes in to replace it, and with the two combined, it creates these very erratic wind conditions within the prevailing winds, and that can also drive more embers downwind to very vulnerable areas, possibly igniting a new fire. Again, with these conditions, residents in the area have been told to evacuate. And another reminder, if you've been under that advisory to evacuate, to make sure you plan accordingly and get ready, get set, and go. We always talk about this when there's a brush fire, and during brush fire season, get your prescriptions ready, your paperwork, your family ready to go. The winds, again, continue to push very strong out of the northeast towards the ocean at this hour. We continue to watch the firefighters fighting this fire, and they're doing the best they can. We have one of the best fire teams, fire companies across the nation that deal with this and the potential for this day in and day out. The community is always the forefront, keeping the community safe at all costs.
Well, you know, it's interesting that you should bring that up, because that segues quite nicely into why there probably, at this point at least, not been any property damage. Just because firefighters are, in fact, very prepared for this. They understand that California's fire season pretty much runs year-round these days, particularly given that we are still in the drought. So they are very prepared for situations like this. They understand the conditions, and they know that this is certainly potentially a very devastating situation, and so they do prepare for this, Stu, and that's probably why you're seeing the response that you're seeing so quickly. But they're going to need more help, which is why there has been a call for mutual aid and why fire departments from around the area are responding, including Los Angeles County.
And Stu, before you give us an update, I just want to let our viewers know all schools at this point in North Laguna are closed. All schools in North Laguna are closed. That is in addition to, obviously, when we said earlier, El Moro Elementary made the first call to cancel classes this morning.
And no surprise there.
Yeah, no surprise there at all. All right, Stu, why don't you give us an update from down below?
Well, we're taking a look right there, Justin, showing some of those the apparatus, the equipment making their way up these communities, these small hillside communities. You know, and this is what we were talking about earlier on. These, you know, this is a modern community out here. These roads are a little bit larger, but it is still a hillside community. They're going to be tight. So you're going to have people evacuating, making their way down that hillside, while firefighters are making their way up that hillside to get those apparatus in place for structure protection. That first line of defense, that one road that we believe is in that shot right there, is going to be the 1400 block of Emerald Bay. Now, that was the actual call this morning around 4:20 that they were talking about, I'm sorry, around 4 o'clock this morning, where they were reporting a fire, a brush fire in the area. And that's where Laguna Beach Fire made their original call or original stand. But the area that was burning, well, that was uphill here, and this is an area that is very rich with chaparral and light flash fuels. And then now adding with the winds, we saw what happened. There was just huge flames just ripping through this hillside, this actually the top of the hillside this morning. Now, the terrain was making that, driving the fire up the hill while the winds were pushing it back down into that Laguna Emerald Bay neighborhood. Right now, though, we're still hearing no structures been damaged. That is an amazing and fantastic news. And again, this is something that the firefighters are very concerned about. Of course, property values are what firefighters are protecting, but they also don't want to have one start and then have to deal with that the potential of a domino effect after that. So that first fire, they've got to keep that first one from starting, and they've been doing an amazing job. This little community right here in the Emerald Bay area is basically flanked on both sides by flames. Now, the side that we're looking at right here, this is going to be the eastern side. It seems like these fire in this area are moving much slower, maybe because of the winds are a little less in this area, but whatever it is, you can really see those embers still continuing to bellow. Those embers are going to be dropping down into areas where there is more brush and some homes. Of course, the fire department sees this as well. As Justin tilts up a little bit, you'll see the west side of the fire, and that flank has basically moved down and basically coming around the other side of this neighborhood. A lot of fuel there. We've watched as that fire is just basically ripped down that hillside at an amazing speed. The helicopter, that's the only real tool they have right now to stop those flames. Folks at home, the armchair firefighters are like, well, why haven't I got firefighters down there on the ground? Stop. There is just no way to stop that right now. So they're using their resources to produce structure protection, make sure that folks in these neighborhoods get out safely, and they are setting up for the potential of what might happen and where these flames will go. That wildland fire, they need a wildland fire response. They're going to need aircraft. Probably the Forest Service is going to join this firefight later on in the morning. But as far as the homes right now, that's where all their resources are going to be. They're going to be protecting that property. That you're showing us right now, that is going to be something that it would be aerial fights, but right now they have one helicopter. This guy's doing an amazing job up there, and it might be a woman, but whoever is piloting that aircraft is doing an amazing job, doing what they can to keep the ground crews advised of where the fire is moving, the direction that fire is going, and of course doing an occasional water drop, trying to get out a hot spot. But right now, though, this is a very active and very tense situation for all those firefighters who are probably working at 110% down there, keeping those homes safe, trying to keep property safe, trying to stay ahead of where those flames are going. And this firefight is going to go on for quite some time. And again, I just can't give enough props to those guys and the gals on the ground right now, because we have not seen one structure go up this morning.
Stu, does it seem like there's more smoke? Are we seeing more smoke now, which is always a good sign that they're getting a better handle on things?
I wish I could say yes, Araxia, but the reality is the reason why we're seeing more smoke is because the sun is actually coming up right now, and it might actually even obscure some of the fire that we've been seeing so brightly. It's just a trick of photography. When it's nighttime and the light is going to blow through any of that smoke. When the sun starts coming up, we're going to start seeing a lot more of that smoke, but it does actually kind of show you the wind direction, so it gives the folks at home an idea how the winds are pushing this into that Emerald Bay neighborhood. And as Justin just continues that pan, you can actually see that was up on the hillside. This is, again, if you're just joining us, a north-south type of thing. Even though we're right at the shore, people will say, oh no, the shore is on the west. Well, yes, it is, but in this case, it curves. So this is actually a north-south type of situation. The northern end of the fire up on the hillside, the southern end would actually be the beach down there. And you can see that, the wind are basically pushing this fire towards the shoreline, and as that continues, the fire is going to try to climb up that hill, so that actually is helping some of that brush response. But right there, you can see that western flank is really starting to make its way into a spot where there's more homes, there's more of a neighborhood, and of course this is what firefighters are really concerned about right now, is this one spot Justin is showing us, because this is the spot that is the most active. The winds are going to be pushing those embers into that neighborhood, and this is where firefighters are going to have to basically concentrate their biggest responses, make sure that the folks are out of that area, and if they're not out, they have to make note that this home might have a person that refused to evacuate. So this is something that firefighters have to deal with a little bit of an extra, but right now their biggest concern keeping those embers away from those homes and keeping those homes safe.
Well, and it seems they are doing a great job of that right now.
Amazing.
But again, this is still early on in this fire, and there's a lot of work to be done, as you noted, Stu. Again, we're going to tell you that mandatory evacuations have been issued for Irvine Cove and Emerald Bay, and there is an evacuation warning as well in North Laguna Beach. You know, when you see those flames up close, you can really get a sense of how terrifying those flames are, and you can almost see them creating their own weather system when you look at them very closely. When we first came upon this fire, it was reported to be at 7 acres. Now we don't know, but we know it has greatly expanded from that. And Stu, as it gets lighter out there, as we see daybreak, I think we'll get a much better sense of just how widespread this fire is at this point. And again, those winds not dying down.
No, the wind's not dying down, and that is it's sad to see. That's the only thing you do, and we have no control over that at all. Now, these firefighters, the only thing that they have is the ability to understand where those winds are going to be pushing those flames. They are working to keep keep the areas where the fire will go safe. But when daylight, now we're starting to see a little bit more daylight. Hopefully, some of that aerial assets from the response from other agencies will start arriving, and they'll start being able to put down the FOS check, dropping more water, and keeping that wildland area, or starting to put those spots out. They'll create less embers for that neighborhood. Right now, though, firefighters, they are in those neighborhoods. We've been watching them do structure protection, and as light is kind of showing, now we can actually see some of those homes out here and how close some of those how close some of that fire is getting to those homes. Again, the embers, when they start whipping up and they start ripping down those hillsides, there is really nothing that the firefighters or anybody can do to stop that, except for keep an eye on where it's going, understand the path, and then get resources in place. But there you go. Now we're starting to actually see some of that neighborhood that has been threatened this morning. Those firefighters, they're up there on those front lines. They're keeping those homes safe. And again, mandatory evacuations. And this is one of those complicated things where some of these folks will leave right away, and others they'll just refuse, or they want to stay with their property. And that creates an extra load for those firefighters or the first responders, because now they have to make note that somebody is actually in that structure. It isn't like they're just going to say, oh, somebody's there, it doesn't make any difference. It does make a difference, and this creates more of a stress on the actual firefighting plan. It would be better if folks would get out and they would just have to deal with the property. Right now, though, amazing work from these guys. No homes have been damaged or destroyed, which is great. But this firefight, you can see, really just kind of coming around both sides of this Emerald Bay neighborhood, and hopefully we're going to continue to say no structures were damaged.
Obviously, encouraging people who don't have to be anywhere near this area to stay away from this area. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the surrounding arteries that normally people use to get around in the morning. But with classes canceled, basically all school canceled in North Laguna, that will alleviate some of the stress. So let's give a little bit of a traffic update here. PCH closed northbound at LaDroit Street and southbound at El Morro Bay, also at Reef Point in Newport. So those areas you definitely want to avoid. But Stu, as far as just people getting around, what do you see from your vantage point? It looks like a great deal of the area is blocked off right now.
Well, definitely a great deal of the area is blocked off, and we actually saw one of the areas on Pacific Coast Highway where they are stopping the traffic. And it is good to see that people are heeding the warning or have heads up, and they are not trying to drive along Pacific Coast Highway. Justin doing that shot into that smoke right there. That is basically the heart of this part of the Emerald Bay. And you can actually really see this is a very, very densely populated area with a lot of homes very close together. And having this type of fire, a brush fire in this area, as long as the firefighters keep those homes safe, meaning, just if one of them starts to go, that's going to start some sort of domino effect in this neighborhood. Right now, an amazing job keeping those homes safe. That fire really just kind of working its way around those buildings. That's not just nature happening right there. Believe me, that is because of those firefighters doing what they can down there, keeping those structures safe. We want watching and putting water on some of those buildings, keeping the brush that ignites near those homes, basically putting it out as soon as it happens. But as far as the actual mass migration of people leaving this area this morning, thank goodness we've seen cars driving out, we've seen people heeding those warnings, but we haven't seen any kind of traffic jams as it would be. Tony, Araxia.
All right, Stu, as we keep an eye on this, again, we've been reporting that there are mandatory evacuations, Irvine Cove and Emerald Bay, as well as an evacuation warning for North Laguna Beach. On the phone with us right now is Richard Reisman. He is CEO of the OC Business Journal, and he has been evacuated from the area right now. Richard, thank you for joining us this morning. Exactly how did this all unfold for you?
It was about 4 o'clock in the morning, and my wife, Jen, heard a crash. And it was just, an umbrella that was banging against the house that had been blown. So it was very, very windy. And so we heard that, and it was before the fire began. So before we got back to sleep, Jen said, "Do you smell fire? Richard, check the house. See if there's a fire in the house. It's smoke. I smell a lot of smoke." So I left the bedroom and looked around the house. The house was not on fire. I went in front of the house, and there was a stream of fire engines going up the new hill in Emerald Bay. I'm in the 1,000 block. It gets as high as 1,600, and they were just going up the hill to the top of Emerald Bay.
And could you see the fire at that point when you looked out?
No. From our vantage, from our home, no. But we went to our friend Joy Smiley's home, who lives in North Laguna. And as we drove about the mile and a half that it took to get there, Jen stopped the car to take some pictures. And, yeah, we could see tons of plumes of smoke and some fire from PCH in North Laguna.
Richard, were you guys prepared at all to evacuate? Did you know that this was a possibility? Were you completely caught off guard by this?
The systems are really good. I've never experienced this before. We called the gate in Emerald Bay, and they told us there was no evacuation order at that time because, we detected it very quickly. But then we got lots of notices on our phones of the evacuation order. My phone was off, and yet it still did warn us. There was a warning tone from the phone and then a message on the phone saying there's a mandatory evacuation. So, no, that part of the world works fine here in civilized Laguna Beach.
So you made the call yourselves to just get out and leave. Right now, where are you? You're obviously in a safe place.
Yeah, we're at a friend's home. Joy Smiley is a friend of ours, and she's just a mile and a half away. And she's an early riser, and so she just saw a notice about the fire and got in touch with us and said, just come over to my house.
How long have
A lot of my neighbors are at Starbucks at Crystal Cove.
Well, that makes sense for the morning, right? How long have you lived in the area?
Oh, I've been living in Laguna Beach or Emerald Bay since 1992.
All right.
I lived through the last fire.
Oh, yeah.
In 93.
Now, did you see other people evacuating as well as you guys were trying to get out?
No, I mean, this was not like a panic situation or mass refugee situation. As we left Emerald Bay, there was not like other cars in front of us trying to get out the gate. It was very quiet. So this is not a rushed kind of a thing. You got a notice for mandatory evacuation. And people see, I'm sorry, and people see that there is no immediate danger. So I think people each one is making their own judgment as to what to do in terms of what to take from their house. But, we decided the smoke was unhealthy, and, you're breathing in a lot of smoke because from our home, it was quite smoky inside the house. So we figured we'd just get out of there. We just took enough stuff for a few days.
Well, Richard, we're certainly glad that you and your wife are safe and that you're someplace away from what's going on there. And
thank you.
We'll certainly be keeping in touch with you and hoping that you're able to eventually, you guys are able to get back to your home and that it remains safe.
Well, let's talk to Gigi. She's now there on the ground. Gigi, you're at Crystal Cove. You are talking to other people who have evacuated.
Right, we're here at the shopping center where a lot of folks who live in the gated community of Emerald Bay have come after being evacuated from these fires. Joining me now live, Santino Rossi. He lives in Emerald Bay on the 800 block. You told me, Santino, you woke up because of the wind. A garbage can, I think, hit the window and your alarm started going off?
Yeah, so the garbage can hit the window and I woke up and I was kind of just laying in my bed and then a house alarm went off, so I woke up my parents. And we were like, all right, and the house alarm turned off, so we were going back to bed, and we all smelled smoke in the house. So we went outside and saw a fire on the hill, and the authorities came and started cleaning up.
And now you called the fire department?
Yeah, I called the fire department at one time, yes.
Okay. And you were telling me, and we can actually see photographer Armando Hernandez might be able to show you how close the fire is. Well, the wind is really pushing that smoke right now. And when you step out onto Pacific Coast Highway, you can actually see the flames from Emerald Bay right now. Santino, you were telling me that at one point you actually saw two different fires burning in the area.
Yes. One was on the opposite hill, and it looked like it was in a house that was going up in flames, which was on the opposite side of the fire. So I called the authorities for that.
And describe, how was it when everybody was just evacuating? Because I know everybody rushed. This is like a close, tight-knit community. Yeah. Everybody rushed to get out of there.
Well, actually, we got out there pretty early, so it wasn't too chaotic. But there's a lot of people in the street kind of looking around, and it was super smoky and like hard to see, and the ashes flying everywhere.
Okay, Santino Rossi, thank you for seeing something and saying something and calling the fire department. Just want to pan around. We got a lot of young people here, a lot of friends here. All of these folks have been evacuated now, sitting in their car. They've got their dogs with them. Do you live in Emerald Bay too?
Yes, I do.
How was it? How bad was it up there?
Santino called us at 4:30. We got up and we started to get ready to evacuate.
And you saw the flames?
We could see the flames really, really big up on the second floor of our house.
No, Santino was telling me the wind was so bad it actually blew a garbage can that hit the house.
Yeah, and they were all the houses were, the wind was strong. There were things flying around, and I think that's what started to wake everybody up. And then once they got up, we started calling everybody to make sure everybody was up and out of there. I think that because of the history of fires in Emerald Bay, I think there's a lot of sensitivity and people very concerned of making sure that they were safe and their animals are safe.
Now, this is a very tight-knit community. You sort of your neighbors, and you all know each other.
Yeah, it's very tight. And just the way unofficially everybody started to communicate so quickly, people were helping each other pack up special things, art out of their houses to get in their cars to get out and finding the pets. It was, it was low-key, yet it was super efficient, and it just lets you know what a great neighborhood this is and what community this is.
Now, what's going through your heart? We're at Crystal Cove here, the shopping center. Armando, I'm going to ask you to turn around one more time, please. You can actually see the flames coming. Most of those flames are coming from the Emerald Bay area. What's going through your heart right now? I mean, that's your home up there.
Yeah, it's I think what's going through is that I am so happy that we're here safe at Crystal Cove, and at the end of the day, that's what's most important, is the people we love are here together, and that the house is the house.
Were you able to get out some beloved possessions?
Yeah. But it's still like, this is what's the most important, is who's here together at the parking lot.
You're here with your family and neighbors, and I see plenty of pets, everybody getting out.
Yep, thank you.
All right, well, we wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much. I can only imagine how difficult. Do you live up there too? Let me see. How chaotic was it? I mean,
well, I live on the point, so I got a call from my friend Cameron, who lives at the top of the hill. And she called me, and I heard a bunch of wind like banging against my window, and I started to smell something in my house, and then I looked at my phone, and there was a evacuation alarm, and it started going off the minute I woke up, and it was 5:12 in the morning, and my dad isn't home, but I went up to my mom, and my mom was already packing her stuff, and I have a bunch of stuff right here. But it's just, for me, it's really sad to talk about because I've lived in my house for like my whole life.
And how old are you, sweetie?
I'm 16.
You're 16. So that's the house you grew up in, you're born into, you grew up, and that's your neighborhood. What's going through your heart as you see those flames and that smoke?
It's just kind of scary because I just got some clothes, but we have so much more, like, in my house. But like she said, like, our Emerald Bay community is so tight, and we're so, like, bonded together. So it's good that we're all here, and we're all in, like, contact with each other. I just hope that I also, like, pray for the firefighters, because there's some firefighters, like, that live, like, right by there that I know. So it's kind of just scary.
It's very emotional, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're safe, and I hope for your house and everybody's house in your community. This is so difficult. The priority, obviously, human life, but when you see the smoke and the flames, you can't see them, they're right behind the shopping mall here, but all these folks keeping a close eye on their community. And, of course, you know, houses, they can be replaced, but it's the memories that are inside those homes, and sometimes those prized possessions, pictures, memories that you just can't replace. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Gigi, thanks so much. You are watching Good Day LA at 6:30 right now on this this Thursday morning. Of course, we've been following this brush fire all morning long. And Stu, up in Sky Fox, you know, now that daylight is showing us how things are really going down there, we can see that those flames are very close to some of those multi-million-dollar structures down there.
It's definitely, those flames are very close. But you know what, right off the bat, I've got to kind of throw out the fact that it does really seem like we have a lull in the winds right now. That doesn't mean that it's going to stay that way by any facet, but we can really see that that smoke that was basically just laying flat and those embers running down the hillside, right now it seems like that it's a little bit lazier. I mean, you know, maybe we went from 40-mile-an-hour winds to 10-mile-an-hour, which is definitely better, but it is still definitely wind moving around here. We were watching as some of these firefighters are actually doing like their little microcosm stories out here. This multi-million-dollar home that you can see on a hillside, firefighters still out there on one of the terraces, but that spot that you see is now kind of burned itself out, but it actually jumped a little bit of a ravine, and that started. These firefighters that are at that cul-de-sac out there got down onto into that area where you see on that home, pulling hose lines, and really started hosing down that house and also the areas around it, and that's what they can do. That's what the firefighters can do. They can basically get things wet, get the area damp before the actual embers start hitting it, and that, you know, they jumped into action and they did their thing. Luckily, that little hot spot right there, the winds did slow down, and those flames kind of just burned themselves out. Now, does that mean that that is completely out? Definitely not. Their firefighters are going to be out here on foot in this brush areas probably for days. Even if this fire was out tomorrow, they're going to be out here for a long time. There you go, Justin. There's another one of those firefighters doing what they can, getting those hot spots out or cooling down those hot spots as they're making their way closer to these homes. As far as what is burned out here, well, now you can see a little bit of the more daylight. You can see a lot of that chaparral. You know, they were saying, you know, those numbers, they're going to change, but they were saying 7 acres with a possibility of 100. I'm pretty sure we're probably close to 50 right now, if not more. And you can see, you know, what was burning out here this morning. This is chaparral, and it, you know, with those high winds, it just rips through there. That stuff will burn very, very quickly. It actually has an oil content in it, and that creates that as part of that fire, and the heat that it generates, and those embers will be bouncing along because of those winds. Right now, the winds have kind of slowed down. Just real quick before I wrap, the spot that we were looking at on the west side of Emerald Bay, and we were talking about how these flames were basically kind of coming around this neighborhood from both sides, kind of cradling it. This is going to be on the west side. This was the area that was just huge and just was lighting up the night sky earlier on. Now a lot less active fire, but you can kind of see that there is a lot of fuel still right there, and that fuel will lead you right down to homes that are closer to that shoreline. This is going to be a spot that firefighters are going to look at, and of course we're still waiting on, and just as I looked out the window, I see some of the LA County fire helicopters just arriving now. So good news for a lot of this firefighting.
Yeah, that is great news, Stu. Obviously, they need to get a handle on this, and it looks like they're making some good progress. Really, Samana, taking advantage of what it seems like, Stu mentioned, a bit of a lull in the winds.
Yeah, and this is what we'll probably be seeing throughout much of the early half of the morning into the afternoon, is that these winds will occasionally pick up and then they'll kind of back down. but the wind conditions continue to be a threat across the area. We are still dealing with wind advisories and high wind warnings throughout areas of Orange County. And of course, that does apply to the Inland Empire. So we're on extra heightened fire alert, if you will, due to those strong, gusty. These are the classic Santa Ana winds that push out of the northeast and towards the southwest. And that's why, as Stu had pointed out, that the winds are blowing towards the ocean. That's those northeasterly winds, the Santa Ana winds. That's what it does, is it blows descending winds from the continent out towards the sea. But unfortunately, with those descending winds, it also is driving up temperatures. Temperatures at this hour, 75 degrees. And the heat obviously doesn't stop there. We're in the middle of a heat wave. Temperatures in Orange County, even coastal Orange County, could be seeing highs today in the upper 80s, near 90s. And then you add those very dry winds. On top of that, firefighters are doing the best they can under these circumstances. There is a little bit of good news moving ahead in the afternoon hours. Those wind advisories are expected to drop right around 4 o'clock this afternoon. So it'll be, instead of those strong, gusty winds, it'll be more on the breezy side. But unfortunately, by the time we see those winds backing off, we're still dealing with a very dangerous situation in terms of fire conditions. It's dry out there. We're talking about relative humidity down into the teens. Currently in the area, an observation site, 19% in terms of how dry it is. Temperatures right around 76 degrees, and winds, sustained winds right around 15 to 20 miles an hour. And it's those dangerous gusts that can push those embers well downwind, creating possibly new fires.
All right, Samantha, thanks so much. We're going to go back to Gigi Graciette right now. She is on the ground. She has that view for us. And in fact, she was at a place where a number of the residents who have been evacuated have been actually gathering. Gigi, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Good morning, everyone. Again, we're at the Crystal Cove Shopping Center here in Newport Beach, and this has become sort of the center of the evacuation orders from Emerald Bay and from the folks who also live in Irvine Cove. Joining me now live, Aiden Rainey. You saw that fire. You've lived in this community for a very long time. Irvine Cove, another gated and very tight-knit community. Yes. You were telling me you lived through the fires about 35 years ago, and you know the damage that can be done.
Oh, the same thing. The last time I was on the roof, hosing the roof down, and they had pictures of me on the roof, on the TV, and on the newspapers and so forth. And then this morning we heard this fierce winds, and we got up at about 4:30 or 4 and put the umbrellas down, and then went back to bed. And then my wife said this would be a terrible time for a fire. And then just in the distance, a few minutes later, we could hear a wisp of sirens. So we got up, looked out towards the ocean, didn't see anything, and we looked backwards, and we saw the fire. It was just almost in the backyard. So.
And you just shared a picture with me. I just shared that picture on Twitter of what that fire looked like. That was just before 5:45 this morning. You decided, you said, Ann, let's go, to your wife.
We weren't waiting for anybody to evacuate us. We realized that this was a real threat, and we jumped in the car after trying to pick up a few things.
And that was very prescient of you and very smart of you, because moments while you were still evacuating, the firefighters started knocking on the door and telling you to get
Correct.
out.
Yes, we were about ready to leave, and the firemen came up and knocked on the door and said evacuate.
Now, when you left, the fire had not reached Irvine Cove, and of course we're hoping it does not reach your community also. But what's going through your mind as you see those flames and that thick black smoke
well, it's right above our house, right above our community. So, and it's all dependent on the winds, because the last time when our house was spared, the winds shifted because they were coming right down towards the southwest, and it just depends on if the winds are coming straight down towards the community or whether they shift towards north. But that's what spared us last time. God willing, we don't know. We're looking at Fox News 11, streaming it on our phones, but we of course don't know the outcome, and the winds are quite fierce intermittently today.
Well, I hope it doesn't reach Irvine Cove. Thank you very much, Mr. Rainey, for speaking to us. Stay safe, and thank you for keeping track of that. We've got Stu Mundell above the fire. We're going to keep it on it. We'll keep telling you what is happening with that fire. Again, we're at Crystal Cove, and just take a look over here. Photographer Armando Hernandez. You can see folks with their pets, a lot of folks in their sweats, their pajamas, rushing to get out. And they told us that the wind was so fierce. We were talking to Santino Rock Grossi. He's 15 years old. He actually heard a garbage can. That's how intense that wind was, or how strong that wind was. It actually picked up an outdoor garbage can and knocked it against a window, setting off his home alarm. And that's originally what woke him and the family up. Then they smelled smoke, saw the fire, and got out immediately. And by the time they evacuated, they actually saw 2 fires. Now, we're told the ember cast, that is the embers from this fire. You know, an intense fire, Tony and Araxia, those embers can fly anywhere from a mile or more away from the actual fire. And the problem is, it starts up another fire. These firefighters are always at the mercy of the fire. And you see there are more helicopters coming in. I can tell you this is a mutual aid emergency situation. Orange County and Laguna Beach asking for help from surrounding fire departments. We saw Huntington Beach, Anaheim, even LA County has their chopper up doing water drops. So this is an emergency situation because of all of those houses up there. And we're miles away from the fire, and you can just see how intense that black smoke is and how far it drifts out over the ocean. We were miles away, and we could already see the smoke drifting out. I'm Gigi Graciette. We're live in Newport Beach on the Emerald Bay fire in Laguna Beach, talking to evacuees. We're going to send it back to you in the studio.
Okay, thanks so much. Appreciate it, Gigi. You know, it is all about the wind.
It's all about the wind.
And that was our Fox 11 team in Los Angeles, giving us wall-to-wall breaking news coverage of that massive brush fire in Los Angeles. So again, if you are just now tuning in, time here on the East Coast is 9:41 in the morning. Over in California, it's 6:41. And as you saw there on your screen, a neighborhood in Laguna Beach waking up to a massive brush fire and multiple evacuations. We want to take you out to this screen, some tweets coming in from the Orange County Fire Department. As you can see, there's going to be a media briefing on this fire coming up in about 18 minutes. And that's, again, in Laguna Beach in Southern California for this Emerald fire. We want to let you know that there is an immediate evacuation order issued for Irvine Cove and Emerald Bay North Laguna, rather. Now, those are the 2 neighborhoods that are being affected by this fire. What we know so far is that Emerald Bay is a densely populated neighborhood, and our Fox 11 team, again, giving us that wall-to-wall coverage. They tell us, as of right now, there are no reported deaths or injuries. And as you saw on the screen, fire creeping up to all of those homes, all of those people waking up to smoke, to the smell of fire, and wind pushing that smoke over the entire community. Our Fox 11 team also reporting that thankfully no homes have been damaged. Multiple fire departments are on scene working to extinguish that fire and hopefully get everybody evacuated safely. Now, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more live breaking news coverage of that fire in Southern California. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mackenzie Stasco, here in Orlando, Florida. We are following some breaking news out of California. We want to take you to this live feed in Laguna Beach. This is Orange County, California, where you can see all of that smoke billowing through that neighborhood. If you're just joining us, we are following a major brush fire that broke out earlier this morning. High winds are fueling this fire in Southern California, which we know is, of course, dealing with a drought, hot and dry conditions. They are under a heat wave, and this is not making for good conditions for those firefighters battling this fire. We want to take you out to our Fox 11 team, which is bringing us wall-to-wall coverage of this fire. We do want to let you know, according to our Fox LA team, as of right now, there are no reported deaths or injuries, but we do know that fire is creeping up to homes, and those strong winds are pushing smoke over the entire community, prompting multiple evacuations. Again, we're going to take you out live to our Fox 11 team, who's providing us wall-to-wall coverage. Take a listen.
That these ground assets have an ability to get to the location so that they can provide structure protection and save these homes if they need to be saved. Even a front loader now that's being brought into here. Quick look over here. As I said, some of the resources that are being brought here. And just overhead, here's another Orange County Fire Authority helicopter that is going to make another water drop here. So you see a lot of resources that are being brought here. In addition to that, I should tell you that the roads up here, they're just like any mountain or canyon road. A lot of them are very narrow, and so when you have these very large trucks go in here, if you're staying at home and you think you're going to protect your house, well, it might be hard for these fire crews to get to your house if they need to help, and maybe difficult for you to get out as well. One of the reasons why they're telling people to get out as quickly as they can. So if you have not done that, it's one of the things you should really think about now. Make sure you get all your important belongings, your documents that you might want to take with you, and get out.
Okay,
Bob,
thank you for that. We're going to go back to Gigi, and she's not that far from you, but she's gathered with some of the people who have evacuated. They're at Crystal Cove at a shopping center. And Gigi, we are getting a sense of what a tight-knit community this is, but you've been talking to someone who I didn't realize people could camp in this area, but someone who was camping apparently and then was told to leave.
Exactly, Roxy. I didn't know that either, but apparently there is a campground, Moro Campground. Joining me now live, Arnold Locke. He is a veteran, 24 years with the Navy. Thank you, sir, for your service. You're camping with your wife, and all of a sudden they tell you you need to get out, and you need to get out now.
Yes, you need to evacuate. The lights were going on. My neighbor, about 4:15, see a blazing light, fire out there, and then we just guaranteed, my wife and I just started packing and getting things out of there, and they told us to evacuate, and that's when we got here about 4:45.
You can tell Arnold's a military man by the way he tells time. 4:15 hours at dark 30, right?
Yes, sir.
Now you can see all your camping things. How challenging was it, Arnold? Because I know it was extremely windy to pack all this stuff up.
It was pretty windy at the same time. You just got to get out of there. When they said to evacuate, you must leave. I was about to just leave everything and just go. So glad that we made it, because I got 2 puppies in there also. So yeah, Duke and Mila, and it's Duke's birthday today, so he's 12.
So you got the wife and the puppies, and you got out, and you were telling me it was a full campground, so it was pretty stressful, everybody packing up at the same time.
Yeah, you had RVs, campers, tents, and as you see, there's a couple of tenters out here and RVs, so we just wanted to get out of there. When being in the military, you don't want to be stuck there, so at the same time, the flow was pretty good.
And you're a military man, and you know that when an official issues an order, that order is being issued for a good reason, and you follow it immediately.
Yes, ma'am. No buts in if. You got to go, back up, and leave. That's how we do it in the military. As you see, I'm wearing my Navy shirt. Go Navy, beat Army.
You had to get that in. Arnold Laguna, thank you, sir, for your service.
Right.
Glad you, your wife, the puppies, everybody is safe. So one of the many people evacuated here at the Crystal Cove Shopping Center. And as you can see, actually, we're not seeing as much black smoke. I'm sure the perspective is much different on the other side of the shopping center. But earlier, that was just all thick black smoke. The wind continues to blow. You might be able to tell by my chaotic hair out here. It is extremely windy, and we're in Newport Beach. And we're also seeing continuing resources, more and more resources continuing to arrive here. We've been listening to the lights and sirens. This is a mutual aid situation. So firefighters coming in from throughout Southern California to assist Orange County Fire Authority and Laguna Beach. A big fire here about 35 years ago. So the folks are very familiar with the damage and how quickly one of these wind-driven fires can spread and the damage they can do. And that is the latest. We're live in Newport Beach talking to the many people who have evacuated from the fire, and we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Gigi, thanks so much. We're going to set the scene for you. For those of you who are just joining us, you probably get a sense of what's going on here. We've been following this breaking news. In fact, Skyfox was the first on the scene here of this fire, this ever-growing, out-of-control fire at this point in the Laguna Beach area. Mandatory evacuations have been ordered in Irvine Cove as well as Emerald Bay, and there is an evacuation warning for North Laguna Beach. PCH is now closed, Reef Point to LaDroit, and you have a number of elementary schools in the area. In fact, schools in general in the area.
All schools in North Laguna,
have also been closed as well. A mutual aid call has been put out, so you have fire departments from all over the area, including Los Angeles County, that are converging on this scene to fight this fire because, as you can see, there's a lot of smoke. The flames were very intense this morning, and there are properties, even though at this point we don't believe any have been lost, at least officially at this point, we've not gotten word of any being lost or no, loss of life as well, thankfully. But still, you can see those properties are threatened.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you can get a sense as to why people were evacuated. An update here real quick. Laguna Coast Wilderness Park and Aliso and Wood Canyon Wilderness Parks are also closed as of right now. Okay, let's go back to Bob, who was able to make his way into the area. I meant to ask you, actually, earlier, was it difficult getting in because so many of the, well, PCH is the main artery, and that's been shut down?
Yeah, it is. You can't get in here. It is shut down, as I said, from Newport Coast all the way down to probably the 133 in North Laguna Beach. You're not going to be able to get through this area. It's completely shut down. They did let us through here, and so that we could bring some of the images to you here. This has been a continuous assault, as Gigi has been saying, because we have seen helicopters come here continuously. So earlier this morning, we knew there were at least 2 Orange County Fire Authority helicopters. There has to be more than that by now. I'm going to show you a live picture here because you can see, even despite their efforts, there is still some active flames here. This is what they're worrying about. This is an area that has a lot of vegetation. You see the incline here, and the fire, much of it going upwards because there's some to burn, but the issue is you have the winds that are going downwards towards the ocean, and that's what they're concerned about, because it's pushing those really hot, fiery embers to this area. It's going right towards these 2 neighborhoods, these 2 gated communities, Emerald Bay and Irvine Cove, 2 neighborhoods that have now been evacuated. There may be some people who have decided to stay and wait this out, and because of that, just a few moments ago, actually, there's a helicopter here that is circling the area, and they're on the loudspeaker on the PA. They say this is the Orange County Sheriff's Department, and there is a mandatory evacuation order for these 2 neighborhoods and the North Laguna Beach area. So they're notifying residents, not just through their alert systems that they perhaps have with their text messages and going door to door, but they're also in the air and they're on the loudspeaker. They're making the announcement to make sure that people, if you are still here, that this is a real dangerous situation. You need to get out. More assets as we see coming here. Another SH-60 helicopter that is going to drop some water. You have about 100 gallons of water here that is going to be brought to the flames here. This fire started around 4:10 this morning. So here in Orange County, the Orange County Fire Authority does allow them to do nighttime drops, and basically they just look for the hot spots, the glowing embers, the areas where they can surgically target. They hit those areas, and now with daylight, they're able to get even a broader look at all of the areas that they need to target. And of course, the focus is going to be protecting these two communities, again, Emerald Bay and Irvine Cove, which really is in the direction of where the wind is blowing. We're still feeling these winds. We're talking about 30-mile-per-hour winds, perhaps gusts up to 40 miles per hour. But when we're talking about these mountainous areas, the steep terrain, all of the canyons that go through the Crystal Cove State Park, and you can have some of these wind gusts that perhaps could be even stronger. That is the big issue that they're concerned about. Even as I speak right now, we're seeing a lot of embers coming from the easterly direction. It looks like the wind right now blowing in the sort of the south to southwesterly direction, and that really is the big problem here. I woke up this morning and I certainly felt the wind, but the wind was nothing like what we're experiencing here this morning in Laguna Beach. Roxy and Tony.
All right, Bob, thanks so much. Of course, you'll be there on the scene there, keeping an eye on things there. But we want to get Samada's perspective when it comes to the weather, because this is all about the wind, Samada.
Oh, yes. This is a wind-driven fire, and we've addressed that all morning long. And it's these winds that are continuing to drive this erratic fire behavior. And the embers produced by the fire is definitely going downwind for several miles. And with any new ignition, it could start a new fire, and that continues to be a threat at this hour. Wind advisories and high wind warnings continue to be in place for the Orange County area, and those same advisories do apply to the Inland Empire. The sustained winds, a range of 15 to even 30 miles per hour possible, and we're seeing that in Gigi's live picture and Bobby's live picture. And those stronger gusts up at the hilltops could reach up to 45 and possibly even 60 miles per hour. These alerts are in place all the way through at least 4 p.m. this afternoon before the winds back down. But it will continue to be breezy all the way through the weekend. We are on elevated fire alert during this heat wave. The classic Santa Anas are with us across Southern California. We've addressed the fact that these dry chaparrals, the low brush in the area, is what's helping to create these brand new hot spots. It can quickly catch fire. In Southern California, we are in a Mediterranean climate. We have mild winters and really hot and dry summers. And we've also addressed the fact that we have been experiencing summer-like conditions. So all the typical summer alerts are in effect, really, with temperatures at 76 degrees currently. Temperatures will only increase from here, making it another tough day for firefighters if this continues to go into the afternoon hours. Temperature highs for coastal Orange County could be in the upper 80s. Not out of the question that 90-degree temperatures for even inland spots. And we also addressed the fact that, you know, these homes are sitting on some hills as well, and fire burns twice as fast going uphill. And then you have the descending winds. That's what, due to compressional heating, is what's warming us up, sending all the smoke going in that south to southwesterly direction. The winds, typical Santa Anas coming out of the northeast, pushing southwest. We get these descending winds typically all year round, but lately we have been abnormally hot. We've been abnormally dry. The last rain day we've seen was back on January 17th, and even then we only received 1,800 of an inch of rain in the LA area. But thank goodness we had those December rains that helped increase the fuel moisture, the live fuel moisture, and hence we aren't seeing any widespread red flag warnings due to, again, the rains from December. But we continue to watch these conditions, and we're chipping away at the surplus in terms of rainfall that we received in December. It's been a very dry January, an incredibly dry February, and February typically our wettest month of the entire year. We have not seen any measurable rain. Moving beyond this heat wave that Southern California is currently in till about Sunday, by Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week, we'll finally start to see a pattern changing. The onshore flow and the chance, a very off chance that we could see some precipitation finally that could arrive across Southern California. That'd be very light, but at least the conditions are changing. But in the meantime, we are in the thick of this fire. We're in the thick of the heat. And again, this is a prolonged heat wave going all the way into Super Bowl Sunday. A reminder, these winds are very dangerous, but we do have the best fire teams across the nation dealing with this at this hour. Tony, Roxy.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop. Breaking news this morning out of Southern California as this wind-driven brush fire is impacting the Laguna Beach area. Anytime we have a breaking news situation like this where we have an owned and operated station in the area, we are able to bring you their full broadcast as they have wall-to-wall coverage, bringing on guests over the phone, speaking with meteorologists about the dry heat and conditions that could have sparked these flames. Also have reporters on the ground talking with people that are being forced to evacuate this morning, specifically evacuations in order for Emerald Bay and Irvine Cove. Now, we do have two more different vantage points courtesy of our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. So you are looking at right now as choppers are trying to combat the flames, and you can kind of see just how bad that smoke is starting to be over those mountains. Could cause really poor visibility issues in the coming hours. Now, any moment now, we are expecting an update from authorities here. This is actually a tweet from the OC Fire Authority saying that there will be a media briefing at around 7 a.m. Pacific time, and it is 7:01 now. So we are keeping a very close watch on any update. We do know that there is immediate evacuation orders again for Irvine Cove, Emerald Bay, also issued for North Laguna Beach. Now, classes are canceled for schools in the Laguna Beach School District. We do know that schools, preschools, high schools, middle schools in the area all closed this morning. The Fox 11 Los Angeles team bringing us really great coverage. I do want to let you know that we've got this specific shot so you can see these choppers. Now, we just got word that 100 gallons of water are being used, and these are Orange County Fire Authority helicopters trying to put out these flames as the heat and the wind is continuing to drive the fire to just continue to spread. So some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with more nonstop coverage of this breaking news situation. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. We are a little past 10 a.m. Eastern time here, a little past 7 a.m. out there on the West Coast. That is where we are continuing to monitor this breaking news. We've got a brush fire impacting a huge portion of the Laguna Beach area. We are talking about the Emerald Bay community as well as Irvine Cove. Now, these are live feeds coming into our desk right now, courtesy of our Fox 11 Los Angeles chopper. They were actually the first on scene when this fire was first reported around 4:30 a.m. Pacific time. So we are talking a couple of hours now of efforts to get these flames under control. We do know that evacuations have been ordered for community members in Irvine as well as Emerald Bay. Also starting to cancel schools in North Laguna Beach. We do know that all classes are canceled for the Laguna Beach School District. Now, you are watching as Orange County Fire Authority helicopters are trying to get these flames under control. They are using about 100 gallons of water at the moment, and we do know that this fire has spanned more than 10 acres at this point. So we do know that the embers were pushing down the hillside as firefighters were kind of up against fierce Santa Ana winds with the potential gusts between 40 and 60 miles per hour. They are calling this a wind-driven fire. Also, those hot and dry conditions have prevailed across Southern California over the past several days as this specific region is experiencing summer-like temperatures. Now, multiple agencies are working to contain the blaze as we speak. These include the Orange County Fire Authority and the Los Angeles County Fire Department. Any moment now, we are expecting an update from authorities out there about this brush fire situation. So when we do get that feed coming into our Live Now from Fox desk, we will be sure to stream it for you live, raw, and unfiltered. Again, if you're just joining us, covering this breaking news out of the Laguna Beach area of Southern California, a mandatory evacuation order in place for the Emerald Bay and Irvine Cove communities. An evacuation warning is currently in place for the entire North Laguna Beach area. The school districts out there have already canceled classes for the day. And as far as road closures, if you are waking up with us on the West Coast and you do head through this area, maybe on your morning commute to work, PCH is closed in both directions in the area. The northbound side is closed at Latroit Street and the southbound side is closed at Almoro Bay. So again, live, raw, unfiltered breaking news out there in the Laguna Beach area of Southern California. They are calling this a wind-driven fire, and you can see just how many engines are lining the street. Firefighters trying to combat the flames from the ground, and then you've also got those Orange County Fire Authority choppers heading that way and really trying to just combat these flames with 100 gallons of water. Now, talking about that media briefing that we are expecting from the Orange County Fire Department, we just got word here, a little update for you via social media, saying that that media briefing is delayed until 7:20 a.m. Pacific time. Them saying that they appreciate everyone's patience and they are going to be live streaming the briefing. We will be streaming it for you raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. This is who we are and what we do. Again, you've got those Orange County Fire Authority choppers dumping about 100 gallons of water onto these flames, while firefighters also work from the ground to combat the blaze as well. This is actually a ground shot that we have from residential communities out there. Now, good news to report thus far. We have not gotten word of any loss of life or any loss of property. This area in the Laguna Beach, Emerald Cove, Emerald Bay, and Irvine Cove, they're saying that there's a lot of vegetation out there, so lots of land for these flames to quickly pick up on. And again, we do know that this fire has reached more than 10 acres at this point. Lots of smoke rising from the hills could really pose poor visibility conditions if you are driving anywhere near this area, maybe not in directly adjacent to the fire, but anywhere. This smoke can travel for miles. So this is something, again, that we are going to
to stay on top of full force here on Live Now from Fox. That update coming to us in a little more than 10 minutes. But like I mentioned before the quick 2-minute commercial break, when we have breaking news in areas where we do have an owned and operated station, we are able to bring you their full broadcast. So I do want to do that with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. They've got wall-to-wall coverage right there in front of you. You could see more ambulances, more fire engines rushing towards the scene. So we're going to check in with our Fox LA team here on Live Now from Fox.
Were fiercely howling out here this morning. Now they are bad, but in the morning hours it was treacherous, and these firefighters did an amazing job. They got out here, they got to the right spots, and they did put their resources where they knew they were going to be able to protect a structure, opposed to trying to stop those walls of fire making their way down those ridge lines. Right now, though, a lot of smoke. Those winds are going to keep that smoke, basically just stoke that fire. But you know what? The site picture has changed. The firefight plan, I'm sure, down there. I wish I could be with some of those command post guys just to really get a feel of how they might be relaxing a little bit right now, because the bulk of the fire up on the hillside, like you said, that has really slowed down, is moving away from the homes. The winds are still pushing those embers, but it is such a different type of situation right now.
Is. And look,
these
those
firefighters,
those embers we know can travel 4 miles, so they're not they're not sleeping on this at all. And it's valuable to point out the fuel. Right? The fuel that they have. So you've got the wind, but you also have all of that dry chaparral, right? That chaparral that we see all up and down our coastline here in California. It's drought tolerant. It is oily. It is incredible fuel for a fire like this.
Right, and they actually call it flash fuels, and that's really what was happening out here. The winds, along with that fire, just kind of ignited that hillside, and that's really what was pushing those. Well, the winds were what was pushing the embers, but that was where the fuel. That's where it all started, and then it just ripped through those neighborhoods. Again, though, I cannot impress upon the public as much as I can that these firefighters, with what they were up against, with the resources they had, meaning not these aerial assets, not these fixed-wing aircraft, they were basically just trucks, and it was the Laguna Beach Fire Department first responders out here, and they got up there on Emerald, and they really did the bulk of the work, keeping the neighborhood safe, making sure none of those structures got any of those embers in any of the eaves. There was no damage to those homes that you see right there, and in the end, I can tell you that their efforts are what saved a lot of property and most of that neighborhood.
Well, by the way, those houses are awfully close together, so you talk about that, ripple effect that could have been devastating for sure. Okay, I'm going to pause you there. We love your aerials. Keep them coming. I want to bring in Maria, because Maria, wind, dry, the drought, all of this, right?
All of this
is the conditions for an event like this.
Yeah, this is what we were afraid of, really leading up to today. We had been talking about today being the peak of the heat, even the peak of the winds, and that's why the high wind warnings were put into place again last night, and it encompassed parts of Orange County, which was largely really kind of left out of that warning alert. But now we're seeing those winds kind of a little bit more east out of the northeast. Now, I've had some good news for you, is that I have been monitoring the winds this morning with Samada and talking about how they were so much stronger early this morning and during the overnight hours. Right when this fire started, I think the wind gusts, we were looking at some of the wind gauges around that area in Morro Canyon, just near those fires, and it was gusting near 45 to 50 miles per hour. I just checked a few moments ago, and it was closer to 25 to 30. So things are moving in the right direction in terms of the winds. We're still going to see those high wind warnings through the afternoon, and that's when we really will expect to see those winds significantly drop off. The winds will still come out of the northeast. We will still see these stronger Santa Ana winds at times, but it won't be as bad. Relative humidity values between 18 to 20%. Again, all of this is good, relatively speaking, from where we were earlier this morning. The high pressure system should weaken a little bit as we head into the afternoon hours. As we look at our relative humidity values, not as bad as it could be. Remember, we have had a very dry February. January, we had very little rain, but we did get all that rain in December. So fire officials talked about the fuel moisture content out there and all of that brush, and they decided that there was enough. They didn't issue a red flag warning. So that fire danger wasn't
as high as it could have been. But whenever we see these stronger winds, you know, anything could happen. So that's why they were, of course, still on high alert. We talked about the higher fire danger, and that is still going to be with us. Those, again, those weather alerts will still be in place, including that high wind warning through this afternoon. Wind advisories elsewhere. If you're watching and you're not in Orange County, you're not in Laguna Beach area, be prepared, please, because that fire danger does mean it is all across Southern California. We talk about these gusty, windy conditions. Also, the heat advisory, add to that the hot temperatures expected today. Right now, it's in the upper 70s there in Laguna Beach area where the fire is at. We're expecting it to get to about 87 degrees. So hopefully firefighters will continue to get a handle on this fire as they continue throughout the morning hours. Naturally, traffic is impacted by the fire, all the evacuations that are in place. Samada is watching the fire as well as the traffic conditions around there, Samada. There's not very many ways to get in. There's that Laguna Canyon Road, the 133.
Absolutely. And PCH, of course, is being affected due to that fire in Laguna Beach and the Emerald Bay area. We have closures on PCH in both directions between LaDroit Street to Reef Point Drive. So just make sure you avoid this area completely. And really, PCH is the only way to get in that location. But if you live in the area, obviously you're trying to get out. If you are going north on PCH, leaving the area, take the 133 to the 73. If you don't want to pay the toll, you go further north to take the 405. And if you're going southbound on PCH, grab the northbound 55 rather. You could take the 73 or the 405 and take the 133 going south that way. Live Cal Trans Cam, the winds, again, they're widespread. This is a live look from Fontana, also an area where we continue to watch the threat of winds.
Yeah, we've seen some images from Sky Fox of the palm trees, normally nice and, you know, sort of upright, but, you know, the fronds bent right over from the wind. It can make for a bumpy ride up in those choppers. We'll find out from Stu a little later. But right now we want to focus on our kiddos. School closures obviously have been in effect because of the fire and the evacuations in and around Laguna Beach. Let's go to Brooke, who's been watching this for us. What do we know from Laguna Beach Unified, Brooke?
Yeah, Michaela, school officials, district officials saying all schools are closed in North Laguna. So this means El Moro Elementary, Top of the World Elementary, Thurston Middle School, and of course Laguna Beach High School, all closed. District officials, you know, saying students are their #1 priority, bringing this information down pretty quickly as this started this morning with mandatory evacuations in effect in the area. You know, officials are already saying they believe there is an immediate danger, immediate threat to your life, to your property. Just grab your pets and go, get to safety. At the very least, you don't have to think about schools. Schools are closed in this area. We've also learned Laguna Coast Wilderness Park, Aliso and Wood Canyons Wilderness Park closed, all closed due to this fire. And the city of Irvine has opened the Olivos Community Center to any evacuees impacted by the fire. Make sure people have a safe place to go, and just, you know, of course schools are closed, right? But that when something like this is happening, I imagine as parents, you're thinking about everything. And this is one way, information coming down very quickly, Michaela, to just check it off your list of worry.
Yeah, if you've evacuated, you know you have a plan, but then when the time to evacuate comes, suddenly that brain of yours just goes into fight or flight mode and you forget basic things. So look, we're trying, the school district is doing what it can to take that off your plate. You don't have to worry about the kids going to school, get them to safety, get to an evacuation center. Brooke, thank you. And stay on top of that for us, will you? We're going to turn to Bob DeCastro, and that's the thing, right? People know what to do, but in a moment like this, you know, your best brain doesn't always kick in. What have you been seeing in and around where you are? I mean, there's been a lot of closures on the ground. The smoke, I want you to give people a sense of the air quality that you're experiencing where you are, Bob.
Lots of ash and lots of embers. I will tell you, we've been watching, Michaela, this relentless firefight, and Brian and I have just been watching this aerial choreography. It is really absolutely amazing. He's been zooming in on some of the air assets as they're dropping water on it, and he's saying they're doing a great job of really putting down a lot of the smoke. So the big issue really at this hour, Stu had been talking about it, it doesn't look like there's, like, you know, walls of open flames that we're seeing here on the hillsides. In fact, I'll just go ahead and show you right now. No walls of flames, maybe a couple of hot spots there, but they're putting all of those out pretty quickly. They're doing it with some surgical precision, and so the smoke is dissipating somewhat. So there's still an issue here, though, because you can still have burning embers, areas that are hot spots, perhaps areas that the eye cannot see. They do have the infrared cameras that could perhaps see some of those really hot areas, but we're still having a wind situation here, a wind event. The wind's still blowing, and there are sometimes some strong gusts. And the big concern still is not just for flames, but really the embers and ash, which could travel upwards of a mile if this perhaps could even jump PCH and go across the PCH and go to Irvine Cove. That is the reason why they have evacuated these two neighborhoods. But really amazing to see the tremendous amount of resources that have been brought to this area within the time span of just 3 hours. People have evacuated for the most part, from what we can tell. I haven't seen anybody trying to evacuate since I've been here, so I would just surmise that many of them had evacuated this morning, and then the fire assets continue to come in. There's another front loader that's coming over here and another helicopter. So there's a press conference that's going to be getting underway here shortly. There's a command post that has been set up at main Laguna Beach. This is just south of here, obviously a safer area where they could really assess the situation. It will be really interesting to see what they decide to do with this firefight from here on out, now that we have daylight. As I've said before, there were nighttime drops here. The Orange County Fire Authority does have the ability to do nighttime drops. They're done with precision. There had been concern in the past about power lines and the like, but these are really expert pilots. They know what they're doing, and they have been able to do those drops even in the darkness. But with daylight now, what I'm guessing is that they can bring more assets here, heavier assets, perhaps bigger helicopters that have a bigger tank capacity as far as their the water and the other types of fire suppression liquids that they have to bring to bear here. And perhaps maybe even some of the fixed-wing aircraft, they could absolutely drown some of these areas as well. So it'll be interesting to see throughout this morning as we watch this firefight continue whether those assets are brought to this area. But again, a press conference is going to get underway here later this morning, and certainly we'll get more information on what they plan to do here to continue this firefight. But,
and Bob, stick with me for a second.
It looks like the situation's improving.
No, it is improving, and it changes minute by minute. But it will jump to that press conference, by the way, as soon as they issue the alert that it's going to get underway there at the command center. And you talk about the mutual aid nature of a firefight like this, right? You can bring in assets from other and resources and manpower and personnel to a firefight, and that takes massive coordination. But they've done this before. All these agencies have worked in concert with one another. But I got to tell you, when you see one of those water dropping helicopters do its thing, it just, man, it is really impressive, the work that they're able to do.
Yeah, I love it. You know, when we have a fire situation like this, Malibu, as we've been talking, Laguna Beach, like Malibu, you know, there's a long history of this being in a fire-prone area, a fire danger area. We've seen mudslides in this area, so people, they know the drill. And the fire departments in these fire-prone areas like Laguna Beach, they kind of know the drill. So when you have a dangerous fire situation, they're already kind of at the ready. So they do have their air assets sort of at the ready to respond at a moment's notice. It's so important that they get on it as soon as a fire breaks out so that it doesn't spread rapidly. That's what happened this morning. And then you have this mutual aid so that they know that there's this potential for a fire that could break out in any of these areas. And now we're seeing those air assets, their colleagues from Brea, from all across the city of Orange, coming across all across Orange County to come into this area, and really is to provide the structure protection, to give people a peace of mind that, hey, we're here. If there's an ember that goes underneath an eave, if there's a fire that starts to break out, we can quickly put it out.
I actually want to see if our team can put that map back up on the screen for a second, because it's actually really useful for people. Because sometimes when you see the aerial view, you can't get a sense of things. And this is why, as Sumad has been telling us, that PCH is closed through that area, right? Because the wind is coming from the east right through, Michaela, and all of that smoke. Oh, go ahead, Bob.
I do have a residence here. You live in the Emerald Bay area. Is this what that neighborhood is called?
Yes, yeah. This is Irvine Cove, and then Emerald Bay is right next door.
Okay. I know you started walking here. Did you walk very far from here to try to check out to see what's going on with your house?
Yeah, we're hanging out over at Crystal Cove.
That's a long walk.
Had a nice little cup of coffee at Starbucks.
And so your house is right at the top of the ridge?
Very top. Yep, very top
so
of
tell
Emerald
us,
Bay.
it broke out around 4:10 this morning. What did you hear? How were you alerted that this was going on?
We smelled smoke. I looked out the window. I didn't see anything on the ocean side. And then opened the front door, and it was all orange and bright, right outside the door. So, and then we could smell.
Did you take it upon yourself to leave, or did you?
We have two boys, and we scrambled everybody to get up and get out. And then Emerald Bay Security came by and asked everybody to evacuate. Yeah.
It has to be pretty impressive to you when you see all the firefighters that are here, the airdrops that we just saw just a few moments ago. I mean, I know you're nervous because these fires can move pretty quickly, but these firefighters have been doing an amazing job.
They're doing a phenomenal job. I was here in the fires back in the 90s, and it was nowhere near the response. So they're doing a phenomenal job, and it looks like the houses, at least for now, have been preserved. So
and tell us about. So I've been saying that people who live in Laguna, you lived through the fire before. So you just kind of know the drill, right? And what has been done in this area?
Well,
obviously,
you know it, but you never expect it. So so it is. It is frightening, but it's we know it's a possibility.
And in terms of just the area here, because this is like a hiking area, right? People hike through this area,
and hike and mountain bike.
So there's sort of this push and pull because there's the desire to preserve the natural beauty of what it is. There's a lot of animals that live out here, the wildlife, but at the same time, you got to think about defensible space and like the types of vegetation we hear. So what has been done with that?
They've done a lot of work with fire breaks and cutting the brush around the neighborhood. So they've been since the fires back in the 90s. They've done a really good job of making sure that it doesn't spread as much.
So how are you and your family doing? Is your boys are still sitting there at?
Everybody's doing fine. We're just kind of waiting, kind of minute to minute on what's happening and if and when we can get back into the house.
A little nerve-wracking though.
A little bit, yeah.
Interesting. Great. And your name is, sir?
Chris.
Last name?
Chris Copps.
Chris, thank you so much. We appreciate it. So there's they're up down at the shopping center. Thank you very much. The shopping center that's just to the north of here, where Javier's and all those nice restaurants are. They're all hanging out down there. And he just walked down here. I just saw him walking down the street down here at PCH, which is closed, completely closed to any traffic. But obviously a lot of residents just really concerned about the firefight and whether their homes are still standing.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to let you know that we have multiple teams covering this brush fire that has broken out in the Laguna Beach area. It does look like our Fox weather team is live right now on an update from authorities about the efforts to combat this blaze. So I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Good morning, everyone. Our number one concern, of course, is the safety of our residents. We opened our Emergency Operations Center a few hours ago. Our fire department responded about 4 a.m. this morning. If anybody needs a place to stay and have been evacuated, the Susie Q Community Center is open. If you are under an evacuation warning, you should be packing up in North Laguna, and if you're under an evacuation warning as well, or demand, then you should get out of Emerald Cove and Emerald Bay. We have good cooperation from all of our OCFA and our OC sheriffs, and we really appreciate all the support. Thank you.
Before I take questions, I'll offer up that this is exactly what the fire service of the state of California have been talking about for the last couple of years. We no longer have a fire season. We have a fire year. It's February 10th. It's supposed to be the middle of winter. We're anticipating 80, 90 degree weather. We're under a strong high pressure. We're under Santa Ana. Even though the hillsides are green, doesn't take but low humidity and wind to cause fires to occur. So, as I always do, I want to encourage all of the residents of of Orange County, of Southern California, the state of California, to please heed the warning of your fire service. Now is the time to be taking care of your defensible space. And as a bigger reminder is when we ask, or law enforcement asks or directs that you evacuate, please do so. Too often, we talk to residents who don't evacuate initially. They tell us that the fire didn't look so bad. It was a long ways off. I thought I could stay and maybe defend my own home until the fire arrives. And they realize that the fire is much worse, they're much graver danger, and that's when they decide to leave. And that's usually about the time we're entering those neighborhoods and we no longer can go and fight that fire. We have to go into rescue mode and get those residents out of there. So please, please, please heed all evacuation warnings. Take care of your property. Provide us that defensible space that we need to protect your homes. And please be cognizant that we are in a fire year. And if this is any sign of what's to come throughout the rest of the winter and spring, we're in for a long year. And with that, I'll take questions.
Can you give us a percentage of the fire that's covered now? That part? And can you give us the road closures that implemented around like PCH and all the other places that just stay away from?
You know, I don't have law enforcement with me. Actually, is the sheriff with me? Do you have that information?
I'm sorry, you repeat the question.
And before we go there, though, I'll have you repeat that question. I don't have containment or control on the fire yet. I will tell you, I walked the fire, met with the crews before coming here to the command post, and under these winds, the fire is starting to lay down a bit. It's still pushing north, but again, it's run up against a ridge line. Retardant is being applied or will be applied along that ridge. We have 3 helicopters working it pretty good. Based on everything I'm hearing now, that the fire is looking much better than it did early this morning. We'll have containment for you at some point this morning.
Do you know about the cause? We had heard something, an electrical smell. Do you know power lines or anything?
I do not know. It's still under investigation.
Okay.
Chief, at this point, where were the homes that were in most direct threat, and are there homes that you're concerned about at this point?
We've got, almost an engine in front of every home. That's how robust the response was. It was really the north end of Emerald Bay, and for those of you that are unaware, Emerald Bay is an unincorporated area of Orange County. So the fire literally was pushed north along the edges of those homes on the northern edge, and so they were not directly impacted. The fire really kind of moved laterally into those homes. So we got lucky in that regard. As some of you may remember, some of you that are perhaps maybe a little old enough to remember, last time this area burned was in 1993 during the fires then, and as you recall, we lost a lot of structures during that fire.
You made a point of this morning, a lot of PCH.
I'm sorry, we'll wait to class.
You have a large contingent of firefighters along the coast of PCH. Speak to your residents, if you will, about structure. I call it structure protection. I don't know if that's what that was.
We now call it structured defense. We're defending homes. We do have a lot of resources that are arriving. You will see them parked along, the Pacific Coast Highway and in a variety of neighborhoods. We have good coverage right now in front of the homes, but we're going to hold on to those resources. The wind is supposed to, as I'm told, lighten up a little bit this morning, but they could pick right up again. And so our biggest concern would be that fire moving north, jumping where we've got it held right now, and moving north towards Newport Beach. I'm satisfied with the number of resources that we have at scene and that we have en route. And at this time, I'm feeling pretty confident that we've got a pretty good handle on this fire right now. Again, as long as the weather cooperates, the resources continue to come in. The aircraft are doing an amazing job at keeping the fire beat down. This is the only fire right now in California, so we are resource rich.
Can you tell the residents if they do leave their homes, it's always a problem for firefighters to get access to the backyard, so they leave their gates open. Tell them what they do, and also can you tell us about if they do, they're concerned about their homes. How's the police department handling to make sure there's no looting or anything like that?
Well, I appreciate that, and it goes back to what I said earlier. When you're under a mandatory evacuation, if you're under a voluntary evacuation, being a fire chief, I would tell you that that's probably the time to be ready to go. We talk about ready, set, go. If you go to the OCFA website, there's several pages on what it takes to prepare to be ready for that fire, when it's close, and when it's time to go. When we say go, we mean go. Too often, to your point, residents hesitate, or they think they have more time than they do, and when they're leaving, or they're deciding to stay when they shouldn't, we now, both fire and law enforcement have to go into rescue mode. Our primary mission is suppressing that fire. Takes a back seat to helping those residents survive, get out of those neighborhoods. Right now, having driven the area, law enforcement has the neighborhoods locked down. There won't be any looters going into those neighborhoods. The CHP, the Sheriff's Department, Laguna Beach Police Department, they've done an amazing job of getting into those neighborhoods and securing them. So at this point, we don't have any concern for looting.
Do you have the correct location where this fire started?
I don't. I do in my head. I just don't know the geographic area. It actually, if you're familiar with Emerald Bay, there's a large canyon that runs north-south into Emerald Bay. It was on the north slope, is where most of the fire started. Burned over the top, again, skirted those homes on the north end of Emerald Bay, north towards Newport Beach. So the bulk of the fire is away from the structures now. We don't have any of the structures that are directly being impacted. The fire did burn up alongside and adjacent to many of the homes, but again, the firefighters were in place in time and defended those homes successfully.
Did you bring in fire dozers to widen roads and make fire lines and stuff like that?
As I understand it, we've got 2 bulldozers at scene, likely more coming, and they are actively working that open area to the north of Emerald Bay.
Looking forward, where is the area that's going to be pre-treated, and is that being done by the aircraft from CAL FIRE?
Yeah, the helicopters are working primarily on that north piece where the wind, really what we would consider the head of the fire, where the fire is being pushed. They're doing a great job. 2 of the helicopters drop up to 375 gallons. LA County sent us one of their Firehawks that's dropping 1,000 gallons. There's water sources nearby, so the turnaround times are very, very good. The air tankers, if not already at scene, will be here soon enough. And they'll put that retardant down in advance of those fires and keep that fire in check on the north end. And we'll hold on to these resources through all day, just to make sure. Again, with the winds having picked up throughout Southern California, I'm hoping this is the first and the only fire over the next few days. But we are at risk here in Southern California. I've got time for one more question. I know law enforcement, if law enforcement has any detail on...
We have our...
Oh,
yeah,
perfect.
I can provide some.
Okay.
Can we talk to the mayor just one more time?
Sure, absolutely. Mayor.
Yes, thank you. My question, speak to your constituents, if you will. How do you feel about their response to this?
Well, we're always concerned about our residents, and we're trying to keep constant communication with all of them. Since we've had a big fire here in 1993, people who have been here a long time are very sensitive and very worried. So the best thing we can do is communicate, and the best thing they can do is be prepared if they're in an area that's imperiled. So we ask that people, read their NICSL alerts when they get them, go to lagunabeachcity.net and get updates and stay informed. I think we have a good team working on this. I'm confident that we'll get through this. But I'm wishing the best for all of our residents and hoping they're paying attention.
Yes, you have you've gone across all social media platforms. I've saw it coming in everywhere. Given that, is that working? Are they responding? I don't think you heard me. I said, what do you think of the response by your residents?
Oh, I think our response by our residents has been good. Our residents are very attentive. We're a very tight community here. We communicate well with each other. We care about each other. And people that work together here, I have no doubt about that. Thank you.
With me is Laguna Beach Fire Department Battalion Chief Weinert. He's got information on road closures. Kind of follow up to your question.
First, my name is Oppie Weinert. Before I talk on road closures, I will say that the Laguna Beach Fire Department has a strong partnership with Orange County Fire Authority. At the time this incident started, the entire Laguna Beach Fire Department, including a chief officer, responded to assist the Fire Authority for the fire that started behind Emerald Bay. As the chief touched on, the California Highway Patrol, the Orange County Sheriffs, the Laguna Beach Police Department, the Laguna Beach Lifeguard Department, and all our partner fire agencies from Newport Beach to Orange have done a tremendous job. We were able to send a lot of resources very early on this fire. So I'm very thankful to our partnerships with not only law enforcement, but also the fire departments. In regards to the specific questions in regards to street closures, I'll give you a couple of streets that are kind of in the affected area. One is the entire community of Emerald Bay. Also for some evacuations, we're Upper Irvine Cove, which have Irvine Cove Crest, Irvine Cove Court, those streets. In the very north end of Laguna Beach, I'd say from Ledroit Street, which also touches Panorama, Louise, the very north end and upper end. But those are the specific streets that were kind of evacuated through the police department. Any other questions for myself? Thank you.
All right, that'll conclude this news conference. Our PIO has said that Dee will tweet out when the next news conference will be. And so thank you for being here. Thank you.
So you've been listening to Orange County officials there giving an update on the Emerald Fire, which started just shortly after 4 o'clock local time when it was still dark. Of course, the sun is up. And some good news, Brian Finnessy, he's the fire chief out of Orange County, saying that the fire itself is pushing north. It's riding up the ridge line, and crews, of course, actively working as we were watching those officials doing all sorts of things. I mean, of course, from the sky, they're trying to battle this fire, dropping water. They're also adding fire retardant too on the ground, trying to knock over a few trees as they wait for this fire to eventually run its course. Also, the silver lining, the winds have been able to die down just a little bit, and that's from the fire chief there. That's some good news. Laguna Beach is under a wind advisory, though, until 4 o'clock local time this afternoon. We're still seeing those winds quite gusty. They're offshore. But you heard the fire chief also mention how that area back in 1993 had a fire, and folks are sensitive to a fire. So to see that smoke so close and the fire burn so close to those homes, of course, the mayor, Sue Kempf of Laguna Beach, also offering some assuring words too, saying that this will be worked through and they will be able to hopefully tackle this fire completely. Of course, that work continues, though. No official word on containment or control of this fire yet, but some good.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We have been listening in to the latest update from fire officials and local officials there in Laguna Beach about this massive brush fire that has prompted evacuations. To the side of your screen next to me, this is a feed we have coming in from our Fox 11 Los Angeles chopper. They were actually first on scene when this fire was reported around 4:30 a.m. Pacific time. I do want to bring you these aerials live to show you just how much smoke is dissipating through these hills. Now, this could cause visibility issues as the day goes on, but in that update from officials, we did have some good news that the fire is pushing north, and crews, of course, actively working to combat the flames. You've got Orange County Fire Authority choppers dumping water from the air, about 100 gallons being used, and then you've got firefighters on the ground there also using retardant to put out the flames in certain spots. Now, they were talking about the danger of hot spots. It may not be on fire physically, but it is in danger of catching flames again, or if they haven't caught flames yet, but it's starting to pick up that heat. So we do know that crews are actively working to use infrared devices to pick up these hot spots and also send first responders to those areas as well. They did say that the wind is supposed to lighten up throughout the morning, and that they do believe this fire was started around the north slope near Emerald Bay. So as of this morning, we do know that evacuations, mandatory evacuation orders are in place for Emerald Bay and Irvine Cove. We do know that schools in the area have been canceled, and a lot of people earlier throughout the morning have been packing their bags, trying to get out of there as soon as possible. So we are going to stay on this full breaking news coverage for you on the West Coast. Again, a brush fire impacting several acres in the Laguna Beach area. people trying to combat the flames as we speak. You have multiple authorities working to do so. So we will bring you some more full coverage after this quick 2-minute commercial break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. We have been nonstop covering all of the developments on a brush fire that is making its way through the Laguna Beach, California area. In major instances like this, where we do have an owned and operated station in that area, we are able to bring you their full broadcast. And it does look like our Fox 11 Los Angeles team is interviewing the Orange County Fire Chief as we speak. So I do want to head out to their feed here on Live Now from Fox.
A few more days, and this is just one of several that have passed over the last couple weeks. So I caution people when they look at the hillsides and they're green, and yes, it's February 10th, we're in the middle of the winter. All it takes is low humidity, strong, dry winds like we're experiencing now, heat over the last few days and into the weekend, and we can have a fire, even though we're in February. We're no longer have fire seasons. We have fire years, and this is a great example of that.
All right, so not too soon to say when you estimate this fire is going to be out, and obviously when people can return to their homes. Much too soon.
It's too soon, but I would venture to say that a good day of work out there, the fire staying where it is now, crews getting out there mopping it up. I wouldn't expect it's going to be an extended period. But if you have evacuated, you're away from those homes, plan on doing something for the day. I don't see us opening the area. And the fire itself, the threat from the fire may be minimized, but we've got a lot of resources out there. We've got firefighters and bulldozers and hose lines throughout those neighborhoods. So we've got to make sure they're picked up and it's safe for the firefighters out there before we can let the residents back in.
And obviously, I know it's very early on in this fire, but folks are going to wonder, how did this fire start? I know it was very windy out there. Is there any working theory as to how the fire started?
Truthfully, I don't know. I haven't, that has not been my focus since getting here. So I don't know. Certainly that I'm confident it's under investigation and that information will be available at some point. But I don't know at this point.
Orange County Fire Authority Chief Brian Fennessy, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And again, Michaela, as you know, we've been talking about this is a mutual aid situation. So folks in this area are going to be seeing firefighters from around Orange County and even points further as other agencies rush in to help Orange County Fire Authority and Laguna Beach Fire fight this fire. So we'll send it back to you.
Okay, great. And I'm I'm glad you corrected me on that. Chief Fennessy is with Orange County Fire Authority, and even you can see in his stature, in his delivery, he's calm. It's a very different fight that he was talking about as opposed to early this morning in those pre-dawn hours. And of course, at night, when you see orange sky and fire on a hillside, that is absolute cause for concern. But it sounds like they had advantage on their side, that there weren't other fires burning in the state. They were able to call in all sorts of resources. You hear the chief talking about making a call to LA County Fire, talking about those other multi-agencies that are involved, Newport and Orange County, all of those resources on the ground and in the air, in topography like this, that hillside, those beautiful mountainsides that we have all along our coast of California. That makes it more challenging as a firefight. Let's go back up to Sky Fox with that aerial view for us, and showing this image right here shows us what, actually we'll go to Stu in a second, we'll go to Bob on the ground first, pardon me. You can see from the aerial view, though, Bob, what you don't have the advantage of seeing is that it's a lot less smoky, and that's a good sign, right? The smoke isn't nearly as thick as it was hours ago, even just an hour ago.
For sure. I mean, if you, I don't know if you can see some of the ash, the embers that are still flying into the air. So that is still sort of the danger and concern. The smoke is not as heavy. The fire chief was right. The fire itself and the danger has been minimized somewhat, but the danger is still here. And you talked about all of the resources that are being brought in. I'll show you some of the fire trucks that are moving out here. There you are, Fullerton. I just a few moments ago saw fire crews from the city of Anaheim here. There's the city of Orange. There's the city of Brea. So as you said before, just a short while ago, that basically there are fire trucks all through this neighborhood, multiple fire units in this neighborhood. It's one of the reasons why they want to make sure that people get out. And there you see another firefight. There, see, there's another loom up there. So what you have here is a lot of vegetation out here, all across the hillsides here. A lot of it mostly chaparral, very explosive fuels, and then all you need is a little bit of a heat source and wind that blows those embers, and you have a fire, and you have the potential here, because if you look through these hillsides, there's still a lot of fuel to burn here. So really the effort here is structure protection. That's what those firefighters are here for. They don't want people to get in the way. That's why the fire chief said, if you're still here, just get out, find another location. And certainly it's going to be a long time before they get everything buttoned up over here. They want to make sure that the firefighters have access, that they can protect the homes. And if you yourself get in some sort of a danger, then we're creating even more danger here, because they're trying to help you and your family, and then they can't fight the fire. So it just exacerbates a problem. So that's one of the reasons why they want to get people out here. But so many assets coming here, Michaela, it's really incredible to see.
You know, and there's that shot of the palm trees. That shows you the wind that they are dealing with. But again, the good sign is that it's good and bad, right? Is blowing towards the ocean. But that is why the fire was such a concern, because it was driving those flames towards houses. But again, what you were talking about, get out of the area if you can. And the chief said, plan on spending the day out, because we've got a good day of work, in his words. They don't expect to be out of the area with all of their equipment for a while. Again, Gigi pressed him, but at this point their concern isn't what started it. There will be an investigation, and investigators are obviously looking into that as we speak. But the concern right now is property and life, and they've managed to protect both. There's an image on your screen there of the map of where it is all happening, in case you're not familiar with this area of Laguna Beach. And Stu, are you available to us? I was just talking about, oh, thank you, my friend. This chaparral, we keep throwing this name out, and if you're a new import to Southern California, you may not be familiar with this. It's almost like a low shrub-like ground cover that we see all across our hillsides, but it's because, and it does really well in our Mediterranean climate that Sumata was talking about, all along the coastal foothills and mountains. It is a native shrub here, but it's everywhere, and that's what makes, you know, firefighters' job a little more difficult, because it's an oily plant.
Well, it's an oily plant, and you know, just when you see it not on fire or in an area that it's on fire, it looks like a bad 70s green shag carpet. That's kind of what it looks like, but that's from the air. But you know, when you're down on the ground, it's actually sometimes can be waist high. It's not like walking through ankle high type of shrubbery or some sort of a succulent type of plant. It's more of a tree or a shrub, and it will slow the firefighters down trying to get to an area if they have to hike through that chaparral. But then again, like you said, it is an oily plant, and that creates a lot of the fire hazards that we see. And it's also usually accompanied with some sort of like grass that's nearby. So that grass is even more of a flash fuel that will start that fire. It'll get caught up into the chaparral, and then then we have those tremendous brush fires that we have out here in the Southern California area. And then this morning, we had that situation going on this hillside, and then add into all of that is the fact that we had these crazy high winds. It just made this explosive fireball on the top of this hill right above the Emerald Bay community. What Justin is showing you right there is part of the diverse firefighting activity that's going on out here. That's going to be one of the dozers. That's the Orange County Fire dozer that we've been watching, and it basically took over this area towards the top of the hill, most northern part of the fire. I believe they would call that the head of the fire. And it's the farthest away from the homes. But it's basically out here making a line around the fire, and that line is actually going to fall into those containment numbers that we'll probably be talking about later on in the afternoon or in the early evening newscast. But that's what's going on up here, while the helicopters are basically still out there doing water drops on hot spots. Now, this is an unofficial number. I'm confident that I can count to 5, but we've counted 5 actual hot spots that are still kind of going out here, meaning that there's actual flames being seen. And those helicopters, they're doing these drops, and they're basically coming out and they're hitting each one of those hot spots. So the actual open flame type of situation, that actually might be out within the next couple of hours. We're very hopeful. Great. Now, of course, things change, and we are no ways a firefighting authority. We're just watching on what's going on. But it is very interesting to see, and it is also very positive watching how this firefight has progressed so positively, and this fire is pretty much, I'm not going to say out by any means, but the danger definitely has passed.
I join residents in having such deep respect for the men and women in the fire service. You see them down there on the ground. You got a bulldozer over one shoulder, right? And then you've got a helicopter in the air that's potentially going to do a water drop in and around you, so you might get a shower. You might got to watch your 6 to make sure you're not getting in the way of the dozer. They have communications out there, Maria, and they are vital to them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they also keep an eye. They have their weather forecasters within the fire service too to watch the conditions, right?
Yes.
That's such an important part of it.
And we really take value in some of those spot weather forecasts that they put out, because we do have access to them. And we thank the fire department and the meteorologists that work so closely with those firefighters. And to see those efforts of them creating that containment line, really, we're just in awe of them, and such gratitude. The winds, as we've been mentioning, looking just a tad bit better, and that is helping firefighters right now as we look at the current wind situation, a little bit lighter through parts of Ventura County. Primarily this whole week we've been talking about where those gusty winds were at, and it was through Ventura. Parts of the Santa Clarita Valley still pretty gusty. They are 25 miles per hour. If you're headed through the Grapevine, a little lighter now as you head into the LA Basin, but a lot of those stronger winds through parts of Orange County. It has weakened significantly since I started looking earlier this morning. Now we're seeing 6 to 10 mile per hour winds near Huntington Beach down to Newport. 23 though, Santa Ana. So up at the higher ridge tops, of course, a little bit stronger. Wind gusts still potentially going to be near 45 to 50 miles per hour throughout the morning hours, and especially out towards the Inland Empire. We do have those high wind warnings still in effect through 4 o'clock this afternoon. Michaela.
Okay, Maria, thank you so much.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We have been bringing you some coverage from our Fox 11 Los Angeles team as they have wall-to-wall information regarding this brush fire that broke out earlier this morning around 4:30 a.m. Pacific time out there in the Laguna Beach area. We actually do have some full views of the efforts going on right now to combat these flames prompting evacuations in the Emerald Bay and Irvine Cove area, as well as North Laguna Beach. Now, right now you are watching as Orange County Fire Authority choppers, and this actually specifically LA County Fire, trying to literally drop down water to combat some of these flames. Now, this has been a multi-station effort. We're talking Newport Fire Department, Orange County, LA County Fire, Fullerton, Anaheim. So we know that they're dropping about 100 gallons of water from the sky. And then they also do have crews on the ground trying to release retardant to combat some of the flames from certain angles, as well as really keep an eye on those hot spots. They are working with infrared devices to kind of keep tabs on that. But we did get an update from authorities a bit earlier. They did say that the fire is moving north. This is actually a vantage point that we have from a residential neighborhood out there in Laguna Beach. They said that if you were evacuated this morning, plan on being out of your homes for most of the day, that they will keep you updated via social media on when you can come in, when you can come back. Again, this is that aerial shot that we've got from Fox 11 Los Angeles. Resources are continuing to arrive. According to authorities, the wind is supposed to lighten up throughout the morning, proving better conditions for them to try and get these flames under control. And I must say, from when we first brought you these feeds, it's really improved. This actually looks so much better than the raging flames that we brought you when we first got this information and this breaking news to our desk. But again, you can see just how many engines are all over this area. 10 plus acres at this point impacted, and we will continue to bring you more information throughout the day on Live Now from Fox. The bulk of the fire is away from most structures, which is also good news. But right here in front of you, you can even see some portions of those hot spots that are starting to pick up some heat and spark flames. So we do know that authorities are going to keep an eye on those. This was a wind-driven fire, plus they're really dealing with some high temperatures out there, dry period for January. So all of this kind of sparking these flames that happened earlier this morning. Again, no official cause from authorities. That was not their first priority when getting all of their firefighters' engines out to the scene, but it is under thorough investigation. And if we do get reasoning behind this throughout the day, we'll be sure to keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will have more nonstop news coverage of this fire out there in the Laguna Beach area.
You're watching right here live on Live Now from Fox as we continue to show you the breaking news situation out there in Laguna Beach, California. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us here worldwide, as always, for you, bringing you these updates here on Live Now from Fox. We have been listening in all morning long to our teams there, Fox 11 in Los Angeles, as they continue to cover this and showing you now LA County fire that is continuing to be on the scene. Let's listen to a little bit more of the coverage from Fox 11. This is what we do here now on Live Now from Fox. Give you the events as they're happening and push you to the resources when they are available here.
People are out of this area, but the situation is rapidly improving here. And there you see pretty much the only loom up that I'm looking at right now. It really is much quieter here, and that's a good thing.
No, it's good to see. And by the way, you had pointed out that the city of Irvine has actually opened their Los Olivos Community Center to evacuees. That's on 101 Alfonso in Irvine. If folks are finding themselves out of the house and trying to figure out where to go, if you want to just post up at one of the evacuation centers, that is a good focal point for you. And obviously, we're going to get some more news in, but we want to stick with this at the top of the hour here and go over top to Stu in Sky Fox. And you guys have been doing just a tremendous job of providing aerial footage for us and live views of the water drops and of the personnel. And Bob, we can assure you there is ground crew on the hillsides in amongst the shrubbery there working. They've got their shovels, they've got their pickaxes, and they're working in concert, as you know, Stu, with those bulldozers.
Michaela, you know, it is amazing to keep an eye on just the coordination that's going on between all these firefighting assets that are out here battling any brush fire. But this one, it really, you can really kind of pick and choose what you want to look at. Bobby was talking about that lack of smoke in the air, and we've actually been noticing that from Sky Fox as well. Justin, keeping an eye on that 412 right there. That's the LA County fire. They're going to be doing a drop. They're looking for those hot spots. And you know what? That is a real positive right there just in that statement. They're looking for hot spots to actually drop that water. That's amazing to say, seeing how just a couple of hours ago this entire hillside was completely engulfed in fire. Right now, though, this is a spot where they were using the dozers. We were hearing Bobby talk about watching those dozers, or them bringing them up to these fire roads. There are actual boots on the ground. There are, I'm not sure what Orange County exactly calls their brush response guys, but there are a bunch of brush response trucks out here with personnel, and they basically are down that road. We actually saw them staging in a spot where they're probably going to be doing what they need to do to get those containment numbers up, is basically start to just kind of walk the perimeter. If they see hot spots, they're out there, they're with their shovels, they'll be moving dirt. These guys do a lot of brunt of, you know, the real grunt work. You hate to say that word because, you know, it needs such more respect, because these are the guys that are really going to make sure that that fire is out, and it is the most back-breaking work for the fire department and those guys. There's some more of those trucks right there. But, you know, the overall site picture, Michaela, honestly, there are a couple of spots that you see like that where there's some open flames, but the helicopters, they're going to knock those out. And as the winds are kind of slowing down just a little bit, yes, the humidity is not where we want it to be. But, you know, overall, it looks like these guys really got a handle on it, and what an amazing job they did.
You know, such a different situation from early this morning. And I remember those of us that woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning and it's already 75 degrees out. It just makes you worry. The fire chief even said that. He got a call that you never want to get in the middle of the night, that a fire has broken out in the hillside and those wildlands behind their community. But they hit it hard. They had the advantage of not having other fires burning in the state. They had a lot of resources they could call in, and the chief will say they got lucky, and it's really great to see no homes affected, or no homes damaged. There could be fire damage, we know, but no homes have burned and no life has been lost. But school kids, they are getting a day at home, or at least not at home, not at school, because they'll be asked to evacuate as well. The fire has obviously forced some school closures. Let's get the update on the list from Brooke Thomas. She's been watching some of these closures. The school district has been great about letting people know what's happening here.
Michaela, good morning. Yeah, Laguna Beach USD officials say all schools are closed in North Laguna. So we're talking El Morro Elementary, Top of the World Elementary, Thurston Middle School, and of course Laguna Beach High School. District officials say students are their #1 priority. They got this information down pretty quickly as this all started unfolding this morning. Mandatory evacuation orders, as we've been saying, in effect in the area. So officials are saying, hey, look, this is dangerous. There is an immediate danger to your life. Just grab your pets and go get to safety. You do not have to worry about school at the very least this morning. Michaela, I've also learned Laguna Coast Wilderness Park, Aliso and Wood Canyons Wilderness Park closed due to this fire. The city of Irvine has also opened up the Los Olivos Community Center to any evacuees impacted by the fire. All schools in the area closed this morning. Very important. Just one more thing to just check off your list, not to have to worry about.
And if you don't live in the area, but we're planning on traveling through that area or meeting with somebody or going to see, any number of things, change your business there today, because let's just say Laguna Beach doesn't need you in the area. There's going to be a lot of fire personnel and their hoses, their heavy equipment. Brooke, thank you. Appreciate it. So let's talk to Maria about the forecast. You've been talking about this, and I'll even say I've been just so glad to have some warm, sunshiny weather in our area to welcome people coming for Super Bowl, etc. But there is this sinister side of 80-degree weather in a dry month like February, when it should be a damp month, right?
February is typically the wettest month of the year here for us, and January being the second. We got very little rain in January, and we've had zero rain so far, and we're getting to the middle of the month here. We're going to add the heat to the strong gusty winds in the forecast, along with the lower relative humidity values, and so all of that combined really was just a recipe for fire danger. And we've been talking about it all week, about the elevated fire weather conditions because of these stronger winds. Right now, the winds currently, as forecast, anywhere from 15 to 25 miles per hour down through parts of Orange County, particularly 23-mile-per-hour winds in Santa Ana, up near the Inland Empire as well. Some really strong gusts. That's where we're seeing that high wind warning that's in effect. Portions of Orange County all the way to the coast in Laguna, all the way to the Inland Empire. So the fire danger certainly is not gone in terms of the strong winds that are going to be still with us, and those lower relative humidity values into the 18 to 20 percentile. Wind advisory elsewhere. So the winds will still be a factor in the forecast. The heat will be a factor today, and of course, with those lower relative humidity values, so will be the elevated fire danger. Right now, temperatures are already up there in the upper 70s, and parts of Orange County, Huntington Beach, Santa Ana, the same, out towards Laguna Beach, also in the upper 70s. A little bit more comfortable up in Long Beach, 69 degrees. We are seeing a shift and change in our weather. As we get past today, a little bit of a sea breeze at times, or at least more instances of it along the coast. And then as we get into Monday, Tuesday of next week, perhaps a chance for an area of low pressure to bring us some measurable, much needed rain. But today, the heat is a factor. We could be breaking some records today if we reach that high of 89 degrees in downtown LA, nearly 90 as well along the coast. This is what happens when we get those Santa Ana winds. They warm up, they compress. To get down those mountains, they really strengthen as well as warm up. 90 degrees expected perhaps in the valleys and the Inland Empire, 60s up to the mountains today, with those wind warnings continuing until about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Let's check in on the traffic conditions outside. I know really some road closures there, of course, related to the fire. Samara is covering all that area.
Of course. Good morning, Maria. Good morning, everyone. And all eyes on PCH. Due to the fire in the Laguna Beach, Emerald Bay area, we have those closures on PCH in both directions in place until further notice. This is between LaDroit Street to Reef Point Drive, again, until further notice in both directions. Alternate routes, if you're going north on PCH, take the 133 to the 73. If you don't want to pay the toll roads there, continue to the 133 to the 405. And if you're going southbound on PCH, take the 55. Avoid, again, going in that direction. Take the 73 or the 405 to get down the 133. And outside of the
all right, everyone. So we have been listening there. Fox 11's coverage there of the breaking news situation that they've been on all morning long since 4 o'clock local time there. But you're taking a look now. Live Sky Fox images out there in Laguna Beach. A lot better what it's looking like than it did earlier in the morning here. So great job to the fire officials there for getting a jump on this. And you are seeing really clear skies now as it's starting to heat up there once again in Southern California, everyone. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox and have some other top stories here of the day, including what the now newest inflation rate is. That one just coming down the pipes a little bit ago. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More coverage from across the country. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, inflation surged more than expected in January, notching another 4-decade high as strong consumer demand and pandemic-related supply chain snarls fueled rapid price gains that wiped out the benefits of rising wages for most Americans there. The Consumer Price Index rose 7.5% in January from a year ago, according to a new Labor Department report released Thursday, making it the fastest increase since February of 1982 there. So that is what a lot of people out on the really investing communities are worried about, these inflation numbers that continue to surge there. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Well, another big talker here is, as we are gearing up for a big sports Sunday, of course, we have the Super Bowl, but Major League Baseball, they are still in contract negotiations here. And at this moment, we don't have a timeline for spring training, if it is everything is going to be online and on time right here. Right now, the Major League Baseball president right now is speaking right here and talking about these latest negotiations. We're being told the next meeting is coming up on this Saturday, and if that meeting doesn't go well between the two sides, that we could see a postponement come for spring training games. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
I'm the same person today as I was in 1998 when I took that labor job. I mean, I just don't know what else to say in response to that.
In 2020, Rob, it seemed like the issue of full prorated pay or not was something that we could all grasp onto as the principle that you two sides were in dispute over. This time, is it clear to you what the principle is that the players are fighting for? What is the one? I know it's not probably one thing, but is there something that you feel is their principle, their top priority in this round?
Let me say this. And I don't mean this as a criticism. I do think one of the difficulties in this process is that from our perspective, and it's all about people's perspective, there's been a mismatch between rhetoric and proposals.
Rob, would your clubs play Grapefruit League and Cactus League games with exclusively non-40-man players if there were no team?
Yeah, I don't intend, and the clubs don't intend, more importantly, to play what would otherwise be major league activities with minor league players.
Rob, do you believe that we will have opening day on March 31st?
I am an optimist, and I believe we will have an agreement in time to play our regular schedule.
You're an optimist, but are you prepared to miss regular season games if it comes to that? And have you sort of given consideration to what both the short and long-term adverse effects that might have on the sport's vitality?
If I hadn't given consideration to what it would mean to miss games, I wouldn't be doing my job. Obviously, I pay attention to that. I see missing games as a disastrous outcome for this industry, and we're committed to making an agreement in an effort to avoid that.
Is there a point at which missing games would be more costly than just meeting the union where they are with their proposals?
I just can't answer that. I mean, I really can't. I mean, it would depend on where the union is with their proposals and how many games you're talking about.
Rob, between the moment a settlement is reached and being able to start a spring training, how long is that? And also, how long is the minimum that players would need to be ready for in a spring training?
Yeah, I mean, we do have some logistics that would have to be handled between an agreement and actually opening the camps, the biggest of which is the players getting where they need to be. We also have to ratify, right? They have to ratify and we have to ratify, and we won't open the camps until it's ratified. But those are, both of those activities can take place at the same time concurrently, and they're not, it's a few days, you know, it should all be able to be done in a few days. Spring training, look, we have, unfortunately, have some experience with this. We thought, 20, 21 days, whatever we had in 2020 was a problem for us. The injury data supports that idea. We'd like to be, 28. I'm trying not to, be hard and fast, but we think more like 4 weeks makes sense.
Okay, and you said a few days between settlement and being able to open camps. So less than a week is realistic?
Yeah, I think it would be less than a week. Go ahead. I don't work. My man's working his way.
Two questions, sorry. If you could explain, I guess, in the proposals, in the CBT, like penalties and tax rates, they have gone up in MLB's proposals recently. Could you explain the reasoning or thinking in that?
The tax rates are status quo. They're the same rates that are in the expired agreement. I think with one may have a 5% change, 5 percentage points, but they're essentially status quo rates. The only change in the non-monetary side is because of the elimination of draft choice compensation. Some of the old non-monetary penalties wouldn't work anymore because they were keyed off draft choice compensation. And there is a proposal for something to substitute. It's a substitute for what we're given up by the elimination of draft choice compensation.
And a minor thing that had come up earlier, I think the drug testing has stopped. Is that accurate? And then is that any of concern to you? Obviously,
it is accurate. Our legal authority to conduct drug tests expired with the expired agreement. It's a topic of concern. Another, labor disputes make topics of concern. It's another one caused by the dispute.
Robin, in declining to say that spring training will be delayed today and making a proposal on Saturday, does that indicate that you're hoping your proposal is significant enough or viewing it as significant enough to make realistic an agreement? We're talking now that would have to be look at the calendar, a few days, right? And then reporting on time, that would mean agreement very quickly.
Yeah, look, I said two things. Number one, we need to have a conversation with the union about calendar before I get into making those sorts of decisions. With respect to the proposal, we're going to make a good faith, positive proposal in an effort to move the process forward. Whether or not that happens, it's a product of the process. I just don't know. It's a good proposal.
Rob, you said you're the same guy since 1998. You've gotten all your deals done. That's technically true, but 2020 obviously was a unique situation, but that could have started earlier if the two sides had agreed quicker.
Yeah, I'm going to stop you right there. I 100% disagree with that. If you go back and look at the governmental authorities who was giving us permission to play, there was no way we were going to say, whether we had made an agreement or not, there's no way we were starting earlier.
But do you dispute that there was considerable tension between the two sides in 2020?
Oh, no. I stopped you only on the idea that we could have played more. Look, the history of what happened in 2020 is what it is. It was a contentious negotiation.
And it's the same principles on both sides.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's...
like I said, we had a contentious negotiation in 2020 over one issue in the middle of a pandemic. The longer track record is we made 4 basic agreements without losing a game. We made some agreements early, and most of them without any public rhetoric surrounding them.
Right. I guess my question is this group of people on both sides, is this a factor in this issue? And this is the first time, with Tony and Bruce and you and Dan, with these specific people.
Yeah, look, this, we conducted negotiations, Michael and I, in a certain way. This 2020 and this negotiation have been a little different, maybe a lot different than those negotiations. I mean, that's true.
Rob, you said you're being optimistic, and you're an optimist. Is it by nature or because of the sense of where you're headed?
Look, I think that to be a good labor relations person, to work in what is an extraordinarily difficult process, you have to be optimistic by nature. You have to keep in your mind what I said earlier, and I'll say it again. One correct move sometimes opens the way to an agreement. And, you know, my view of the world has always been you keep looking for that one move that creates the opportunity.
Can I drag you to a different subject area?
Gosh, I'm enjoying this so much.
We can wait.
Go ahead.
Just as you would expect, after the rejection of the Montreal plan, what is the level of urgency from your perspective from the Rays stadium situation? And who is the onus on now? Is it on the Tampa Bay community or is it on the Rays?
Well, look, we do have a sense of urgency with respect to the Tampa situation. I think a club being in, and they have been in, a substantial period of uncertainty as to where they're going to play, which, you know, in turn dictates the economic outlook for the franchise. That's a bad thing. It's a bad thing for a business. It hampers the ability of the business to operate and the club to operate in the most effective way. So we do have a sense of urgency. My hope is that Tampa, the officials in Tampa Bay in the region, I've gotten educated on them pretty good, yeah, in the region, and the Rays can work together to find a solution that'll keep a full season of baseball in Tampa. We think Tampa's a major league market, and we want to find a solution that makes the club economically viable in that market.
Have you heard enough to think that's possible?
I'm encouraged by, I thought Mr. Sternberg's tone the day of the announcement was, and I said this in the executive council, I thought it was perfect. I mean, in a extraordinarily difficult situation, I thought his tone was great. I think some of the comments from civic leaders in the region have also been encouraging.
Would you say that owning a baseball team is a good investment?
You know, it's interesting. We actually hired an investment banker, a really good one, actually, to look at that very issue. If you look at the purchase price of franchises, the cash that's put in during the period of ownership and then what they've sold for, historically, the return on those investments is below what you'd get in the stock market, what you'd expect to get in the stock market, with a lot more risk.
Rob, I know you talked about how some of what the players were saying is rhetoric, but they are quite often using your name in those comments. Mm-hmm. How much responsibility do you personally take for this work stoppage?
Look, I said, you know, it is part of my job to get us to an agreement that keeps the game on the field. I take that responsibility really seriously, and you know, what somebody says on social media really doesn't affect my thinking in that regard. It's my responsibility to do everything we can to make an agreement that the industry can live with and keep the game on the field, and we are trying to do that.
Rob, you're talking about the different ways you were making proposals to improve the players' situation. Can you put a number or an estimate on, in the totality of your proposals, how much the players would gain? Is it 10 million? Is it 100 million? How much more new money is going to players?
Oh, I mean, over the term to conduct drug tests expired with the expired agreement. It's a topic of concern. Another, you know, labor disputes make topics of concern. It's another one caused by the dispute.
MLB Commissioner there, Rob Manfred, breaking it all down for what is going to become a very looked at situation come this Saturday as both sides continue to try to iron out some of contract disputes here, and we will see if there will be spring training on time. We heard the commissioner talk about the timeline there that they are facing, even butting up against the regular season as well. We'll keep an eye on that big story for you right right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out to Washington. This is happening live right now. Senator Gillibrand holding a news conference on ending forced arbitration for sexual assault and harassment cases in the workplace. Let's bring that to you on the other side of the break right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We are now taking you out to Capitol Hill. You got Senator Chuck Schumer there. You got Senator Gillibrand and also other senators right now as they will be talking about a news conference on ending forced arbitration for sexual assault and harassment in the workplace. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
This was, and as he said, convinced businesses that this is good for business as well. And that's why we're able to move this amazing legislation by a voice vote, which meant no one was opposed to it. And in part, that's good credit to Lindsey Graham and to Joni Ernst, who helped so much on this legislation as well. And of course, I want to thank Gretchen Carlson. She did an amazing, amazing thing. And as I mentioned to her, when something bad happens to you, very bad, the human instinct is to curse the darkness. But instead, she lit a candle. And it was her courage that brought us here today. So thank you very much, Gretchen. It is just so angering, it just confoundly angering to realize that people, mainly women, but some men too, who were abused, harassed sexually, were forced to shut up, not tell anyone about it, and not seek justice. That is almost medieval. But that's what was happening until today. Because so many people, when they signed employment contracts, were forced into compulsory arbitration on this issue. We may have different views on compulsory arbitration on other issues. But on this issue, how could you tell a woman or man who is harassed, who is abused, you can't seek any public redress, you have to be quiet about it, you have to be handcuffed, and whatever it is. What's muzzled? Yeah, what's the thing and muzzled, thank you, that you couldn't go forward. The great news is that'll never happen. And even better news, which a lot of people don't realize is in this bill, even the existing clauses that people have signed decades ago are no longer enforceable. So people who are harassed will get their rights and have their own choice and their own decisions to make as to whether to do this. So this is, if you could ever say any legislation was long overdue, this is it. This is it. It's sad it took the 22nd to the 21st, whatever century we're in. It took this century, 21st century, to make this happen. It should have happened long ago, but we're glad it's happened today. We're glad it's retroactive. And again, as I said, the person who made this happen more than just about anybody else is Senator Gillibrand, so let me recognize her.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Leader Schumer. I want to thank Leader Schumer first. The questions I got asked by the press a lot yesterday is, why did it take you so long to get this done? And leadership matters. This is something that Senator Schumer has a personal passion about. He's had it for a long time. I've heard his own stories of people he knows and loves and how they were harassed, sexually harassed and assaulted. He feels it intimately as a father of girls, and as a leader, he wanted to do this. This is something that Senator Graham and I have been working on for a long time. It was bipartisan. It had this vast support that we built up over many years. But this bill doesn't get done unless Senator Schumer puts it on the floor. The second thing that Senator Schumer did that I want people to know is, you know, in the 11th hour of this negotiation, we had to bring all senators together. This was not something you could do easily, even if one senator stood opposed, because then the consent falls away. And he was able to meet with Senator Graham and Senator Ernst to really meet the needs of this moment and to assure everyone involved that this bill is what it says it is. And that was really important to Senator Ernst. And Senator Ernst and I have been a partner in this space for a long time. We work in the military context. But it was Senator Schumer, Leader Schumer's presence and commitment that this bill is what it says it is that made the difference for us to move forward and have this unanimous consent. So, Senator Schumer, thank you. This doesn't get done without you. It doesn't get done without your leadership. And it doesn't get done without this moment. I also want to thank Senator Graham because, you know, Lindsay and I have been in this space together now for almost 13 years, 14 years. We've been working in the military sexual assault space. We're working now in these employment agreement space. And Lindsay comes at these issues as a lawyer, as a trial lawyer, as a man who's been in the midst of these issues for a very long time. And he has a very incisive view of injustice. He knows when something just isn't right, and he will stand against a mountain to tell people it isn't right. He has been working with the business community. We were able to get so many business leaders to support this legislation over the last 5 years because of his advocacy, because of his determination, and because of his commitment to this space. So I just want to thank you, Senator Graham, for leading this and never giving up. I want to recognize both Senator Durbin and Senator Grassley, who, as chairs and ranking members of the Judiciary Committee, they were the ones who brought this to the committee and called the vote and made sure that this was something that not only had the full support of the Judiciary Committee, but had their full support. And there are two no greater champions in the Senate than Senator Durbin and Senator Grassley on individual rights and justice. That's what they've made their careers about as leaders of the Judiciary Committee, and their support on this made the difference. And then last but definitely not least is Gretchen Carlson, who was the face and the voice of this advocacy. And I can tell you, to put yourself out there to tell your story with all the restrictions that she had, because she had a non-disclosure agreement, but to tell her story and be the face of this important societal change takes more courage than any of us can imagine. It is literally putting your whole self, your whole body, your whole history, and your whole future in the hands of others, us here, to carry that story effectively. So Gretchen, your bravery, your courage, it matters, and thank you. So this is one of the most significant workplace reforms in American history. The bill is going to help fix a broken system that protects perpetrators and corporations and ends the days of silencing survivors. No longer will survivors of sexual assault or harassment in the workplace come forward and be told that they are legally forbidden to sue their employer because somewhere buried in their employment contracts was this forced arbitration clause. The Ending Forced Arbitration in Sexual Assault and Sexual Harassment Act will void all forced arbitration provisions for sexual assault and harassment, allowing them to have their day in court, a basic constitutional right, your day in court, to be heard and to aspire to justice. And that will be, going forward, their right. It will also allow them to discuss their cases publicly, to tell your story, to tell your colleagues, to tell your family, to tell the people you know and love what's happening, and it prevents corporations from protecting their harassers and abusers. The need for this reform was clear. The forced arbitration process has left survivors blocked from seeking information that could prove their case. This is about discovery. When you're in an arbitration, you don't get the same discovery rights than when you're in a trial. And when you're in a trial, that discovery gives you the facts of whether this is something that is pervasive, whether this predator has had other victims. That's the kind of discovery that's necessary, and every lawyer in America will want those facts. Historically, employees have been less likely to win in arbitration than in court, and in the cases where they do win, they typically receive a much lower monetary award. Since the results of arbitrations are secret and binding, they have no avenue to appeal and no way to hold repeat offenders accountable. The arbitration process has not only allowed corporations to hide sexual harassment and assault cases in this secretive and often biased process, but it has also shielded those who have committed serious misconduct from the public eye. So there's no accountability, and we know that sunlight is always the best disinfectant. Estimates suggest that more than 60 million Americans and 57.6% of women workers are subject to arbitration clauses, and many don't even know it because the clauses were written in fine print. This victory is for them, for each one of them. By passing this legislation, we are giving these workers a new path to justice. So I want to thank all of my colleagues for working together, for getting something done for American workers. Now I'd like to have Senator Graham.
Thank you very much. Very briefly, Senator Schumer, thank you. I mean, making time on the floor, I appreciate it. Why does it take so long? You have to listen. How do you pass a bill? You start with listening. You listen to the victims, and you have to make up your own mind, is that right or not? So from working with Christian, I've heard a lot. I've learned a lot. And business has legitimate concerns. We listen to them, but we acted. What we refuse to do is stop. It is hard. How do you take a real problem and make a good law to solve a bad problem? You listen, and you make changes when appropriate. So I've been a lawyer most of my adult life, and there's a place for arbitration. I don't mind arbitration between businesses. There's a place for arbitration. It's cheaper. You can get it done quicker. But most people have no idea what they're doing when they sign an employment contract. And the idea that you're going to sign away your day in court when you're abused in the workplace, those days are over. No more arbitration in the basement about misconduct up top. This is the biggest change in the workplace since OSHA. We have laws on the books protecting the American worker from injury at the workplace. I grew up in a small town in South Carolina. We owned a bar called the Sanitary Cafe. Most of our customers were mill workers that worked in the textile plant. I can remember so many of them missing a finger or a thumb because the equipment back then was pretty dangerous. I'm a limited government Republican, but there's a place for the government when it comes to our daily lives. So to all the women and men, but mostly women, you're going to have a right today that you did not have yesterday. You're going to have a chance to be heard differently, and is long overdue. So what will happen in the business community? They will up their game. I can tell you the ripple effect from OSHA is that people now are taking seriously preventing injury in the workplace. Well, one of the injuries in the workplace is related to sexual assault and harassment that maybe is not as visible as losing a finger. So the day of being quiet and doing it where nobody understands what happened, and the woman next door doesn't know that the same guy that's doing it to her also did it to the lady down the hall, those days are over. And I want to tell the American people, it's pretty screwed up here at times, but there's some hope. As long as we listen to each other and try to make life better where we can find common ground, there's hope. So, Christian, I'll just say this. You are the most tenacious person I've ever met in all the right ways.
Thank you. Thank you, Lindsay. Our next speaker is Senator Durbin.
I spoke already.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
I can speak again.
Let me second the
comments of Senator Graham about Senator Gillibrand. She is a tiger when she latches onto an issue, and she has been our leader on this issue. And congratulations to you and to your partner in this, Senator Graham. Lindsey, your involvement in this, personally and politically, made the difference. It really did. A unanimous vote in the Senate Judiciary Committee is an indication of a very divided committee coming together on time and issues time has come. And I want to thank Senator Grassley, because this is not the only time that we considered this issue of sexual harassment. You may remember what I consider to be an historic meeting in our committee of the Olympic athletes, Simone Biles and others, who had been exploited in horrible, unthinkable ways, and so many like them. The whole conversation in America has changed on the issue of sexual harassment, and it's changed in the right way. We are moving toward the day when it is totally unacceptable in America to consider the possibility or to even dream that you're going to escape responsibility. We are now talking about taking arbitration clauses that silenced and concealed what had happened and making those a thing of the past, as they should be. Gretchen Carlson, thank you for being here, and thank you for coming to the Judiciary Committee hearing. And one last person I want to acknowledge is the House lead sponsor, just happens to be Sherry Bustos of Illinois, who has been in touch with me almost on a weekly basis. She sent me an email last night and said this is the #1 issue that I've been able to achieve in the House of Representatives, and she should be proud of her accomplishment on that side of the rotunda as well. There's more work to be done, but this is groundbreaking and history-making, and I'm glad to be a part of it. And I think Senator Grassley's next up. Senator.
Well, we listened to a lot of horrific and awful stories about sexual assault, and probably even adding to that awful experience that they go through that seems like nobody cares. Or with the cover-up, I shouldn't say cover-up, the secrecy or the lack of public knowledge about what goes on in an arbitration. Be able to choose yourself. Do you want arbitration or do you want court? Yeah. That seems to be a reasonable thing to do. And in court, you'll have your day in court. And the justice branch of our government is obviously where we're going to make sure that people get a fair hearing. And things that are made public so they don't happen again are very important. And so I'm glad to be a part of this, follow leaders like Gillibrand and Durbin and Graham and Schumer on this. But really, this is a good day for our political system too, because in a bipartisan way, this issue is bipartisan, but it shows that Congress can work in a bipartisan way. So I thank everybody, particularly the people that were brave enough to bring this out and help us get this legislation passed. Because without a public outcry, sometimes Congress doesn't act. That's not the way it should always be, but that's sometimes the way it is. So you've helped move the political process along. Thank you, Senator Schumer, for the bipartisanship.
Great. Thank you, Senator Grassley. Our next speaker is Gretchen Carlson. Please come on up.
Well, hi, everyone. Today I'm here on behalf of the millions of American workers who have been silenced for doing nothing wrong. Workers who simply wanted to go to their jobs every day and work in a safe environment. Workers who had the courage to come forward to say something was wrong and in return got shunted into a secret chamber most of them never heard from ever again. This is a historic day, not only for workers, but for our country. Both of our parties coming together to say enough is enough. Heartfelt gratitude to Majority Leader Schumer, Senators Gillibrand, Graham for their leadership on this, Senators Durbin and Grassley for crossing the aisle, and so many others. I could never have imagined 5 years ago, after filing my harassment lawsuit against Fox News Chairman and CEO Roger Ailes, that I'd be standing here today with such an amazing bipartisan victory. A dear friend of mine said to me back then, "You know, Gretchen, something good is going to come out of this." I didn't really see it that way at the time, but it turns out she was right. A lot of good has come from my decision to come forward and speak for the millions of others who couldn't. A lot of good has come forward from walking the halls of Congress for the last 5 years, working with both parties. A lot of good will come from this bill, which is change. The bill will allow survivors a choice: secret arbitration or the public courts. And I believe this bill will also have a dual effect. It's going to help companies get on the right side of history, that's for sure. But it will also stop the bad behavior, because now the bad actors will know that women's voices will be heard when they speak up about what's really happening at work. So today, 5 years in the rearview mirror, I'm incredibly bullish on the road ahead for a movement that I inadvertently helped to create. Because the stakes couldn't be higher. Marching in the streets can inspire us. Editorials can open our minds. Hashtags can galvanize. But legislation is the only thing that lasts. On behalf of all American workers, thank you so much.
Beautiful. Wonderful.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, in general, this is a bipartisan bill, as everyone has mentioned, and we now have a series of bipartisan bills moving forward. I filed cloture on the postal bill, which is bipartisan. We introduced VAWA today. A bunch of people, Senator Durbin and others, introduced VAWA today, which is bipartisan. The CR is bipartisan. So we've always said, as a Democratic majority, whenever we can work in a bipartisan way, we want to. And today and next week will be a strong indication of that. Okay? Thank you. Done?
Any questions?
This subject.
Only on topic, yes.
I have a question for Senators Graham and Grassley. Do you see this bill as the beginning of maybe further reforms to arbitration, other types of arbitration, or is this sort of it? Is this where it stops for Republicans?
No, I'm open-minded about where arbitration is being abused. And again, arbitration has its place in the American legal system. It's just got to be balanced. You can't have the company picking the arbitrator. So there's some reforms in the Arbitration Act need to be made to make it more balanced and a better product. So yeah, I'll continue to listen, and if I can find common ground, we'll act.
Can I ask Mr. Carlson a similar question? You refer to this as a movement and that there's more work to do. Legislatively, what's next? What else can Congress do to advance this movement?
Well, I think I'll be having a lot of meetings moving forward. I know that Senator Gillibrand wants to continue to work on this. We just heard that Senator Graham is willing to work on this. I know members of the House as well. I'd like to take on non-disclosure agreements and further explore where we can move with arbitration for other disenfranchised groups.
Can I follow up real quick with non-disclosure agreements? Can you just explain why what is the time to do that now? Why that wasn't part of this bill?
Because we wanted to get the first bite of the apple with what we could get done strategically with both parties, and it's been a 5-year journey.
Yeah,
It's rare you can get a UC on the floor of the Senate on something so significant.
Yeah. And just to clarify, this is such an important step because this is where we had enormous insight into the abuses. And just as Senator Graham said, we'll continue to fight for other abuses, but this was unique in that Gretchen's story not only did become an unbelievable film, but it was in the public's consciousness. And so when so many people have been so aggrieved for so long, that's what comes to our attention first. And that's why this first bill was so important.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Big news there with that bipartisan support there to pass that bill there that will end forced arbitration in workplaces when it comes to sexual abuse claims. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are awaiting next hour here. President Biden going to be talking about healthcare costs and including prescription drug costs in America. We'll have it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Also coming up in the next hour here, we will take you out to a Florida sheriff's office detailing the arrest of 2 people in a major money laundering operation. What happened in this one? They're calling it their investigation Operation Heartless. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Hernando County Sheriff Al Nienhuis. It's spelled Nienhuis, and it's pronounced Nienhuis. We also have a couple individuals here that showing their support and/or were involved in the investigation. We actually have a county commissioner, Jeff Holcomb, is here. We have our state attorney's office supervisor for the Hernando County, Conrad Juergensmeyer. We have Rob Lewis with the state attorney's office. He's going to be one of the prosecutors on this case, as well as our state attorney, the elected state attorney, Bill Gladstone. We also have a representative from Representative Blaise Ngolia's office. Heidi is here, so thank you all for coming. This case, I think one of the things I really want to talk about at the very beginning is this case was first brought to the sheriff's office on January 21st of this year. So tomorrow it'll be a 3-week-old case for the sheriff's office. And during that time, thousands of documents and records were examined. I think a couple dozen court orders, including things like search warrants, arrest warrants, and things like that were done. So keep that in mind as we go through this, the magnitude of this case and the speed in which it was done. I will tell you that a couple of the biggest areas of the sheriff's office was our major case unit, particularly economic crimes, as well as our crime analysis unit. Did a tremendous amount of work on this, basically worked tirelessly over this over the last 3 weeks. We also have some federal partners that we work with, and we certainly want to extend our thanks to them, including a task force we're on. Many of you know that the U.S. Marshals Service is known for catching fugitives. What you might not know is the U.S. Secret Service is experts when it comes to things involving money and economic crimes, and they were a huge help on this. And members of that task force, I believe, are from Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, Pasco Sheriff's Office, members of the Secret Service, as well as 1 or 2 of my detectives. And they played an integral role in us getting to this conclusion. This is Operation Heartless, and back in May of 2019, this individual, this female, Susanna Arneson, was hired by the Humane Society here in Hernando County to work for them a couple years ago. You can see a couple pictures here of them, her and her then boyfriend, which is Douglas O'Berry, back in 2019 when they first started their association with the Humane Society. You may or may not remember, and we got permission to show this video. It was we had a burglary there in April of 2020, and here's a little information.
Monday morning after a holiday weekend, she couldn't believe it. She tells Ed on her side she felt heartbroken and sick to her stomach.
To come this morning and say, okay, today's first another day, let's be positive, and for someone so heartless to take this away from us.
You can see she's tearing up there and calling the burglars heartless, and you may or may not remember we actually solved that burglary. I think we got some of the information back. The irony of that is her calling those burglars heartless, and you'll see in a moment why. These are pictures of the couple today, particularly Ms. Arneson, now married to Mr. O'Berry. You can see a little bit of a difference in their appearance, particularly hers. We'll let you draw your own conclusions, but we're relatively confident that the change in her appearance is not the result of hard work and willpower, and we'll explain that in a few minutes, but she's obviously made a tremendous transformation. What happened since her being hired with the Humane Society is we found at the time of that video that was shot about the burglary, she had already funneled over $300,000 into her personal account and was able to make several purchases for personal items. Since that time, we've identified Detective Tippin and others have identified over $1.2 million in theft. So a total of $1.5 million over the last few years. And here's some of the things that we've been able to identify. We have a, this was actually purchased in February of 2020. This is a 2003 Seat Fox. It was purchased for $22,000. It was not paid for. It was paid for in cash, or it was not financed. We had a 2020 Jeep Wrangler, which was worth $43,000. You can see a couple of them there. Whoops. Let me get the Jeep Wrangler here. 2020 Jeep Wrangler. This is the 2020 Jeep Wrangler. This is bought by Susanna Arneson O'Berry. It was paid for with $43,000. 5 days after the burglary, they actually purchased, let me get the right one here. They purchased that house that's in the background. They paid $220,000 and did not take out a mortgage on that. That was 5 days after that burglary that she called the suspects heartless. And ironically enough, that house is about 3/4 of a mile from the Humane Society as the crow flies. Now, in November of 2020, we actually have evidence that she did some international travel, which may or may not have been related to her change in appearance. In March of 2021, there was a Dodge Ram that was purchased, a 30, I think, oh, here it is. There's a couple different Ford trucks that were purchased and registered to Bottoms Up Charter. We believe that that business was started as proceeds from this particular endeavor, that this crime that they did. The house was actually transferred to her soon-to-be husband in July of 2021. They got married in August of 2021, but between those two times, they actually purchased Precision Tackle. You may or may not know of it. It's on you. You can see it in the background there a little bit to that picture to the left. Here's some interior there's a front picture of it. It's on US 19, a little bit south of Toucan Drive. Here's some pictures of the interior. It's obviously, whoops. It's a well-stocked tackle shop. It's actually pretty popular. The former owner was pretty popular, and it was purchased by Mr. O'Berry, we believe, with ill-gotten gains from this particular crime. After they were married, she actually resigned from the Humane Society, and that was in August 26th of last year. And she started a business called Vibes by SQ. I guess her nickname was Susie Q. So, and you can actually see one of the pictures there in the background of her transformation. This is a business that's directly next to the tackle shop and was opened by her. Again, we believe, we've been able to track the money. We believe it was money that was funneled away from the Humane Society. In September of 23rd, they bought a Famous Craft. I don't know if we have a picture of that, but we have another vehicle that, or another boat rather, that was purchased after, here it is, 2006 Famous Craft. It was owned by Bottoms Up Charter. It was actually purchased, again, we think, with money that we've been able to track back to money that was stolen from the business. And as I said, January 20th, the crime was actually reported, and these two individuals were arrested, Susan Arneson, and I'm going to have Mr. Gladstone talk a little bit about the actual charges. And this is her husband, Douglas O'Berry. Both of them have been charged with multiple crimes, including a few first-degree felonies, which are very serious in the state of Florida. Now, a couple comments on this is, as I said, there were thousands of documents that were looked at. There were checks that were destined for the Humane Society that were diverted by her. I'm not going to talk a lot about the specifics, exactly what she did, for a couple different reasons. One, we have literally just hit the tip of the iceberg when it comes to this particular case. These economic crime cases, particularly when you're talking $1.5 million, I think a lot of firms that do this for a living would say doing it in 3 weeks would be impossible, but we were able to do that. But that doesn't mean that there's not a tremendous amount of work. But we do have information that between January of I believe it was 2019. Got several pieces of paper here. I guess I don't have that one. It was, when were the first checks? January of 2020. The first checks that were diverted January of 2020, up until just before it was reported to us, we have $800 and some thousand in checks that we see diverted, as well as transfers from accounts at the Humane Society into an account she was using to spend the money on some of these items that they purchased. Again, it was a very big and busy investigation. As you see, this is some pictures. We did search warrants on the businesses as well as the house. We've seized many of the vehicles and vessels. We're still in the process of going through and working with the court system to get either search warrants or seizure warrants on some other things. But you can see here that she is still, as of yesterday when we did the search warrant on the business, she's still associating herself apparently with the Humane Society. It was a very interesting case. She was able to take money and divert it, as I said, into an account that allowed her to make these purchases. It was definitely something that she did intentionally. Another interesting thing that we just recently found out, that within the last few months, I think it was in November, the Internal Revenue Service actually filed a couple liens against her for the 2012 and 2013 tax years for a total of about $400,000. We're not sure exactly, the IRS is pretty tight-lipped, but we're not sure exactly where that income came from, but it's kind of ironic that she has tax liens from a little over about 10 years ago, a little less than 10 years ago, for $400,000, which means in those 2 years she made a tremendous amount of money. And whether that money was legal or illegal, we're still trying to figure out. But the bottom line is the Humane Society may not be the first victim in this particular case. The Humane Society, we do have representatives here. I talked with them that really the first specific information they got was literally within the last few minutes, so they certainly are not prepared to talk about it, but they have assured me a couple things. Number one is once they figure out exactly what happened and some of the information, they are going to make a statement for the media and for the press in the coming days. They will also have a particular individual that will be assigned to address any concerns or questions you have. They've also assured me that they've already put things in place to make sure that this doesn't happen again to any other organization. I have to commend them for stepping up, because as you in the media know, and our friends watching at home, it's not unusual that when people are a victim of an economic crime, they either don't report it, or if they do report it, they don't want to press charges because of the negative publicity they get. So I have to commend the Humane Society for being willing to step up and prevent future victims, because I can rest assured if our prosecution is successful, it will be difficult, if not impossible, for these individuals to do something similar to any nonprofit organization in the future. That being said, I'm going to let our elected state attorney for this judicial circuit, Bill Gladstone, talk to you a little bit about the specifics when it comes to the charges, what the maximum penalties are, and some nuances with the prosecution, and then we'll be happy to take some questions, either myself or the detective. So, Mr. Gladstone, thank you for coming.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning. As the Sheriff said, my name is Bill Gladstone. I'm the state attorney in the 5th Circuit. First thing I want to do is just thank the Hernando County Sheriff's Office for doing an excellent job. In particular, the Economic Crimes Unit. They've always done a great job. They're very thorough, and they work as a team, and they work with our office, and that makes a huge difference, because, as the Sheriff mentioned, there were numerous search warrants that were executed, dozens of subpoenas that were sent out, freeze orders on bank accounts. This can't be done without teamwork, and the way that this operation works is it's second to none. So I just wanted to point that out. The other thing that the Sheriff mentioned is this developed very quickly, and to put such a thorough investigation together so quickly is a testament to what a great job that they've done. I will tell you that As of this morning, these two are still being held on a $750,000 bond each. They are each, we anticipate charging them with 3 first-degree felonies. Grand theft in the first-degree felony is anything over $100,000. Organized fraud over $50,000 is a first-degree felony, and money laundering over $100,000. So those 3 first-degree felonies each carry a maximum penalty of 30 years in prison. I did some checking before we came over this morning, and as the sheriff mentioned, the burglary that the Humane Society was a victim of a few years ago, from the video you saw, the person who committed that burglary went to prison for 8.5 years. So if you put that into context, these two face an exposure that's much greater than that. So I just wanted to say I thank the Hernando County Sheriff's Office Economic Crimes Unit for doing such a good job. Thanks. So, yeah, sir. Thank you. Yeah, and to put that in perspective, you know, these are detectives that are working. Oftentimes, our Economic Crimes Unit has to jump in and help our major case unit when we have a crime against a person, a rape or a murder or something like that. They also, you know, have to jump into. Unfortunately, a lot of times our economic crimes, the suspects are overseas, as many of you know. We hear that over and over again. When they're local like this, they are able to take advantage of that and do that. And I think it's a testament to their ability to handle just about anything that comes along. They certainly have to be, they are not specialists, they are generalists, but they have the ability of specialists. And I can't say enough about them. And as Mr. Gladstone said, we work early and very closely with the state attorney, because they ultimately are going to have to prosecute these crimes. And we found out the sooner we get them involved and get their opinion and perspective, the better the case is going to be. So I appreciate your willingness to step up and assign somebody to help us over those 3 weeks to make sure that we're crossing all our T's and dotting our I's, as well as helping us navigate the criminal justice system as far as getting search warrants and all the things we need and seizure orders. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and try to entertain a couple questions if you have any. And if I can't answer, maybe my detective can. So,
Sheriff, how were you guys tipped off, and how were they able to get away with this?
Well, that's a very good question. We're still trying to get to the bottom of this, but as it happens in these types of cases, the ownership, in this case the board of directors from the Humane Society, noticed that there was some improprieties, maybe some money missing in an account that should have had a lot more money, and brought it to our attention. And we started digging, and fairly quickly we found out that something was not right, and that kind of got the ball rolling. How something like this could happen, it's the same anywhere. You know, you have people that are involved and for a period of time do a good job and earn trust, and as the organization changes, they get more responsibilities, and unbeknownst to the organization, they take advantage of those responsibilities, and that coupled with a criminal mentality or mindset, some of the things that were done, the average person wouldn't think about, because they would never take food out of the mouths of puppies. But this individual obviously was a pretty good actress. She's basically showing tears about a burglary that happened when she at that point had already taken $300,000 from the organization. So hopefully that answers your question, but we deal with it all the time, and I guess sometimes we do too good a job of protecting the public, because you certainly can't tell by looking at these people, and you can't tell by talking to them, because they can be very good actors and actresses.
Sure. In the interview room, did she express any remorse? What did they say?
There was no.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. You can see right there on the right hand of your screens there, we are monitoring the Laguna Beach brush fire, and soon we'll be getting an update there from officials. So we'll be bringing that all to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take our first break here of the hour. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
assets that we've showed you that we've recovered, and we're still working on recovering more assets. If we can show any nexus to the stolen money and that particular item, we're going to do our very best to work with the Humane Society to get that back. Unfortunately, it's not uncommon in these cases that that what you get back are pennies on the dollar, and some of the money that may or may not have been spent on a transformation, we obviously aren't going to be able to get that money back, any food and things like that, but we're going to do our best. Anything that's worth going after, we're going to go after and work with the state attorney and the judges, as well as the Humane Society and any legal counsel they may have, to try to get every penny we possibly can back for them.
Is it possible that she knew the burglars back in April?
We don't have any information that we were actually, the first thing I thought of when I heard about this is, was she somehow involved? But we were actually able to solve that burglary, and as Mr. Gladstone said, that person was sentenced to prison. And I think had those individuals had any relationship with her, they probably, before going to prison for 8 years, if they would have known about it. So I would venture to say the burglary was totally unrelated to this. And is that a good assumption?
Yes, sir. How does this compare to anything that you've seen here in the county?
Well, as far as a scheme to defraud, this, I don't know if we've had any larger than this. I have not. Yeah, the detective hasn't worked any. This is a big one, and again, to even add a little bit more frustration to it, these nonprofit organizations that do a tremendous service to the community. We all know that unwanted pets, or people who take on responsibilities of pets and don't realize how big a responsibility it is. The Humane Society and other organizations do a great job in assisting getting those pets cared for and to new owners. It's a huge portion of what we do here, and there are people that actually will a tremendous amount of money to these organizations, tens of thousands of dollars sometimes. There's one case where it was well over 6 figures, and it was all diverted to purchase some of these items that were purchased by the suspects. So it's very frustrating.
When you talk about that, when you're diverting that amount of money, with a lump sum, does that make it easier for these individuals to like sweep it under the carpet because it's?
I think it's, as I said, they may or may not have had experience doing this in the past, and over a period of time, you get away with it and you keep doing what works, at least temporarily. I don't know if it was necessarily easier for them. I'm actually a little surprised that it went on as long as it did. But again, if you're pretty good at this and you're a good actor or actress, you can convince people that there's no big deal and everything's fine. Eventually it gets found out under the light of day, especially when you leave the organization. But it's amazing that they had the guts to do something like this, because it is a tremendous amount. And as Mr. Gladstone said, these are very serious charges. These are extremely serious charges. And I think that's a lesson to any individual that might be out there thinking about doing something similar. A first-degree felony is about as serious as you can get in the criminal justice world, short of a capital felony. And and when it's a true victim like this, and the Humane Society is a true victim, they weren't putting themselves in a high-risk lifestyle. I think the criminal justice system is going to seek to get justice in this case. I do want to say also that I was talking with my Sergeant Galarza with the Economic Crimes Unit, as well as the detective. I think going forward, we're going to try to, this case is, we're going to be busy over the next several weeks working on this to try to wrap it up. But as we go forward, we're going to try to develop some training, maybe for our local nonprofits, particularly the board of directors, and talk to them separately from any other employees. And much like the Humane Society, the board of directors is not paid. They have a very small staff, a handful of people that are paid oftentimes. But it's important for us to talk to the board of directors and say, here are some things you can do that will prevent something like this from happening. So we're going to try to develop some board training to help do some crime prevention in this particular area going forward. So,
is it safe to characterize the female as the mastermind of this?
I'm sorry, the female.
To characterize the female.
Yeah, I think obviously we had enough information to charge her now husband, previously boyfriend. So we believe that he was involved. But I think that she, between what we see going on, she was obviously the person associated with the Humane Society. He was not directly associated. And that coupled with some of the previous tax liens, I would venture to say she was at least the main player in this. So.
How long was she with the Humane Society?
I'm sorry?
How long was she with the Humane Society?
She actually started with them in November 2018? November of 2018, and she left in August of last year. But we actually have found evidence that she was still being able to manipulate some money that was coming in. So even after she left, which is really ironic. So
the Humane Society obviously came forward, but what did they say the red flags were?
Well, as I said, there was some. There was one particular account, if I'm not mistaken, that had did not have the amount of money in it that they thought it should have, and so they realized something had occurred. So,
do you anticipate any other arrests, or is this?
We have been looking into it, and up until a day or so ago, we thought they might have had some assistance, but since then, we've come to the conclusion that those people have been very cooperative with us, particularly some of the transactions that occurred. So right now, it's probably too early to tell. I don't know if you want to address that or.
As of this point, I mean, there's the potential that other people could be involved. There's a lot we're still looking into, but as of right now, we don't see anything else.
Give them your name and how to spell it, too.
My name is Jason Tippin. I'm a detective with the Economic Crimes Unit. My last name is Tippin.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you all for coming.
Big bust there in that case, featuring $1.5 million stolen by that couple. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are keeping an eye on everything out in California, SoCal, right now, as we are waiting for that news conference on the brush fire happening out there. We're also monitoring some other breaking news out of New York, really going coast to coast right now. This is New York City. Live look right now, Sky Fox aerials on West 52nd Street of a shooting that happened there earlier today. Victim described as a male. Injuries are not life-threatening, stable condition at this moment, but you're seeing a lot of the street blocked off here. We'll keep an eye on this here for you, and once we get more updates, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pacey, as we continue to roll on right here. Well, so far, no deal between Major League Baseball and the Players Union as the lockout continues. And right now, the timeline is getting closer and closer for spring training. And then, of course, regular season games. At this point yet, they have made no decision on postponing some of the spring training games. But there is another meeting coming this Saturday between the two groups. And if they can't get anything ironed out there, then there will be some delays with the spring training here, impacting, of course, Arizona and Florida communities there that have the spring training activities. Let's listen to a little bit of the MLB commissioner talk to the media a little bit earlier today on this issue.
Today, as I was in 1998 when I took that labor job. I mean, I just don't know what else to say in response to that.
In 2020, Rob, it seemed like the issue of full prorated pay or not was something that we could all grasp onto as the principle that you two sides were in dispute over. This time, is it clear to you what the principle is that the players are fighting for? What is the one? I know it's not probably one thing, but is there something that you feel is their principle, their top priority in this round?
Let me say this. And I don't mean this as a criticism. I do think one of the difficulties in this process is that from our perspective, and it's all about people's perspective, there's been a mismatch between rhetoric and proposals.
Rob, would your clubs play Grapefruit League and Cactus League games with exclusively non?
All right, we wanted to listen to just a little bit of that right here on Live Now from Fox here for you. But in the meantime, everybody, we do have a live event that we want to get to. This one coming right there in California. We've been on it all morning long for you, getting the latest there from the Laguna Beach brush fire that happened earlier this morning and into the morning hours there as well. So we're going to listen in here to officials as they're going to give an update on the situation there on hand right now. All right, it doesn't look like they are ready quite yet, so let's go out to Fox 11 as they are on this right now covering this breaking news.
We hope that remains. There are a lot of resources on the scene, and the wind is calm for now, although the fire continues to burn in some rugged terrain and has been extremely erratic, fueling those flames all morning long. And of course, firefighters are working hard to get a hand on this fire before those afternoon winds start to kick up. Now, there are resources from all over Orange County and Los Angeles. Also, everybody's setting up here for this briefing here, all our colleagues in the media. There are resources, including Los Angeles County. They actually had one of the first helicopters here on the scene. Additional air tankers have also been requested because of the fire burning in that rugged terrain, and you may be able to make it out there on the video. They do have some hand crews up there, some dozers, a mutual aid situation. We saw Huntington Beach. We saw Anaheim Fire here. We saw Brea. Everyone coming to the aid of the Orange County Fire Authority and, of course, Laguna Beach Fire to help. Now, hundreds of people do remain evacuated. A lot of them have lived in that area for a long time. We spoke to a doctor early this morning. He's lived there for over 35 years, and he still remembers the fire in the early 90s. So the minute that those evacuation orders were issued, he immediately got out. They didn't waste a moment. They packed up the family, people packing up the pets, a lot of them evacuating to the local shopping center. And those evacuations we're talking about include Emerald Bay, north of Pacific Coast Highway, Irvine Cove area of Laguna Beach, and the North Coast area of Laguna Beach. Now, there is an evacuation warning. Now, a warning, of course, means you should be ready to go at a moment's notice. So this, of course, is a good time to start thinking about those things you would want to take with you in case of an emergency. We're talking about the Boat Canyon area of Laguna Beach. Again, that is a an evacuation warning, voluntary evacuations. There are care and reception centers for those who have been evacuated. They've been set up at Los Olivos Community Center, at 101 Alfonso in Irvine, and another one at the Laguna Beach Community and Susie Q Center at 380 3rd Street in Laguna Beach. Now, most of the roads, including Pacific Coast Highway in and out of the area, do remain closed to traffic, and I think we're getting ready to...
It looks like they just lost that shot there momentarily. Let's go back out now to Fox 11 as looks like they were able to get their feet right back.
Himself, Chief Brian Fennessy, with the latest on this fire.
All right, we'll get started. Good morning, everybody. My name is Brian Fennessy, and I'm the fire chief for the Orange County Fire Authority. With me this morning is the Laguna Beach City Fire Chief, Mike Garcia. Also, County Supervisor from District 5, Lisa Bartlett, and Mayor Kemp from the City of Laguna Beach. All of us will offer some comment and some updates. We've dubbed this fire the Emerald Fire. We got the call. Our emergency command center, our dispatch center, received the call at 4:10 this morning about a small fire in the area behind Emerald Bay. We sent a dispatch to 1425 Emerald Bay Drive. Upon arrival, the crews did find an active fire under significant winds. Not a surprise. Everybody's been informed that we've had several Santa Ana wind events. The high pressure is upon us, and we were expecting and are experiencing record temperatures, dry weather, and low humidities. At this time, the fire has been mapped at 145 acres. A couple hours ago, we reported 7 to 10 acres. Since then, we've had improved mapping, so I want to share with everybody the fire has not all of a sudden exploded and grown and is spreading widely. It is not. It's just improved mapping. It's at 145 acres, approximately 5% contained. You see there's not much smoke behind me. Part of that is because we are shielded by the hills. The fire spread is to the north, but the fire is not spreading rapidly at this time. On scene, we've got in excess of 75 engines. 8 strike teams make up some of those 75 engines. We've got 4 CAL FIRE air tankers at scene. They're actively dropping fire retardant now. We've got 5 hand crews on scene, 2 bulldozers, and 5 helicopters. 1 Orange County helicopter, 2 LA County Fire Department helicopters, and 2 CAL FIRE helicopters that are en route and likely here at this time. As far as the situation, we are working to keep the fire west of Boat Road, east of Emerald Canyon. The fire is hung up a bit below Emerald Canyon at this time. I'm happy to report there are no structures lost, none damaged, no reports of firefighter injury or civilian injury at this time. Evacuations remain in place. Chief Garcia will be speaking to the evacuations, road closures, shelter areas, those sorts of things in a moment. I want to thank all of the local fire departments, all of the Orange County fire departments that assisted. This is in the unincorporated area of Orange County. We're in unified command with the city of Laguna Beach, with CHP assisting, and I believe Newport Beach is also a cooperator. When we have these types of fires, we rely upon mutual aid. We have well-developed plans, we send robust responses, and we get support from all of the fire departments here in Orange County. I want to send out a special thank you to my friend and partner in public safety, Interim Fire Chief Anthony Maroney at Los Angeles County Fire Department. Once I got the call this morning, shortly after about 4:30, understanding where this was, understanding and having experienced the 1993 Laguna fires, knowing that it was under wind, hedged our bet a bit, called the fire chief personally, and asked him to help us, with a couple more helicopters. He did, and actually threw in a couple more hand crews. So I want to thank LA County. Also had offers from the city of Los Angeles, Ralph Terrazas, the fire chief there, who also offered air support. We didn't need it at the time. Most of all, I want to thank the community of Emerald Bay and the neighboring communities. Your work in creating defensible space allowing us an opportunity to have a better opportunity of protecting your homes was evident. While the fire did spread rapidly, when it got into those areas where there was good defensible space, that fire laid down as it should. And again, we had no structure damage, no structure loss. I personally had an opportunity when I first got here before daylight to walk the areas of the fire that I could and to interact with the firefighters that were on the line. And while we did have a robust response, a lot of resources along those structures to defend them, really it's the homeowners and the community that really deserve a great shout out for heeding the fire service word and doing exactly as we shared. I also want to thank those that evacuated when we in law enforcement asked you to evacuate. We appreciate that. When you don't, it causes us considerable challenges. We can no longer go out and fight that fire. We have to go into rescue mode and rescue people, and the fire gets larger. So thank you to all of the residents, again, that heeded the warning and the evacuations and did what they needed to do. At this time, I'd like to introduce Mike Garcia. He's the fire chief for the city of Laguna Beach, and again, he will talk about evacuations, road closures, and shelter areas. I will say before he steps up, there will be questions about how long, when will residents be let in. We don't have that info. It's premature for that. We've got a lot of resources, on this fire. We've got a lot in staging. So even if the area cools down, and we would be able to let you in, we've got a lot of hose out, we've got a lot of firefighters, so residents will not be allowed in until it's safe, not only for them, but for our firefighters. So I wanted to kind of throw that out there before it came up. Pardon me? And we'll get to questions at the end of this. We'll open it up for questions. We'll take them then. At this time, I'd like to introduce Chief Garcia.
Hey, good morning, everyone. As you are aware, we've had evacuations. Currently, the communities of Emerald Bay and Irvine Cove are under mandatory evacuation, and everybody, fortunately, has left. North Laguna Beach is under advisory, and we're asking our community to stay vigilant, be prepared to leave when asked to do so. When you look around here, you couldn't even tell there's a fire going on, and we're very close. There's an active fire going on. It's going the other way. You don't see it. So it's easy for everybody to think, hey, it's okay. We need to get back into our house. It should be okay. We're telling you it's not. This is subject to wind and wind changes, and we are monitoring that very close. This is a large team effort, and we're taking safety very serious. Road closures. Coast Highway is closed. Please stay off Coast Highway. It's closed northbound from Broadway and southbound from Newport Coast. And we're asking everybody to stay away from the area. We have many fire resources currently on scene, and they are moving back and forth. They're utilizing the highways. We have many that are coming in and changing crews and such, so we need those areas open, and we don't need the congestion of people. For those that have evacuated, for those that need help, we have 2 evacuation centers. We have one here in Laguna Beach, our Susie Q Community Center, right down the street here on Forest Avenue, and we also have the community room at Los Olivos in Irvine. Doesn't matter what city, what part you're from. If you need the help, please go there. You can be cared for and taken care of. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Chief Fennessy.
Thank you, Chief Garcia. Now I'd like to introduce County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett, District 5.
Thank you, Chief Fennessy. So, Lisa Bartlett, Supervisor, 5th District. My district now covers from Costa Mesa, Newport Beach, all the way down to San Clemente. We were notified this morning about 4:30 about the fire. We've been fielding phone calls and text messages, getting people out to the evacuation centers. And I know that the swift action of all of the agencies, I also serve on the board of the Orange County Fire Authority, and we know the important work that's done. With Emerald Bay, it's in the unincorporated area of the county. So even though it resides in Laguna Beach, the county is responsible for providing all of the services. So I'm sort of the de facto mayor of Emerald Bay. But the fire authority, along with all of the fire agencies that reacted so quickly and deployed all of the apparatus to assist in this fire, made a huge difference, putting in the fire breaks, and hopefully they'll get it contained in short order. Stay tuned. We're pushing everything out on social media that we can to the residents and people that are interested in keeping on top of things at Supervisor Lisa Bartlett on Facebook and at OC Sup Bartlett on Twitter. So just check social media, watch the news, stay engaged, and we just want to remind people to, abide by all of the laws in place right now. Stay out of the area, and for people that want to get back in their homes, just stay tuned. Right now, it's not a safe time to get back, but watch the news and check social media, and the fire authority and police services will be in contact to let you know when it's safe to get back in your homes. We're getting a lot of phone calls on that right now. So at this point, I'll turn it back over to Chief Hennessy. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bartlett. I'd now like to introduce the city of I don't know why I keep saying Long Beach, Laguna Beach, Mayor Kemp. We are in unified command with the city of Laguna Beach. Mayor?
Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to thank Supervisor Bartlett for her support, and she contacted us immediately this morning, was right on point, and we thank her so much for that. I also got a call from Supervisor Foley, so for the Board of Supervisors in our area, I want to thank them so much for their support. I want to assure the residents of Laguna Beach that we are in very good hands here. Our city manager, Sheree Dupuy, opened the Emergency Operations Center immediately. I happened to be there while she was doing it. It was very smooth, very quick, and quite impressive, to be honest with you. We have excellent on-the-ground support from our Laguna Beach Police and Fire, our City Public Works, OCFA, of course, Cities of Newport and Irvine, OC Sheriff, and Caltrans and Edison is also on site. Stay informed via our Nixle that we send out regularly to all residents who have signed up, and also look at the Laguna Beach City website, and we will provide regular updates. For residents, I ask you just to be informed, be attentive while we work through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Kemp. At this time, we'll field some questions, at least for a little while, and then we'll go from there. Why don't we start left? We'll go left to right. How's that? Pete, what do you got?
Chief, given the direction the fire's going, wind conditions at this point, do you have the assets needed to stop it if it makes a run? Do you have fire breaks which are already set or will be put in courtesy of either camp crews or heavy air tankers coming in?
We appreciate that. That's a great question, Pete, and the answer is yes. We had a robust initial response. We always do. We were quick to call for additional resources. We're very well resourced at this time. This is the only active fire taking place within the state. So we have all of the state, all of the local resources at our disposal. Now I say that so you all consider that this is the first fire. We've still got 2 or 3 more days of this weather. And so it's not unusual for fires like this, as you well know, Pete, for resources to start to get stretched. We're not in that situation now. We do have good fuel breaks. As I commented, at least right now, the fire has moved north of Emerald Bay. There are no communities immediately adjacent to where the fire is spreading now. If the winds hold as they have, the air tank, we continue to get the air support that we've got on scene. We're continuing to get hand crews in, additional engines. I'm very comfortable with where we are at this time and keeping the fire's growth to being very minimal at this point.
Is there a cause of fire? Do you have arson on scene that you have at the point of fire? What's the point?
We do have our arson investigators at scene. We're working in conjunction with CAL FIRE. The fire is actually within what we call the state responsibility area. We are a contract county, one of 6 in the state of California, where CAL FIRE, the state, pays us to protect the lands that they're responsible for. And so we will be heading up the OCFA, the fire investigation. It's under investigation. It's very early. It's premature. I don't want to speculate at this time. Power lines up there? There are power lines in the area, but again, I don't want to speculate on the cause because it is very premature.
Is it near a road or an open land where it started with the fire's first fight, or just what kind of terrain was it?
It's, from what I saw, and I'm only going to report on what I saw in near dark, the fire was on the side of a hill. The way fire spreads, I'd imagine it started somewhere below that. To the degree there were wires in the area above that, I don't know. I just don't have that information.
Chief, can we look forward to the next few hours? We will have record temps again today, likely.
We will.
And wind. Please talk about what you anticipate will happen in this fire zone.
Well, I'll tell you, that's a great question. I'm really pleased to say we've got the resources in place now and feel very comfortable about what we have. Given the fire behavior, the weather, the forecasted weather, we're in pretty good shape. 5% is a really conservative estimate of containment. I will just say that the fire is not spreading rapidly at this time. There's very little growth on many edges of it, but you said it. We've got 2 or 3 more days of weather like this. The winds have subsided somewhat this morning come sunup. They were blowing significantly harder last night. That's not unusual during these kind of weather events. So we're using that. Well, the temperatures are going up and the humidity remains low. This is the opportunity we look for to jump on these fires and get rapid containment before the winds again pick up. But we're in for a good couple days of tough weather. You know, I drive the local highways like everybody else, and we see green on the hillsides, and I think it lulls us into a sense of complacency, if you will. We used to talk about fire seasons. We now call them fire years. This is a great example of what a fire year is. It's February. It's the middle of winter. We're looking at 90-degree temperatures, single-digit relative humidity, winds out of the northeast, and the Santa Anas have lined up. So we're not out of the woods. We're hoping, and we're hoping that you will carry that message out to everybody. Be extremely diligent over these next few days, and all days, when it comes to fire. Do not let your guard down. Get your defensible space done. Be ready to evacuate when we ask you to evacuate. Great question. Thank you.
In the previous news conference, you said something about this is different from 1993, as if the way of firefighting has changed. Now, I know the changes that happened in the city following that.
Sure.
But what succinctly is different from that catastrophe way back then?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. The question was, how is this different, and correct me if I'm wrong, but how is this different from the fire experience in 1993? And some of us are old enough to remember that fire. I know, I don't want to date us too much, but that was a devastating fire, those of you that recall that. I think one of the biggest differences is, you know, that fire started many miles away and northeast from Emerald Bay, from Laguna Beach, and it had time to get a head of steam on it by the time it got to the coast. Air resources were scarce. There were other fires burning at the time. We didn't have the coordination. We're talking about 1993. We didn't have the coordination that we do now. Didn't have the agreements in place. That same fire today would be handled much quicker, would be prioritized much faster. We'd have the aircraft we need. I think one of the key differences today is this is the only fire in the state. We are resource rich. If we need more, it's simply a phone call and we will get more right away. Again, if this remains the only fire.
Fire officials there in California talking about the Emerald Fire. They're at 5% containment right there as they continue to work this, and hopefully, like they said, the winds will participate and do what they have to do as well. Live look right now showing you this drop right there. Great job right there once again as we show you things live, raw, and always direct. Right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Let's show you the markets there, though. It is taking a dump right now at 217 points there in the red. It was hovering just below 100 points, but now picking up some steam there. We'll continue to look at that as 7.5% inflation rate continues. And we'll be bringing you the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are just moments away from President Biden. He is going to be talking about healthcare costs in America, and we'll be bringing that to you on this other side of the break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We have President Biden live right now talking about healthcare costs and prescription drug prices in America. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
It's full time and has for the last 9 years. She's in the classroom now at community college in Northern Virginia Community College. And she says, you know, the single best kept secret in America is community colleges. And it really is. They are so flexible, they can do so much. And if I had more time, which I don't, for all of you, I'd go into what we're going to try to do to increase the flexibility and the funding of community colleges for people. But it's great to be here with Abigail, with Congresswoman Spanberger. And in every chapter of her career, in every chapter, she's always been about one thing: service. I also want to thank Mark Warner and Tim Kaine, your senators here, good friends, and worked closely with me on so many things when I was a senator and now as president and when I was vice president. But they needed to be in Washington today because there's votes in the Senate. I also want to thank Secretary of Health and Human Services, Javier Becerra, for two things. One, for answering my call when I asked him to come and be the secretary. I was worried he wouldn't. And how much he's helped us make so much progress in getting people vaccinated, getting health insurance, and making it more affordable health care. Look, health care is part of Abigail, Congresswoman, your Congresswoman's background. Back in 2017, she saw her representatives in Congress vote to repeal the Affordable Care Act. That was one of more than 100 Republican efforts. There were 100 Republican efforts since we passed it in our last administration to repeal the Affordable Care Act. But she knew that that was the exact opposite of what Central Virginia badly needed. You needed then and you need now more access to quality health care that is more affordable. So when I became President of the United States, that's what we did. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which made quality coverage through the Affordable Care Act more affordable than ever before, with families saving on average, have signed up, family on average $2,400 a year in their annual premiums. Compared to last year, the average monthly premium for Virginians has gone down more than 25%. Over 5 million people have gained coverage through the ACA since I became president. And as was mentioned by Javier, over 300,000 Virginians have signed up for health insurance during the open enrollment period here in Virginia. And we want to go further. Lowering prescription drug prices, get a cap on the amount people pay on Medicare, pay for prescription drugs, and to bring more clarity and fewer surprises when you get your bills if you've been hospitalized. So let me say a few words about each of these things now. With regard to prescription drugs, in America, we pay the highest prescription drug prices of any nation, developed nation in the world, the highest of any. And it's about 2 to 3 times higher than what other countries pay. Let me give you one example. An anti-cancer drug to treat leukemia and lymphoma costs $14,000 a month in the United States. The same exact drug, made by the same exact pharmaceutical company, is sold in France, and it's $6,000 a month. $6,000 in France. Same exact drug, same exact manufacturer, same exact amounts. Not 14, but 6. That's for a month's supply. Today, 1 in 4 Americans who need prescription drugs struggle to afford them. 1 in 4. Nearly 30% have skipped doses of essential drugs they're supposed to take. Others have simply not filled prescriptions that the doctor had given them, tried to use over-the-counter drugs or pills cut in half because they can't afford the cost of their prescription. This is the United States of America, for God's sake. That's just wrong. It's simply wrong, especially since it doesn't cost the drug companies nearly as much to make the drug or the research that went into them. Let me regress for just a moment here. I started when in the Obama-Biden administration an effort to deal with the cancer moonshot, to change the way in which we deal with cancer. And I'm reinstituting that in my administration now. And it was interesting. We had these hearings all over the United States, and one of the major events we used at Howard University, where there were 35 other events going on simultaneously with this. I had subsequently met with the heads of, I think it was 13 drug companies. And I asked them, I said, if you found a cure for a particular cancer, how much you think you should be able to charge? And the response universally was what the market will bear. I said, hope I don't get elected president, because that's just not what you'll get. You should be treated more like a utility. You should be able to make a significant progress. Let's add up how much, and like they do in Germany, how much did it cost you, all the research and development, all the effort, add it all up, and then on top of that, add a significant premium for it. A profit of 20 to 30% above that. Maybe in some cases more. But the idea you can charge whatever you want is just not going to happen in the United States of America if I have anything to do with it. Even if you think this doesn't affect you, it does, by the way. Everyone has less money in their pockets today because of high drug cost and health insurance. And it's more expensive for everyone. And the reason it is this is what your insurance companies pay. All you have insurance. You're paying a heck of a lot more even if you're not using the drugs. Over the past decade, healthcare costs have gone up 50%. Prescription drugs are a big chunk of that. And there's a lot of things that almost every American can agree on. But I think it's safe to say that all of us, whatever our background, our age, where we live, whether we agree on prescription drugs, look, we all acknowledge they're outrageously expensive. And in many cases, bearing no relationship to cost. It doesn't need to be that way. Josh and Shannon, it costs drug companies less than $10 to make a vial of that insulin. Less than $10. That's what it costs. There's no reason you should be paying over $300 a vial for medicine you need every day to stay healthy and in many cases stay alive. As your mom said, you've got to pay $5,600 for prescriptions before your insurance even kicks in. You got to do the deductible. Shannon, you should have peace of mind of knowing that Joshua grows up and leaves your care, your health care plan. He'll be able to choose a job without ever having to make a choice between which one has the particular health care coverage. You know, we're now in a position where we can cap copays for insulin at $35 a month. It's still a staggering profit, 3.5 times what it costs to produce the drug. You can do that with the stroke of we can do that with the stroke of a pen. In my Build Back Better legislation, that with Abigail's leadership passed the House of Representatives, we can do that. Now we just have to get it through the United States Senate, and we're close. We can do even more to lower out-of-pocket prescription costs. Under my proposal, we will hold drug companies accountable for the absurd price increases. Here's how. Drug companies that increase their prices faster than the rate of inflation once the price is set will face a steep tax. This will help us end the days when drug companies could increase their prices with no oversight, no accountability, and no responsibility. We're saying to drug companies, you are finally going to become accountable when you raise prices on the American people. Accountability. You're still going to make a significant profit. And we can take additional steps to lower drug costs for people with Medicare, something Abigail has championed. Right now, the only thing Medicare is not allowed to negotiate the price of are prescription drugs. For everything else covered by Medicare, a doctor's visit, they negotiate, say, we'll pay no more than this much for a doctor's visit. So if the doctors don't want to take any Medicare patients, they don't have to. But if they have a Medicare patient, which are millions of them, they cannot charge more than a certain amount. Crutches. We limit the amount of money they can pay for crutches. But Medicare can negotiate everything except drug prices. The only outfit that they can't deal with. My plan's going to allow Medicare to negotiate the prices they're prepared to pay for each individual drug. If the company says I'm not going to sell it to you for that price, fine. But they're going to lose millions of customers. Millions of customers. What we're proposing is that we negotiate fair prices, one that reflects the cost of research and development and the need for significant profit, but still is affordable and has some relationship to the cost the drug company had. My plan also caps the amount that seniors on Medicare have to spend on prescription drugs each year total, so that if they're on Medicare, they'll not have to spend out of pocket more than $2,000 a year, no matter how many drugs they're taking. With drug companies, insurance companies, and medicine and Medicare picking up the rest of the cost. And just last month, to bring greater transparency to healthcare costs, my administration outlawed surprise billing. I've had a significant experience with hospital care. My son Bo was Attorney General of Delaware and won the Bronze Star in Iraq, and dealing with being deployed overseas for a long time, for a year. You know, he came back with glioblastoma. He died. But you know what? The fact is that, and I was hospitalized a long time. I had a couple of years ago, cranial aneurysms, was hospitalized for a long time. And you can no longer get that surprise billings we got. If your health care plan did not cover a particular doctor, but you didn't even know you were being consulted, you get an extra bill for $2,000 to $5,000. They can't do that anymore. No more surprise billing. No more. Millions of hardworking Americans will no longer have to worry about unexpected medical bills, and Abigail has been making sure that we bring the same transparency to drug prices. A couple years ago, Abigail worked to pass a bipartisan legislation to make drug prices more transparent so you knew what you were paying for. Now, my administration is working with Abigail to make sure we enforce that. She also has been relentless in making sure the law that's been on the books that says pharmaceutical companies need to provide rural clinics and community health centers with discounts on prescription drugs, it's actually enforced. We're working together on that as well. I've long said health care should be a right, not a privilege in this country. This isn't a partner. Diabetes, Alzheimer's, cancer, they're not partisan issues. They're not Democrat or Republican. This is about whether or not you and your loved ones can afford the health care you need and the medicines you need to stay healthy. Because we need to ease the burden on working families by making everything more affordable and accessible. Look, again, a slight digression. Inflation is up. It's up. And coming from a family when the price of gas went up, you felt it in the household, you knew what it was like, it matters. But the fact is that if we are able to do the things I'm talking about here, it'll bring down the cost for average families. Bring down the cost for average families. I don't know why they keep moving all that, but the fact is they keep down the cost for average families. And look, the fact is that we're in a situation now where, you should have peace of mind. I know food prices are up, and we're working to bring them down. As I said, I grew up in a family where the price at the pump went up, you felt it, and I understand. But these things are necessities. We're working to bring down prices where they're not totally what the families, in fact, have to pay now. You still have to pay for child care. Child care is a cost for millions of families. You still have to pay your prescription drug prices. You still have to pay for health care. You want to lower the cost of living for people, help them in those areas. So there's more than one way for a family when it comes to raising their standard of living. I'm going to work like the devil to bring gas prices down, which I'm going to working to make sure that we keep strengthening the supply chains to bring the cost of energy and everything else and the goods that come to America down by helping the ports 24/7, by changing a whole range of things that, what's happened with COVID has caused significant increase in prices in the supply chain. Because when a factory shuts down in another part of the world and you need that particular product in order to finish and build whatever you're working on, the price goes up exponentially, like for cars. But in the meantime, there's a lot we can do to give families extra breathing room. We can do this when we cut the cost of child care, it's making sure that you don't pay more than 7% of the family's income for child care. It saves thousands of dollars in families, for families. Shannon, think about what these plans would mean for you and your family. We've already made a lot of progress on the economy. Last year, more jobs were created in America than in any year in American history. Unemployment has dropped more than any year in American history. We reduced the deficit, the federal deficit, while doing both those things by $300 billion. We lowered child poverty by nearly 40% in America, more than any year in American history as a consequence of the child tax credit. And we're coming out of these challenges in a position of strength unmatched by any nation in the world. And I might add, and I note here to Sloan, that this does not raise anyone's, if you're making less than $400,000, you're not paying a single penny more in taxes. Not a single penny more in taxes. And it does not increase the deficit because it's paid for. It's fully paid for. I've had a group of major companies from Intel to General Motors to Ford to across the board come to me and say they want to keep these programs going, increase corporate taxes to 24%, which they were supposed to be. It gets paid for. They understand the net effect on the economy is to grow it. We know that when we invest in ourselves, there's no limit to what we can achieve. With leaders like Abigail and the brave folks like Shannon and Joshua, all of you know here today that all this progress we made is going to be just the beginning. Just the beginning. I promise you. We're going to do so much more. And it will not, I emphasize, it will not increase the debt. Will not increase taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. And by the way, I'm a capitalist. I'm a capitalist. You should be able to make $1 million or $1 billion. Just pay a little bit of your fair share, that's all. We have over 53 companies in America that made $40 billion last year. Didn't pay a single penny in taxes. Not a single penny. It's not right. And so you find a lot of these corporations realize to grow and be competitive, it makes sense just to pay a little more in taxes at the top end in order to afford this economic growth we're creating. But bringing down the cost of health care, bringing down the cost of prescription drugs is an easy thing for us to do. It can be done legally with a stroke of a pen. We just got to get Abigail's enthusiasm that she got it through in the House of Representatives to the United States Senate. So maybe dragging you over to the Senate to spend some time. But all kidding aside, there's so much we can do. And I want to thank the family for being willing to stand up here and share their story. And Dad, stand up so everybody knows who you are. I want them to see you. That good-looking guy back there, that's Dad. Every time I'd walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, his name was Ambrose Finnegan. He was an All-American football player out in Santa Clara when he was a kid. And he used to always yell, "Joey, keep the faith." My grandmother would yell back, "No, Joey, spread it. Let's spread the faith and get this done." Thank you very, very much.
President Biden remarks there on not only healthcare costs, but what we're seeing really because of inflation concerns there at the grocery stores as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here today. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we are going to send you out to the L.A. area where they are getting ready to showcase some of the talent that is going to be part of the halftime show at this year's Super Bowl. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll take a quick 2-minute break and have it for you on that other side of the break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, I was just going to go to that. It looks like we're going to keep our eye. We had a major fire going out there in Gary, Indiana. The shot, though, did freeze up on us for just a little bit there. So as soon as we get that feed going, we'll bring it back to you here on Live Now from Fox. I want to show you just how the market is doing right here. Dow down about 225 points there in the red. We'll continue to follow it for you as we learned that inflation hit 7.5% here. So it continues to soar right now. And that is the latest January numbers that just came out today. We are moments away from also going out to the Super Bowl halftime show, putting together a little preview of what we can expect on Sundays, and we'll bring that to you as soon as that happens as well. While we do wait for maybe some more updates regarding what's going on in Gary, Indiana with this huge fire that's also happening at a restaurant as well. It's a combo of a gas station restaurant. What we will do is go out to some other things that we already have in the system right now to bring you some of other top stories and headlines from all over the country. And as I was saying that, we do have Gary, Indiana now back. Here is what I was trying to show you right here of this major fire that is going on right now at this gas station / Denny's that's really attached to it. At this here crews on the scene battling this fire here. As you can see, unfortunately, the two big stories have come out of Gary, Indiana this week. Earlier in the week, we had the officer that was shot. Now we're showing you these Skyfox images of a huge fire underway right now, and you can see the flames just ripping through the roof here of this building right now, and crews continue to be on the scene. You had a ladder truck there as well. There's the ladder truck that they continue to douse some water onto. All 4 of our remotes are down. Onto these flames here, trying for the very, very best right now to put them down here. But you can see we got a lot of trucks there on the scene, and they continue to do their work here in this breaking news mode. We're just hoping everyone was able to get out safely, as this fire really came at a time there and is really coming up there. Skyfox images continue to showcase, and it may look like Skyfox is leaving. All right, Skyfox is leaving. Looks like they're on another scene right now. Okay, this looks like to be a different shot here, but looks like we are getting a different angle here. Just let me pull it up for everybody right now on Live Now from Fox, everybody. All right, we're getting some ground shots. There we go. Ground shots now available here to us, showing you just what it looks like here on the ground here of this gas station that is connected to a Denny's restaurant right now. And they are hoping to get this all settled here. Looks like that shot did freeze up on us as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on this breaking news story. We got a lot of things going on with those different types of feeds, but we'll bring you the very latest. Let's take another quick 2-minute break, and we'll get you some other top stories and headlines from all over the country. Taking you out live right now to the LA area. You're looking at some of the performers that are going.
Yep. We got just all of his, proteges in the place. This is what it's about. This is what hip hop and the NFL is supposed to be about. Representing, about change, about moving forward. So we appreciate the NFL for even entertaining hip hop, because we know a lot of people didn't want hip hop on stage.
True
but
that.
We're here now, and it ain't nothing you can do
Thank
about
you.
it.
That's right.
Exactly.
And it's going to keep pushing. We're going to open more doors for hip hop artists in the future, and making sure that the NFL understands that this is what it should have been a long time ago. You understand what I'm saying? So, yeah, we're going to show exactly how professional we can be, how dope we can be on stage, and how exciting we're going to be to the fans.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to let you know what it is.
It's excellence at every level, Dre.
That's
I mean,
right.
Nate and I were talking about when we found out who the headliners were and what the show was going to be like. But when you guys got the call, and Mary, I'll start with you. Who did you tell first?
My management team.
Profesh.
Screaming just so they can jump on it. What do we got to do? What are we doing? And then I told my family after that.
Mary, I see you shining over there, by the way.
Mary is shining.
I see you.
The flyers
Thank
at
you.
all times.
She got us looking dusty up.
Now the queen got to shine.
Exactly, thank you.
Queen
The
got
jewels
it.
always come correct. What about you, Snoop?
What was the question?
Who did you call first? Who did you call first when you found the nose?
Oh, my hairstylist and my outfit, my stylist. I had to make sure my look was together. You understand me? I'm concerned with my look.
I don't remember. So,
You were making calls. You were making the calls.
But I just remember it being an exciting moment. I'm not sure who I talked to first.
So what was rehearsal like when you guys got together for the first time?
The first rehearsal was, surprisingly fantastic, and it let us know, okay, we're on to something really special. So, of course, we had to work the bugs out, and we're still working the bugs out, but
Okay.
it's feeling amazing. I mean, I told Mary last night that I had the chance to sit back and watch her set, and it gave me goosebumps. Okay, so if I'm getting them, I know what the audience is going to feel when she hits the stage.
Mary, how you feel about that? I just saw your facial expression.
About
Dre getting goosebumps watching you.
That's amazing. That's a blessing to have Dre get goosebumps, because
Mary, come on now.
They don't get
serious.
goosebumps.
I'm not.
Mary, I seen you live.
No, I'm
Give
not
everybody
blowing smoke. No
goosebumps.
pun intended. I'm not blowing smoke. I literally got goosebumps.
I am.
Snoop.
Yeah, Snoop, I think I got a contact when I gave you a hug earlier.
We know what you're
So
talking
I'm floating right now.
Dre, you talked about the platform that this brings to the hip hop world. We know what it is. We know the standard that hip hop brings. But Super Bowl halftime show, the Pepsi Super Bowl halftime show, we know what the expectation is too. So how do you live up to that?
I mean, throughout my life, I've always enjoyed being underestimated. So I'm living in that space right now, and I know,
Now, when you think about the Super Bowl, of course, the game comes to mind, but a lot of us, we think about the halftime show. So do you guys have a gold standard of halftime performances? Do you remember any artists?
Michael Jackson.
Talk about it.
Prince.
Yep.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson and Prince.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember
I
Prince
also
in the
like
ring.
Justin
Vividly.
Timberlake in Minnesota.
That was in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
He did a tribute to Prince on that one.
absolutely.
Speaking
I
of
thought that was fantastic.
Can we look forward to any surprises?
I'm not talking about that, but yes, but I'm not going to talk about
So
it.
there will be surprises.
Absolutely.
There won't be any wardrobe malfunctions, though, if that's what
Snoop,
you're
you so
wondering about.
silly.
Snoop, I'm gonna need you to keep your shirt on, all right?
Stop it.
I may not.
No, I had to talk Snoop and Eminem.
Things took a turn.
It just
Especially
got real.
Eminem.
Right. Yeah. That's Slim Shady. I think Eminem is gonna.
Yeah.
He's gonna keep it casual.
With all the work that goes into this, I mean, we see the week leading up, right, the rehearsals, but this has been something that has been mounting for a long time. So once it's all said and done, what are you looking forward to the most? And Mary, I'll start with you.
Once it's all
All said
the
and
Super
done.
Bowl.
Yeah, the pyrotechnics are gone.
A drink.
Yes.
A really nice, strong drink, because I've been just so focused on me and Super Bowl and a drink.
That's fair.
Well, I'm gonna be focused on my grandkids. I got a couple of birthday parties for my grandkids. You know, I'm a grandfather, so I'll be able to spend some time with them. And that's what I want to look forward to as far as getting out of the limelight and spending some time with my grandbabies.
What about you, Dre?
Well, my birthday is right after the Super Bowl, so this is a family show, so I can't tell you what I'm going to be doing.
Festivities. Festivities.
Yeah, but it's going to be fun.
Okay. Snoop, we got to talk some football. When you think about the Super Bowl, any Super Bowl memories come to mind? Any of your favorite games, moments from years past?
Oh, man, I have so many. Being a real football fan, I got memories of certain kids that played in my football league that made it to the Super Bowl. Like when one of the kids, Ronnie Hillman, played with Peyton Manning in the Super Bowl. That was like a great height for me to see a kid that played in my football league actually be a part of the game plan, and Peyton Manning get mad at him, get happy with him, and they won a Super Bowl. And that was like one of the highlights for me, to know that my football league could take kids and propel them into the NFL.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Beyond what you want to do once it's all said and done, what do you want people to walk away with? What's the legacy you want to leave with this halftime show? And I'll start with you, Dre.
Well, it's like I said before, hip-hop is the biggest music, the biggest genre of music on the planet right now. So it's crazy that it took all of this and all of this time for us to be recognized, you know? So I think we're going to go on and do a fantastic show, and we're going to do it so big that they can't deny us anymore in the future.
That part.
Mary J., what about you? What do you want people to take away from this show?
Exactly what Dre said, like word for word.
Snoop?
I'm the greatest to ever do it.
Okay, so you the GOAT.
Enough said.
Hey, man, I mean, somebody got to say it. Tom Brady didn't say it. I'm going to say it for him. I'm the GOAT.
Mary, I did have a question for you because, you know, we talk about the hip-hop essence of this, and you're the queen of hip-hop soul. So it brings that extra layer, that texture to the group and to the performance. When you're putting this together, what was the vision you had in mind?
The vision is to do what I do, just leave it all on the stage, just leave it, everything.
Let me tell you something. Mary J. Blige, her show, her part of this show is amazing. And, you know, I can't say enough about how much she's added to this show. She softened our edges up and everything.
Yeah.
So.
She keep it rough, though, because it's still gangster.
No, she keep it gangster.
Okay.
It's gangster, because hello, I'm closing my eyes when she's singing. now.
So, you know, when people get ready for the Super Bowl halftime show, they oftentimes try to compare themselves to years past. And they try to level up and reset the bar. Do you walk into this game thinking to yourselves, we want this to be the best halftime show ever?
1,000%. Of course. We want to make sure everybody knows that this is one of the best halftime shows ever. Not only that, we want to inspire the kids and say, okay, maybe they can look at them and say, okay, I can get there. I can do that one day, whatever. So we're thinking about all of these things.
To that end, Mary, I think so many women look at you as such an icon, because you are. So to have your presence there, and I don't mean to fangirl, but I do mean to fangirl, because real here. Why not? Shoot your shot. When you know that so many women are looking to what you have set as the standard, what does that mean to you?
It's responsibility, but I can't please the world and I can't save the world. I just have to live, and that's the example that I set. Just live, like fearlessly, and don't let anything get in your way. Not one thing.
Right.
Snoop, since you're the super diehard football fan, can I get a prediction on the game?
Ooh. Well, you know, I'm a Steeler fan. Let me say that first and foremost.
Right.
With all due respect, with no disrespect, hello. I got to go with L.A., cuz it's L.A.
Okay.
What?
Los Angeles Rams Super Bowl champions.
Straight up.
And then where's the party at afterwards? Do I get an invite?
Absolutely.
Okay, say less.
Nate, you know you with us.
All right.
Quit playing.
I asked
all I
Nate to
wanted to
slide that one in there just to make sure we were taken care of.
All right, so before we let you go, and we'll start with you, Snoop, and work our way down. In one word, how would you describe this halftime performance?
Just one?
It's more of an emoji at this point.
It doesn't have to be one word. Just describe it.
I'll go first.
Yeah, Dre, go. 'Cause I'm over here stuck.
Trying to find.
Very
above your
it's giving
head,
interpretation.
Jay?
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
All right, Snoop, you finally thought of something?
I said it for all of us.
Yeah.
You know?
It's going to be magnifico.
And that's it. Give it up for Dre, Mary J, and Snoop.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, there you go. Halftime performance preview. What we can expect there, just from some of the performers that will be out there come this Sunday. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. We're showing you now. Market here looks like it wants to get to 400 points in the red. You're watching right here live on Live Now from Fox. And then we'll also have more updates from the breaking news here, getting more visuals coming out of Gary, Indiana, with that fire that is happening at gas station / Denny's. Let's bring you a 2-minute break coming up now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're listening in to the New York City mayor addressing crime in the city and also highlighting a victim right here.
Children who have experienced homelessness, have a learning disability, dropped out of school. It's not the profile of a killer, but the shadow of a system that isn't working the way it should. All along the way, Jaquan's life was touched by social workers, city workers, and housing systems, the justice systems, and more. There were individuals who deeply wanted him to succeed, who have dedicated their lives to those who need help. This is not a speech about those individuals. It's about the system that failed him, about a society that failed him. We are failing too many of our sons and daughters, especially those in the neighborhoods we've overlooked and written off. We have betrayed an entire generation of Black and brown and children of color who are at risk. Boys and girls who get on the wrong path and need help finding their way out before they become victims. Boys and girls whose parents desperately try to get them help, but are overwhelmed by the complexities of the system. Boys and girls who are clearly in need of intervention, but never get what they need to succeed. Boys and girls whose lives begin with hope, but end in violence. Jaquan was one of those boys. We have talked a lot about crime in our city, but today I want to talk about how our young people have become criminals in certain areas, how they end up as victims of gun violence, about a system that continually fails them, even when so many try to help, about a society that invests in everything except our young people. This isn't a speech about a policy or a single young life. It's a case study of how a young man became a potential trigger puller. It's the anatomy of a failure, not of Jaquan's failure, but ours as a society. Let's start at the beginning. Jaquan grew up in the South Bronx, a vibrant community that showcases so many things we love about New York City: diversity, community, culture, energy. But it's also a place where 50% of the children live below the poverty line, a neighborhood with one of the highest unemployment rates in the city and one of the lowest graduation rates, a neighborhood where many families struggle. Jaquan belonged to one of those families. By the time he was 5, he and his family had entered a homeless shelter. Now, right there, our city should have done more. Over the next 4 years, Jaquan's family lived in 7 different shelters without stability or security. Jaquan started kindergarten at PS 723 in the Bronx, a school for kids with severe cognitive disabilities. After 2 years, he was mainstreamed into a traditional elementary school, but he was not thriving there. Behind in reading and math skills, Jaquan was already at risk. His mother begged the school for more help, but Jaquan was unable to get it. Our city should have done more. As a teenager, Jaquan attended 5 different high schools and programs, still falling behind. He was still unable to get the specialized education he needed, and he was often absent from school. Over the course of his high school years, Jaquan missed over 250 days of school, a clear sign that he needed more help. Our city should have caught that. We should have done more. Jaquan had repeated contact with the justice system, with multiple arrests, including a gun charge. At this point, we had all the signs you could ever have that a young man's life was in crisis. And with social media acting as an accelerant, that crisis was escalated. Like many young men, Jaquan was an aspiring rapper. Aspiring is a word that means hope, but his music was anything but hopeful. He was a drill rapper, part of a scene which involved using music as a challenge on social media posts that bled out into violent real-world confrontations. It was right there for all to see. Our city should have done more. At 18 years old, Jaquan was arrested for attempted murder. He was not just a victim now, but a perpetrator. But he was young. There was still time for him to turn the path of violence and move away from that. Our system and justice system should have done more to help him, rehabilitate him. The last school Jaquan attended was the Passages Academy on Rikers Island. And the last place he was seen alive was in his car in Brooklyn on Sunday, where he was killed with a single bullet. Rest in peace, Jaquan. We should have done more for you. And in your memory, we will do more for other children like you. We must step up and save the children who are falling through the cracks upstream. We must rescue them before they are swept away in the rivers of violence. It means changing the way we educate our children. It means building housing, creating jobs, fighting inequality, and confronting racism. It means taking a hard look at the way we do things and doing the harder work of making systemic change. It means coming together as a city and as a society to say to our children, you are not expendable. You are precious, you are valuable, you are needed. And most importantly, you are loved. It would be easy to write Jaquan's death off as another statistic, another tragic story, but I'm not going to let that happen. In order to solve problems, we must make them clear. We must make the human cost known, because there are thousands of the Jaquans in our city right now. 1,000 children experiencing homelessness and poverty who need educational support, who are at high risk. If 1,000 children were trapped in a burning building, we would stop at nothing to rescue them. If 1,000 children were buried by an earthquake, we would dig until our hands were bloody, until every last one of them was saved. If 1,000 children were drowning, we would jump into the raging waters without hesitation and bring them all to safety. Right now, we must move heaven and earth to help all the young people out there who are on the same path that Jaquan was on. We cannot let thousands of children lose their lives to violence and neglect, not when we have the power to save them. We have a social, moral, human obligation to help all our children. They are our future, our collective responsibility. We must raise them up, no matter where they come from, give them the skills to succeed, and allow them to take their place in our society as men and women of courage and character. Some of this work is the work of years or even generations, but we will not wait. As your mayor, I take on this responsibility. Today, I charge every city agency and department with finding new and better ways to help children like Jaquan. I want our housing department to find them homes. Our social services teams must help them navigate the system and give them every support they need. Our chancellor must find ways to get them in class and on track. Our police officers must find ways to keep them safe. And our justice system must work to keep them out of jail and ensure they have second chances. This is an important moment for us. Above all, our entire society must find ways to help kids and children get training, teaching, meaningful work, and measurable success. None of this is a quick fix or an easy lift, but it is urgent moral mission. The Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "We will not adjust to injustice. We will let these children float downstream on the river of violence." That won't happen, and that is exactly what we are doing now. Our mission is to dismantle those systems of injustice and reaffirm our commitment to our young people like Jaquan. The story of Jaquan breaks my heart. His story tests my spirit, and we must do better for young people like him. We must shine light on the places where we have failed and build a society that offers our children sanctuary and support. For their sake, we must do better, rise higher, be stronger. And to Jaquan's mother and father, I want to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry for our city missed so many chances to help your family. I'm sorry that your son was passed over for so long and taken from you too soon. I'm sorry we betrayed him, and so many others like him. But you have my word as your mayor that I would be looking out for the thousands of other Jaquans in our city, because I was once a Jaquan too. I knew what it was like to worry about losing your apartment, your stability, what it's like to live with a learning disorder, and what it's like to get on the wrong side of the law. I've been on that path of pain, and I know there's a way out. But it's not a road we travel alone. You need help from caring adults, functioning systems, and a healthy society. Jaquan McKinley will soon be laid to rest. He'll be mourned by his family, missed by his friends. He will not be forgotten. In his name, we will work to change the story of those boys who remain here with us today. In his memory, let's rededicate ourselves to helping a new generation of young men find their way. We owe it to Jaquan, our city. Let the work of saving thousands of boys begin.
An emotional New York City mayor there. You can see Mayor Adams, again, tired of talking about crime that they continue to see happen in their city, but especially when it's crime and violence at that ends up taking the life of a young person. This has been something that he's continued to talk about ever since he's taken office, and will continue to address as there is this ongoing problem in New York City. It's also been happening all across the country. Just yesterday, we had heard from both Republicans and Democrats trying to address violent crime that's been on the rise in multiple major cities across the U.S. So it will be a topic that will continue to be talked about by all of our leaders and communities from coast to coast. We are going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, not only will we be talking about inflation, getting the latest on that with our Fox Tampa team, but also more on the Super Bowl. We do have a few different special things that are going to be returning this year to your big screen. More to come on that again here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A very red day here as we are down near that 400-point mark on the big board. Going to be seeing how we end tomorrow after this swing of a week. But inflation has hit a 40-year high. Let's go ahead and get the latest with our Fox 13 team.
It's no secret. Costs are sky high, but now we have the numbers to back it up. The Labor Department released January's inflation numbers just a short time ago, and it showed the biggest spike since 1982. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, joins us now to break down the report. Craig, the White House under even more pressure now.
It is for a couple of reasons, and from context on that number, 1982, the prices can continue to rise. It would still be compared to 1982. A month ago, we said the highest since 1982, because that's the end of a period known as the Great Inflation we're trying to avoid, and yet the pace, the trajectory continues to raise red flags. We are not seeing the pace of inflation go down, and it certainly raises some troubling questions in terms of where we go from here. For the president, yes, there's additional pressure because the president and his party are facing headwinds going into the midterms. As he sarcastically said, oh boy, great asset, more inflation heading into an election period. It also places further challenges on his effort to pass components of his Build Back Better plan, because that would increase U.S. commitment to spending and therefore continue to heat up the economy at a time when a hot economy is driving inflation in the first place. This also places a lot of pressure on the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates, as it plans to do starting next month, perhaps more and more often than initially thought. More on that in a moment. But the cause of this, basically more than anything else, is just a booming economy, a record boom in the job market, gaining many more jobs based on revised reports than economists even knew in November and in December. With people getting more jobs and rising wages, they have more money to spend. At the same time, all of those trillions of dollars in government stimulus through the Trump and Biden administrations provided more money for people and businesses to spend. Plus, you have people building up their savings through much of the pandemic. What does that mean? More money to spend. And then finally, you have people just feeling sick and tired of being sick and tired through the pandemic, and they want to get out and spend. And guess what? They have all that extra money, and with it, more spending power. That's driving record demand to buy stuff. That naturally, a law of economics here, drives up prices. And then on the back end, over the world. That's the cause of this continuing rise we're seeing in inflation that has beaten expectations and continues to move in the wrong direction. What more do you do about it? Well, the president said he's using every tool at his disposal in terms of, for example, opening up the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, encouraging other nations to do the same, working on efforts to improve the supply chain. But the biggest and most powerful tool is one the president does not have, but the Federal Reserve does have, and that is raising interest rates, because with that, you increase the cost of borrowing money and therefore temper spending power. When you raise the cost of borrowing, you depress demand to buy stuff. That can be a surefire prescription for inflation. The challenge is if you raise rates too often or too much, you can trigger a recession. This is exactly how we got out of the Great Recession of the late 1970s and early 1980s, but it came at a cost of driving the economy into recession. So at this point, the Federal Reserve is taking a very close look at these new numbers and its decision-making in terms of what happens next with a likely rate increase beginning next month, with more to come. The question is how often and how much. We're going to get those answers and the impact they will have on the economy and inflation, of course, in the coming weeks.
Very important balancing act affecting us all. I know you'll keep us up.
And thank you to our Fox 13 team for breaking things down. And of course, as he mentioned, still have to wait a few more weeks to see what else continues to happen. I want to move along with more top stories that have been coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. Yesterday, breaking news about Bob Saget. A lot of people still devastated about the star's death. And now we're learning it was a head trauma. Previously, it had been reported he possibly had a heart attack or a stroke. Now they do know there was bleeding in the brain. So we do have a neurologist breaking down the very latest news on Bob Saget with our Fox 35 team.
Good morning, Dr. Roby. Good to see you.
Good morning, Amy, and a pleasure to join you all this morning to discuss the news of Bob Saget's death.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking, and I think a lot of people assumed it was a heart attack or it was a stroke, right? And I'm sure for most people it didn't even cross their minds that he could have hit his head on something and then thought, oh, I'm fine, I'm just going to lay down. But this is not something that is uncommon.
It is not, Amy, and thank you for having me again this morning. You know, per the statement that was released from the Orange County Medical Examiner that was obtained by certain news outlets, it does appear that at some period Bob Saget hit his head and that there was a bruise at the back of his head. It can be assumed it was in the hotel room. There was no foul play, but it could have happened any time within a 12 to 24-hour period prior to that. What can often happen is we hit our head and have a slight headache or neck pain and don't think anything of it, that it's just a muscle strain. But unfortunately, there are certain types of bleeds, both on the outside of the brain layers and on the inside, that we can discuss that can lead to serious consequences. And unfortunately, this tragedy with Bob Saget.
Well, and Doctor, you know, we think back to other celebrities, right? Because those deaths get a lot of attention. I think back to Natasha Richardson. She was skiing, exactly. She hit her head, right? She thought she was okay, and then she was gone just hours later. So talk to me about what that brain bleed, what that does, and why that can actually kill you.
You know, Amy, there are certain types of bleed in the meninges, either known as an epidural or subdural hematoma, that can just initially present as a little bit of headache and create a lucid interval where you are fine and clear and have no symptoms. But what happens is inside the brain, the blood starts to collect. And now we've often had a bruise on our arms or legs and the skin can expand and we get a swollen area. There's no room inside the skull, a hard bone, to expand. And so that starts to put pressure on the brain that can lead to very serious symptoms like a seizure, severe headache, loss of vision, loss of movement, and even coma and death, which seems to be the speculation of what has happened here. We don't have full details of the autopsy report to really understand the location and the severity of the bleed.
I think if there's a lesson in this for all of us, it's that if something like this happens to you, you've got to go to the emergency room. I mean, I would think that in an emergency situation, there would be some things that they can do to help.
Absolutely, Amy. The key is to obtain a brain scan and to look for signs of bleeding anytime there's head injury, and also a neurological exam. I want to also highlight that per the report here, and that the family made it clear that there were no additional recreational or prescription drugs involved. You know, certain prescription drugs like opioid or painkillers or even allergy medicines can make us dizzy and have a head trauma. Alcohol, when it's consumed even in regular amounts, can thin the blood and make you more prone to having a brain bleed. But we want to be clear that the family stated here and per the report that there was no alcohol or drugs involved. But yes, absolutely, anybody that's watching is to always get care and not assume that it's just a, quote, mild headache.
Right. God bless. It's just so sad. But it is interesting, of course, to know now what happened. And I think hopefully this will help other people who are in similar situations. Dr. Romy, thank you so much.
Thank you, Amy.
And thank you to our Fox team again for that update. This is the latest statement provided by the family. They gave this statement to TMZ saying, now that we have the final conclusions from the authorities' investigation, we felt it only proper that the fans hear those conclusions directly from us. The authorities have determined that Bob passed away from head trauma. They have concluded that he accidentally hit the back of his head on something, thought nothing of it, and went to sleep. No drugs or alcohol were involved. Statement continues saying, as we continue to mourn together, we ask everyone to remember the love and laughter that Bob brought to this world and the lessons he taught us all. To be kind to everyone, to let the people you know you love them, and to face difficult times with hugs and laughter. So again, this is the latest statement put out by the family again after that news had broke that Bob had not died from heart attack or stroke, instead had at some point, as we just heard the neurologist say, had hit his head, and the 12 to 24 hours before he had passed away in his sleep. So we will always be following the latest when it comes to news stories of big events like this. Of course, his death took everyone by surprise, not expecting it to happen. He had just done a stand-up comedy event hours ahead of time, had posted on social media. Seemed like everything was ready for that tour to continue, and unfortunately, his life was just ended a little too short. So speaking of some of the entertainment world, we had just shown you some of those folks who are going to be performing at the halftime show during the Super Bowl. This year, they are going to have sign language rappers be part of that Super Bowl halftime show. We'll get to that story here in just a moment, but I do want to first turn to our Fox 11 team to break down how we do also have the return this year of the Clydesdales in the Budweiser commercials. Let's go ahead and hear more on that with our Fox 11 team.
Taking last year off for the first time in 37 years, the Budweiser Clydesdales are back with an emotional commercial. Our resident horse lover, Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez, has a preview.
Guess who's back for the Super Bowl? And yes, you're rooting for the Rams, right? Yes, he is.
Good to be back in the big game. Budweiser actually stepped out of the big game for the first time in 37 years last year. But we wanted to come back to the big game in a big way this year. So we're using the commercial to tell a story of American resilience and grit.
We spent some time with these gentle giants at the Burbank Equestrian Center, where they have plenty of room to stretch, plenty of pampering before the big day. What is your job description?
Clydesdale handler. When you think Super Bowl and beer, you think Clydesdales. Working with these guys is great. They're considered gentle giants. Each one does have a different personality. You know, there are co-workers.
So where's my cookie? Do you get emotional when you see the commercials yourself?
Oh, for sure. When I saw this most recent one, you know, Down and Never Out, it kind of, you know, pulls on your heartstrings.
Of course, you want to see the whole commercial. We're going to have the link on foxla.com because we're not giving away the ending, are we? I'm Christina Gonzalez. Back to you guys.
And thank you for a little peek at that commercial. Our Fox 11 team keeping us up to date on all of the events and surroundings around the Super Bowl. I know sometimes people love the sentimental commercials. They like the funny commercials. I don't know what your favorite is, but I always look forward to those commercial breaks, and there are sure a lot of them during the game as well. So we continue to talk about the Super Bowl as our very own LiveNOW from Fox's Regina Gonzalez has a breakdown with one of our Fox Sports contributors on all of those events that are surrounding the big game.
I'm joined by Fox Sports contributor Rich Salgado. Rich, thank you so much for joining us. You are officially in Los Angeles for the Super Bowl, a couple days away. What are you up to? How's it been going?
It's been going good. Last night, I was able to attend a great party, which was hosted by Fox Sports' own, three-time Super Bowl champion, Hall of Famer Shannon Sharpe. He came out with a new cognac. It's called Le Portier, and there were celebrities here. You know, former athletes, current athletes were here celebrating the new cognac that Shannon came out with. So it was a very festive night.
That's good. That's good. Well, you know, when it comes to today, I know you said you have a full day of events. So who are you going to be speaking with? What's really going on out there as more and more people are making their way into the city?
Well, today I'll be hitting Media Row. I have a couple of interview requests, and I'll take care of those obligations there. And then I have a couple of events and parties that I need to attend. So. I got to attend the Mike Dick Ron Jaworski cigar party. That's tonight. And I'll be bouncing around, all over the place, catching up with people and setting up some interviews that I need to do later on the weekend for Fox and Friends.
Yeah, and speaking of events, I know that today, Rich, the Super Bowl halftime show press conference is going to be happening. So how are people feeling about the performances? I know we've got Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, Eminem, Kendrick Lamar, and Mary J. Blige. So are we excited? I mean, personally, I'm a huge Snoop Dogg and Eminem fan.
Well, listen, that's a hell of a lineup. So it should be one great halftime show. And I guess I'm aging myself because some of the people there, you know, I grew up with, and obviously, who's not a fan of Snoop Dogg's? I mean, it's just it should be one hell of a. I think the whole, you know, everyone watches the halftime show pretty much, but I think this year it'll even be more watched because of how many people are going to be there.
Now, Rich, have you been inside SoFi Stadium yet?
I have not yet. So looking forward. I've flown over it. I've driven past it already, but not inside yet.
And I understand that this is the LA Rams owner's billion-dollar stadium. So what is so good about this stadium?
Well, I mean, it's the obviously the cost was several billion, I believe it was, and you know, it's like anything else. It's got all the bells and whistles, brand new, and you know, obviously two teams play there, the Chargers and the Rams, and again, like you mentioned earlier, you have a hometown team playing in their home stadium, and you know, there's a buzz in the area, in the city, because everyone's excited. Everyone knows it's Super Bowl week.
Yeah, okay, so now I want to talk about these ticket prices because obviously I know that the Super Bowl is an expensive event to attend always, but we're talking the average lowest price for a Super Bowl 56 ticket starting at more than $4,000 on most sites. So why? Why is that?
Well, you know what? It's obviously it's inflation. It's a new stadium. It's the times that we're in right now. I mean, I was joking around with a friend of mine the other day, saying who you know very well, and your dad does. We were talking about remembering what it was $250 for a Super Bowl ticket. Now, you know, you're looking at these astronomical prices, and it's insane. And you know what? It also has to do a lot of times with the team that's in the game. You know, had you had two other teams, without getting into which, who, what, and where. Some of the prices might have even been higher because of the fans traveling. If a team has a good following, like, you know, Green Bay has a great following. The Steelers have a great following. I mean, so those fans will travel and pay. So sometimes it has to do with the two teams that are in the game. But yeah, the tickets are expensive.
Yeah, and kind of going off of what you just said, a lot of people are saying that it is because this is the Cincinnati Bengals' first Super Bowl in more than 3 decades.
Yeah, that's you know, it's funny when their team gets into a Super Bowl for the first time. You know, people will do whatever and pay whatever. So you're right. You're 1,000% right. When a first-time team gets in, things change.
All right. Well, we hope that you have a good day today. I know you said you have a busy schedule, so we'll let you go. And we'll be touching base with you again tomorrow. So until then, thank you so much, Rich Salgado, for joining us here to talk all about Super Bowl 56. We appreciate you.
You got it. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Maybe I'll even share some pictures, and we'll go from there. Let you get an insider's inside view.
I'm joined by...
I think an inside view would be great. I know there's a lot of excitement, so many different events. As he mentioned, he's even going to be going to some for work, but hopefully some for a little bit of fun as well. So don't forget that you can follow us right here on Live Now from Fox for more interviews surrounding the Super Bowl. I do want to show at least one more that our Fox 11 team did. That's because we were just talking about that Pepsi halftime show. We have so many different performers that are going to be out there. But one thing you're going to notice this year as well is a few additional folks out there on the stage, not singing, but doing sign language.
Dre, Snoop, Kendrick, Eminem, Mary J. Blige, but with them will be 2 artists perhaps you've never heard of.
Fox 11 Susan Hirasuna joining us live from SoFi to introduce us to the deaf rappers who will interpret the halftime show. Susan.
Yes, big applause for the 2 deaf rappers who will interpret the halftime show. This is a first. They have had American Sign Language for the pregame, but they are making history and making their own dreams come true. It was so nice to meet Sean and Wawa.
Oh, say, can you see
It all started at last year's Super Bowl. Warren Wawa Snipe got big props for signing the Star-Spangled Banner with his exuberant style. After this pregame performance, he dreamed of something bigger, and the dream came true for Super Bowl 56.
We started talking, and then that thing, you know, oh, wait, okay, you serious? We're doing halftime. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
The we is Wawa with another deaf rapper, Sean Forbes.
I had to pinch myself a little bit because never in a million years did I think that this would be possible.
This will be the first time the Super Bowl halftime show will be interpreted with sign language.
I grew up with them, so love their music. They speak to me.
There have been daily rehearsals since Monday, and that's the beginning of how each will interpret the performances.
You're not just signing word for word. You're putting an image in everyone's mind.
I rely on the beat. You know, I'm a rapper myself, and when I perform, I rely on timing and cues in the music.
We talked to the duo at their hotel in Marina del Rey under clear blue skies. The sunny weather not lost on the two, Sean from Detroit, Wawa from Philadelphia. Also not lost on them, Sunday's great accomplishment.
To be here and to be a part of this with the National Association of the Deaf and all of these beautiful people that we have here, you can't beat that.
All right, there were two questions that the duo refused to answer. One was, which team are you rooting for? And the other was, what is the favorite song to interpret? And of course, they told me, no. Set list is a top secret. Reporting live in Inglewood, I'm Susan Kirasuna. Back to you, Tim.
Thanks so much for our Fox 11 team. They've gotten to give us so many different looks at what's been happening in Los Angeles County leading up to Sunday's game. Of course, now only a few short days away. We're going to continue to track all of those events and different stories coming out of this for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Just want to remind everyone as well, you can follow us on our social media platforms. That's a great way to not only get stories on the Super Bowl, but other top stories, breaking news events that happen from coast to coast. I'm going to send us into a 2-minute break. When we come back, we do have a few different live events that are taking place. One I want to preview for all of our viewers is a press conference out of Minneapolis. Attorney Ben Crump going to be speaking out with the family of Amir Locke, who was recently shot and killed by police during a no-knock warrant. His name not on that warrant. We'll give you more details on this, plus this event and others coming up here again in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, just wanted to show our viewers we are waiting for a press conference to begin here in Minneapolis. This is going to be Attorney Ben Crump. He is going to be with the family not only of Amir Locke, but also Breonna Taylor, since this case is pertaining to no-knock warrants resulting in the death of someone who was not on those warrant papers. So again, this happened. Amir was staying at a relative's apartment complex when police had a no-knock warrant entered into the home, and Amir was sleeping on the couch under a blanket. When he had moved when police entered, he did display a gun. That's when one officer did shoot him with one gunshot. Unfortunately, his life was taken with that one gunshot, and now the community has been speaking out. It seems like almost every day we've heard from different community members on this issue. So again, we will have the attorney along with those two families coming up here very shortly. But I want to turn our attention to yet another press conference that is currently taking place. We have shown you those aerials of the Canadian trucker protest, the convoy that's been going on. It's been blocking a number of bridges between Michigan and Canada. Well, we do have some of those city leaders speaking out about how their economy is being impacted by this event. So let's go ahead, listen into that right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
To the protests taking place in the city along Huron Church Road. In a moment, Mayor Dilkens will provide remarks followed by an update from our guests, and a Q&A session will follow. Media outlets viewing online via Zoom, please use the raise hand function to queue for a question in the Q&A. You will be called on and your microphone will be enabled. Please take a moment now to update your Zoom name to include your full name and outlet to be queued for a question. Thank you for your attendance and participation today. I'll turn things over to Mayor Dilkens to start us off now. Please go ahead, Your Worship.
Well, thank you very much, Dana, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again for joining us here today. Yesterday we met and I spoke about the dramatic economic impact that the occupation of the Ambassador Bridge is having on our local, our provincial, and our national supply chains and economies. And I'm pleased to be joined today by Flavio Volpe, who is the president of the Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association. Brian Kingston is here. He is the president and CEO of the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association. And Rakesh Naidu is here, president and CEO of the Windsor-Essex Regional Chamber of Commerce. And these are individuals who represent in total tens of thousands of Canadians employed in industries that are directly impacted by the ongoing blockade. Now, as I said yesterday, we live in a thriving democracy where the right to peacefully protest is protected. However, the Ambassador Bridge represents a full 1/3 of the trade between Canada and the United States, and the ongoing occupation is having a profound impact on the economic well-being of both the Canadian and American business life and families. A short time ago, Windsor City Council met and has authorized that an injunction be sought from Superior Court to bring about an end to this illegal occupation. That individuals on site are trespassing on municipal property and, if need be, will be removed to allow for the safe and efficient movement of goods across the border. Yesterday, I spoke to the importance of a peaceful resolution, and I still remain hopeful that goal can be achieved. Additional resources are being deployed by the Ontario Provincial Police to help bring about a negotiated solution. And I'm grateful to the Premier, I'm grateful to Sylvia Jones, the Solicitor General, and all those at the province of Ontario for responding rapidly to the call for support that we issued yesterday. The economic harm that this occupation is having on international trade is not sustainable, and it must come to an end. And as you can expect, this news conference will serve as a clarion call to activists and protesters who may seek to reinforce the occupation to prevent the reopening of the Ambassador Bridge. To those who are thinking about joining the protest, let me just say this: you are not welcome here. We plan to be in front of a judge of the Superior Court as soon as possible, hopefully today, and I'm hopeful that the facts of this application speak clearly to the court about the need for intervention. However, in the hours ahead, neither I or the Windsor Police Service will be able to provide any further operational details to safeguard the security for all involved. But let me just say this: this is a national crisis. And while I don't agree with the individuals occupying the Ambassador Bridge, I do appreciate that they are our neighbors. These are folks who have been so disturbed by the pandemic and impacted by the public health restrictions that they have been motivated to take such a dramatic step. Be it here or on Parliament Hill or in Coutts, Alberta, we need to appreciate that these demonstrators are our fellow Canadians and that they have a fundamental right to their views and their opinions. They don't have the right to affect you or your family's ability to earn a living, and they've gone too far. In the past couple of weeks, watching the events unfold in Ottawa and elsewhere, I've truly tried to put myself into their shoes and understand the situation from their perspective. And sadly, I'm no further ahead in figuring this out. But I do know that as a nation, we have a lot of healing to do as a result of the pandemic, and it's time for that healing to begin. And in Windsor, that healing can only start once the Ambassador Bridge reopens to international traffic. Finally, I want to thank Flavio Volpe and Brian Kingston for joining us and starting this process and bringing about the end to this illegal blockade. And I will turn the floor over to Flavio Volpe, President of the APMA. Flavio?
Thank you, Mayor Dilkens. Thank you for your leadership and your sensitive and thoughtful leadership in a time where neighbors are arguing with each other about the same things, that they all want to be out of this pandemic. We all want to be out of this pandemic. That bridge, the Ambassador Bridge, is the key artery for the automotive parts manufacturers in this province. $50 million worth of parts leave factories in Ontario and Quebec, 35 of which we represent in the Windsor area. And they cross over that bridge to go into cars in Michigan. That bridge also accommodates $50 million worth of parts that come out of Michigan factories, some of which are owned by Canadian companies that come here to go into the vehicles that we make and sell to Canadians and Americans alike. Auto parts manufacturers and auto parts workers understand the weight of the pandemic. We have worked through a very tough market. At the beginning of the pandemic, when nobody had any answers, we converted our facilities and retrained our workers and volunteered to make the PPE and the ventilators and the critical medical goods that Canadians needed at a time when there was a shortage. This is what you do when you're needed to help your fellow Canadians. And I think right now, as understanding as we are about the sentiment for ending the pandemic, there is no argument for holding up the economy of the region, both in Windsor and Ontario and as well in Michigan, to make a point that can be made off the road. And so joining our friends here at the city and at the vehicle manufacturers in seeking the advice of the court on the ending of this blockade and the resumption of business, so that tens of thousands of auto parts workers and tens of thousands of truckers and other service workers that work hand in glove with us can go back to work as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Flavio. I'll turn the floor over to Brian Kingston, the President and CEO of the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association. Brian, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mayor, and let me start by just thanking you for your leadership during this very difficult time. The Ambassador Bridge is absolutely critical to the automotive manufacturing industry in Canada. As the Mayor outlined, up to 1/3 of our trade with the United States can cross that single bridge. Every single day, $400 million in imports and exports will cross the Ambassador Bridge. And for the automotive industry, which is totally integrated throughout North America, that is a pivotal piece of infrastructure. There is no other bridge or crossing with the capacity to handle the traffic that the Ambassador Bridge does on a daily basis. The auto industry is recovering from pandemic-related shortages and supply chain challenges. Last year, we witnessed production down almost 1 million vehicles in Canada. We're starting to emerge from that. Production is increasing, and now we're faced with this very unfortunate situation where this bridge has been blocked. We are now witnessing production stoppages and reductions at auto assembly plants across Ontario. And just to underline what that means, this industry employs over 100,000 Canadians, and every hour that a plant goes down impacts Canadian jobs. So we are urging for a resolution to this, a return to open trade, an opening of the bridge, and full production again in the auto industry. So thank you, Mayor, for your leadership, and appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Thanks very much, Brian. Also with us is Rakesh Naidu. He's the president and CEO of the Windsor-Essex Regional Chamber of Commerce, and that organization, of course, represents so many businesses locally, and the chamber will be acting as an intervener in this application. Rakesh, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for your leadership and for including us. I'm here to voice my deep concern on the ongoing blockade. This is not only shutting down businesses today, but its implication will be felt in the future as well. For the fourth day, operations of the businesses in the Windsor-Essex region has been disrupted. Several businesses have closed, thereby impacting thousands of employees. At a time when businesses were already severely challenged, the blockade is pushing several businesses over the edge. We've heard from several business owners and they've expressed their frustration and helplessness. It has taken a Herculean effort on part of businesses to stay afloat despite the challenges in the last 2 years. This blockade is significantly exacerbating their already fragile situation. The Windsor-Essex region is the automotive capital of Canada and has thrived because of international trade. Windsor-Essex has over 1,000 manufacturing companies employing over 40,000 people. 90% of these companies are export-oriented and 90% of the exports are to US. The Ambassador Bridge is an important infrastructure that facilitates this trade between US and Canada. And as you heard, $300 to $400 million worth of goods crosses the border via the Ambassador Bridge. There are thousands of businesses on both sides of the border that rely on the free and timely movement of goods. Large OEMs like Stellantis, Ford, GM, and others, and their feeder plants are based on both sides of the border. These businesses, which employ tens of thousands of employees, are successful because of the tightly integrated supply chain that straddles the border. Just-in-time manufacturing requires that parts and components arrive at the manufacturing plant in time for them to be processed further and assembled. The blockade has disrupted this model and has resulted in several businesses closing down. It is not just the manufacturing sector, but the ancillary industries and several SMEs that depend on these large operations are also affected. We have heard from a well-known non-automotive business here that employs over 1,500 people. They unfortunately had to idle their operations and send home all their employees. They're in a state of distress because not only are they incurring over $3 million in daily losses, but they will also have to further pay penalties for not being able to deliver the products in time to the customers. Windsor-Essex has a thriving agriculture and food processing sector with nearly 8,000 employees working in more than 100 food and beverage processing companies and 1,500 growers. Approximately 80% of Ontario's greenhouse vegetable acreage is in Windsor-Essex, and over 70% of our farmers' produce is exported to US. Produce grown in the greenhouses are perishable commodity and needs to be transported in time. We fear that the blockade will lead to a significant amount of produce being wasted. Unfortunately, it will add to grocery shortage and already high food inflation. While the current impact is painful, the thing that worries us the most is the long-term impact of the blockade. Our companies have expressed their concern about the challenge of retaining their business with customers in US. Many have stated the huge disadvantage they are likely to face when bidding for new business across the border. And this is a major concern for Windsor-Essex region, where majority of the business comes from across the border. Canada, and specifically Windsor-Essex, cannot afford to be seen as an unreliable partner in the supply chain. If the American businesses decide to take business away from Canadian partners, it will be a major jolt and the tremors will be felt all across Canada. Time is ticking. Every hour that goes by is costing us over $13.5 million in trade and irreparable damage to our reputation as a reliable trading partner. Trade has played a vital role in building this region and the country's economy, and it has taken decades and decades of hard work. We are at a high risk now of losing it all. We just cannot let this happen. We need to do everything in our power to remove the blockade at the earliest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rakesh. Flavio, Brian, thank you very much for your strong advocacy, and I'll turn the floor over to Dana to moderate questions and answers. Dana?
Thank you very much, Mayor Dilkinson. Thank you, panelists. At this time, members of the media, please take a moment to use the raise hand function in Zoom to queue for a question, and a reminder that you must, if not indicated inside your Zoom name, use the chat to indicate the name of your outlet so that you can be called upon properly, please. The first question comes from Paul Thera, Wall Street Journal. Paul, please go ahead, enable your microphone.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Paul. We can hear you.
And I do want to continue this story. We were just listening into a Zoom session where they're talking about the economic impact. Right now, we do have some of our Canadian officials, including Trudeau, who are all speaking about this. So let's go ahead, jump into that right here for you live on Live Now from Fox.
il y a de possibles développements extrêmement troublants à Ottawa et ailleurs à travers le Canada présentement, avec des enjeux économiques significatifs, des enjeux de santé publique et de plus en plus des enjeux de sécurité publique.
All right, so right now it looks like we're in a French portion of this meeting, but they have had their officials come together time and time again here over these last few days as they continue to see this protest impacting them. Let's continue to listen in live.
Je suis en contact étroit avec des partenaires aux différents paliers de gouvernement, une conversation avec d'autres parlementaires, et je suis très content d'offrir au chef du Bloc un brefage pour qu'il soit mis au jour sur la situation auquel les gens sont en train.
All right, so still a lot of French, as you can hear. Also in the background, quite a few conflicting voices with the Prime Minister there, as we do have this obviously creating a lot of problems, not only on the U.S. side, but of course on the Canadian side of our border as well. Let's go ahead and send everyone off into a 2-minute break. We will continue to monitor that story, also monitor if we do have any of the portion of this meeting happening in English. We'll try to get that played out for our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. But we'll step away for 2 minutes, bring you more news content across the country here again in just 2 minutes.